Hey there, Matt Clark here with Mike McClary. So welcome to our first $1 Million Brands live daily show. So we're going to have a lot of fun on these shows. We're going to be doing them every single day, every single weekday that is. And we're going to cover a lot about the business model that we've been working with for the past 8 years or so. Each daily show is going to have a different topic, and it's kind of going to go in order about building this business. We're going to first talk a lot today about the opportunity. What is this business we're talking about? Then we're going to go into things like product selection and finding suppliers and marketing and beating big brands and a whole lot of other stuff. So thank you very much for joining us. If you're watching this on Facebook, give this post a like. If you're watching it on YouTube, give it a thumbs up. Let us know you can hear us loud and clear. Feel free to comment below also. If you have any questions, we'll try to get to some of those live, but worst case, we'll always try to get them afterwards. And so if you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to give us a comment below and we'll get to those as much as possible. And so what's happening while we're doing this live show is we're releasing a brand new 4-part video series. So that actually starts tomorrow on Tuesday. So that's going to be part number 1 of 4 of this video series. It's all brand new and it shows you how to build an entire business following this model that, I guess I started with years ago, 10 years ago or so, building my own e-commerce business, ended up figuring out Amazon, taught the other co-founder of Amazing. Mike was one of our early students, and since then we've taught over 30,000 people this business model, and I've had some incredible successes. And so this 4-part video series walks you through that entire business model from start to finish, and the video series is 100% free. And with each and every video that we're releasing, including the one tomorrow, we have amazing downloads for you. So the first one, and Mike is going to talk a little bit about this later, but tomorrow, the first download that you get with video 1 of the series is a brand new software tool that we've developed to help making finding product opportunities easier and better than ever. So if there's anything else you want to mention about the series?
No, so the 4-part training series is going to be, spaced out over, a couple days each, and it really takes you through the entire process of the little business model, from finding products to finding suppliers to launching the products and then scaling the entire business. And so we're going to follow along with that. We're going to really go in more detail. So we have some great training there you'll get, but we want to even go above and beyond that and let you ask us questions on these live sessions here so we can kind of interact with you. We're going to bring in some other live guests as well, people that you'll be seeing and hearing from in our training series who've had some incredible success stories, who started out just where you're at today, watching these live sessions, watching these videos, and now own brands and businesses that are doing up to $500,000 a month. We're going to bring them on these calls, interview them, ask them exactly what it's like to build their business, and then let you ask them questions as well. So lots of other things in these live sessions. And today, we're going to be also sharing with you some really cool products that are ripe for the picking right now.
Yeah, so there's a special niche that we found that is great for building a brand right now, great for finding amazing product opportunities. And Warren Buffett, he actually recently put $15 billion into this market, and is quoted that he says there's another $15 billion ready to go. He's basically ready to double down on his investment in this space. And so we found a lot of cool product opportunities. Mike's going to talk a lot about those. And it's a great market that you can jump into and build your own business, because that at the end of the day is what we're talking about here, is that, if you want financial freedom, if you want lifestyle freedom, maybe you're, working a job, you want the freedom to go do what you want, when you want to be able to travel, maybe even just spend more time with your kids and not have to be stuck at an office, instead taking them to their sports games or taking them on trips. Or if you just want to buy some nice stuff, that's what the point of that's the main reason a lot of people build this kind of business, so they can have all those things in their life, because they feel like a job may just not get them there. So what we're going to be talking about today is how to build your own brand, leveraging the power of one of the world's largest online retailers, and that's Amazon. We've been working with tens of thousands of people over the past 8 years or so, and we know this business model works. And the cool thing is it just keeps getting better and better. So today you're going to learn the first steps of this, and we're actually going to give you a brand new niche that we've never talked about before on any video, and especially not live.
Yeah, so actually the way we found this niche was kind of not by accident. We challenged ourselves. So last week we're preparing for all the training, and we know the training teaches you exactly how to find the best product opportunities, thousands of opportunities out of the 3 billion plus products on Amazon. We also give you in our training series tomorrow, which starts at 9 a.m., the 5 criteria that we use still to this date to find our own products. But when Matt and I were talking last week about, how do we really kick off these live sessions, what else can we do to share with them that's different outside and above and beyond in the training? And so one of the things we talked about is, why don't we just go out there and find some completely brand new categories or niches that, are really underserved right now. There's a lot of opportunity. You started thinking about it, and Matt, does a lot of reading and does a lot of reading about entrepreneurs and businessmen, and talked about, Warren Buffett, about how he's investing, $15 billion into this industry. And so we started looking on Amazon and said, well, you know what? If that industry is still fairly new, chances are the products are fairly new and there's some really good opportunities. And it took a search of one word on Amazon to prove that case out. And that word we searched on was solar. Solar energy, solar power is a huge topic right now, not just for Warren Buffett, but for Elon Musk and so many other people as well. And we realized when we did the search on Amazon that there were tons of products. We just pulled out a dozen random products, looked at them, and they're doing awesome on Amazon right now. One of those products is right here. Solar lantern. I thought it was pretty cool. Put a hand over here. It's already powered up. But this solar lantern on Amazon, I'm going to pull it up on my screen. I'm going to show you the exact product here. This product only has 189 reviews on Amazon. Another good example of why this product hasn't been selling for that long. And if I pull up using our special tool to see how well this product sells, we can see that it does $51,000 in revenue per month. That means per year, this one simple product selling for $24 does almost $600,000. And I've also looked up, and I know you can source this product for about $4 or $5. That means your profit margin would be great on this product. Even after taking out all of Amazon's fees and shipping the product overseas, you still come out with a good 30 to 35% profit margin on this one product. But again, we wanted to find more than just one solar product because we want to build a brand and show you an easy way to build a brand. So we went ahead and found some other products. I'm going to show you those as well. So Matt, right behind you, we have a power bank. And anyone here has ever charged up their cell phone? Power banks are critical nowadays. If you're traveling, you need to power your iPad, your tablet, your cell phone. But one of the new features is you can now get solar charge power banks as well, and this is it right here. This one just charges, set it out in the sun, 6 to 8 hours later, and then it'll completely be charged. You can have some cool features like a flashlight on here. I can't figure out how to do it because I'm not that good at these kind of things. But this product is great, and if we pull it up here on Amazon, we'll see that this product does $41,000 a month in revenue as well. Easy to source as well.
Yeah, so in the video series that starts tomorrow, you're going to get a breakdown of how this entire business model works. But one quick thing I want to talk about is, when we're talking about these product opportunities, your goal is to go out there and build your own brand of these, which is easy. It's not that hard to do. I mean, this product, for example, this is basically just cardboard, and they've put their own branding on it. They've got their own name somewhere here. I don't know where their brand name is, but anyways, they've got the model name there, and they have a whole bunch of other text that they've kind of just added on here, probably made up themselves or copied what somebody else was doing. You can go out there and create your own brand of a product that's basically identical. There's people that make generic versions of these all day long. They manufacture them, and they allow you to put your own brand name on them so that you can go and build an entire business around this where you actually own the brand, you own the company. And the value of that is, which is a little bit different than a lot of other things people talk about. When people talk about drop shipping or MLM, maybe you can find a way to make money doing that stuff. But the problem is you never actually own the asset. And so you can hustle, you can do all this work, you can make a little bit of money, but what happens 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road when you don't want to do that stuff anymore? You don't have anything to show for it other than a little bit of cash, hopefully. On the other hand, if you build a business where you actually own the brand and own the products, if you decide, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road that you want out, you're done with this, you can sell that business, and the multiples that we see are anywhere between 3 to 5 times annual profits. So if you're doing $1 million a year in profit, that business could be worth $3 to $5 million in cash. And that can be a life-changing amount of money, as you could imagine. So that's the big advantage of owning the brand that you're building, and that's what this whole model is based on. And like I said, we're going to go into a lot of that stuff on these live shows, but you'll get it in a very step-by-step format and all the detail that you need in the 4-part video series that goes live tomorrow.
And if you're worried about thinking that, I can't create a brand, I don't know how to create a brand, tomorrow in the first training video, you'll get a downloadable checklist. It's going to tell you how to build your own brand in 3 incredibly easy steps. Even I was able to do it, so I know you can too. So we got a couple more products I want to show you as well. So there's another solar product that I didn't even think of as being powered by the sun, and that is this fan right back here. This is a camping fan. I wish I had this many times when I was out camping with the family. This runs completely off of solar power. You charge it up. This thing will cool down your tent, your campsite, wherever you're at all night long. It's a great little product, and it clips on to, I don't know, maybe the top of your camping, your tent or something like that. But this is just one example of another product that's easy to make. The only branding they did on this is they put their logo right there on the plastic part of it. Nothing else was on the side. There's nothing else printed on the bottom top. Just a really simple little laser printer of that, which basically you'd find this exact same product from another supplier, which we'll show you how to do and have them put that on there. All suppliers who do this for you, they know exactly how to do this, and they're used to it, and they're ready for you to contact them and ask them to build a brand for you. So that's the third product here. Now, this product, by the way, let me kind of pull up on my screen here and see what it's doing. It is selling approximately, I think, about $400,000 a year in sales. And this, there we go. Yeah, it's selling, actually more than that, $52,000 a month, which is about 60,000 plus in sales per month there. So it's an incredible product to look for. Now, one of the other things I want to show you is that not only are these 3 physical products here, when I did a search just for solar, we found easily a dozen different products that you could build an entire brand around. It could be like, Mike Clark Industries brand of solar products. And I have them on my screen right here. And we've made it real easy for you to find these as well. But let me kind of go through these. There are solar string lights you could sell out there. There are poolside inflatable water globes. Security industry is getting pretty big right now with cameras and motion sensors. Those can all be solar powered. I know that when we installed it at our house, we had to attach wires and power to everything. Nowadays, all this can be solar powered, so you're not going to worry about it for your whole security system around your house. There's also all kinds of yard stakes that are LED, solar driven. What looks in the middle of my screen here, it looks like this egg, and I'll kind of blow this one up bigger. That is actually a Bluetooth speaker you can put in your yard. You don't have to put a cord anywhere else. You let it out there, it gathers power all day long, and then you can play music for a barbecue or a picnic, wherever you're having out there. Put it anywhere you want to out there. That's just another way that this technology of solar power is being used for homes and gardens.
Yeah, so one of the big questions we always get is, how many products do I need to sell? Or how many do I need to sell to meet some financial target or to build a successful business? The way we always recommend starting is just with one product. Do the research, which you're going to learn about a lot more detail tomorrow, but go do the research, find a good product opportunity, create your own brand, and start with just one. Because then that allows you to go through the full process of finding a supplier, creating a brand, setting up your social media accounts, doing all the marketing, and getting this product going. And then once the product's going and producing consistent cash flow, then you start adding to the same brand. Don't go jumping into multiple markets or multiple brands. Stick within the same exact brand. So in this case, you could just tick off each one of these products one at a time. So maybe your brand is focused around the solar market or energy efficiency. And so you could start with that as the focus of your brand and start with just one of them. Maybe it's the fan, maybe it's the solar bank, or any of these things. And then you start looking, once that product's doing well, okay, what are my customers buying? Which fortunately Amazon makes that super easy. You can see sections on their page where Amazon actually tells you, for somebody that's buying this product, what else are they buying? And then you can just start adding those products to your brand one at a time. And the cool thing is, for some of these products, they'll likely come from the same exact manufacturer, which makes your life even easier. So then you start building this brand one piece at a time, which is how we ended up building very successful larger businesses, which is how people we've taught have built businesses well into the multiple millions of dollars per year in revenue. And that's how it starts. It's just one product, and then you sort of go from there.
Yeah, when you get that one product and you focus on that one product and do as well as you can to get that product getting some sales, some reviews, and some velocity moving up. Another real cool thing that you'll find out that happens, like Matt kind of alluded to, is that you're going to have oftentimes the same product or new products come from the same supplier. And maybe initially you'll be asking the supplier, like, hey, what's another product I can sell to go along with this solar lantern, to go along with this fan? What'll happen very shortly after that is, once they see how well you're selling, they'll be coming to you with new products that not only they are coming out with right now, or new products that they're coming out with in the future. Because that's what they do. They make these products. The suppliers who do this, they don't want to sell them online. Their job is not to market and sell on Amazon. Their job is to manufacture and make these products. So once you prove that you know exactly how to find the right opportunities, launch them, and get sales, they'll be coming to you with new ideas. My suppliers right now, every month they're coming to us, sending us samples like, hey, what do you think about this product? What do you think about this product? Because they trust us and they know that if they partner with us and give us good products, that we'll sell those products for them. It's a great symbiotic relationship, and it all starts with one product. You build one relationship, and then you build an entire brand out of that. Now, speaking of entire brand, if you see my screen right here, I pulled up the sales for all 12 of the products that we found that were solar related, and they're all in different, different kind of categories here. There's the solar string lights, the floating pool lights, the motion sensor cameras I talked about, the stakes, the little speaker. There's our lantern, the charger. There's also these nighttime vision cameras you can put outside. There's a bird bath that actually has a solar powered water fountain on it. There's the fan we had. There's some wind chimes, which I never thought of being solar powered, but I guess in case you don't have any wind, they're still going to be chiming for you. So it's kind of a cool idea. And then we also have, this is a really interesting one. This one is a actual portable generator. Matt and I started talking about this a few months ago when we decided, what kind of products are out there that you can really make a huge margin off of. And so we naturally start going towards a little more expensive products. These generators generate a huge amount of revenue, and their profit margins are huge as well. Because if you're selling something for $160 and buying it for $40, then the amount of money you can make off just 1, 2, or 3 sales a day is oftentimes the same or more than you can make off of even less expensive products as well. And then when I use our tool here to pull up the sales for all these products here, you can see that on average, I'm going to pull it up, on average, they are making almost 2,000 sales a month. And the average price is about $4,500. And I looked at the revenue. These, on average, are selling $900,000 a year, which is almost $1 million a year for each one of these products. So imagine, that's almost $12 million for all the products, but you don't need to have all those products. You just start off with one product that does, even just $200,000 a year is a great way to start a brand. And you can pick from these, you can pick from something else. It's really simple when we give you the criteria to find products, to go out there and find all kinds of product opportunities out there. And if you want to get some ideas, go out there and look for some different niches. Look for energy efficiency, solar, fitness. The way that I found these, we go and search for a specific product. So I may go out there and say, I want to find a solar lantern, or I'm going to find a camping fan. For this exercise, kind of went out there and just typed in the word solar, and then what happens? I'm going to pull this up my screen again and show you exactly what happens when you do this. And Amazon is incredible because they actually share with you so much information if you know how to find it. When I just typed in the word solar, you'll notice Amazon starts suggesting all different types of products. Solar lights outdoors, solar charger, solar string lights, solar motion sensor lights, solar lantern, phone charger, solar panels you can put on your house or on your house. This is how I started generating the ideas. And it actually gave me tons of ideas that I wouldn't have thought of. And then I just went in there, applied our criteria to each one of these products, and was able to find dozen products easily, all within about 30 minutes, that met our criteria and that sell, like I said, on an average of $900,000 a year in revenue. And if our average profit margins that we look for, minimum is 25%, you're looking at well over $200,000 in profit just for any one of these products on there. So these are just fantastic opportunities, and there are so many more on Amazon you can find.
Yeah, we've had people, that have met all their financial goals with one single product. Most people, I would say, they need at least 2, 3, 4 products or so over time, over maybe 12 months, 2 years or so, and that will kind of get them where they want to go. Because most people, when they're looking to start this kind of business, they're not trying to start the next Facebook or something. They have a job, and maybe at that job, they're not making enough money yet. Maybe you kind of feel this way yourself. And so they want a little more money, and they want that coming from their business as opposed to them having to work a job to make that same amount of money. Your goals may be completely different, but that's what we've seen a lot. And so a lot of times, like Mike said, some of these products do $1 million plus a year in sales, and a lot of times we see a profit of anywhere from 20 to 40%. So you can make a couple $100,000, $400,000 from a single product. And then that just gets multiplied when you start adding more products. And so don't think you need 100 products and you're just going to have this massive business you have to manage. You can honestly do it with a handful of products and either 0 or just 1 or 2 sort of low-cost people that are managing some of the operations of your business that you hire overseas. Most people just start by themselves. So don't think you have to have a bunch of products to make this happen. You need very few, and in some cases, literally just one.
Speaking of that, on Wednesday, for our Wednesday live session, not skipping tomorrow, but Matt reminded us, we're going to have a special guest who is only selling one product right now, and doing over $100,000 a month with that one product. She's an amazing seller, as you'd imagine, but she just started selling about a year and a half ago, and she's already doing incredible with that. I've been talking to her for a while to expand into launching her second and third products, but she was doing so well in the first product. She's like, you know what? I just want to focus on this and enjoy my life right now. So we're going to bring her in on Wednesday. You'll meet her. You can ask her questions about it. You can finally ask her when she's launching her next product. It's happening here in a few weeks. I know that, but she's been doing so well with the first one that she just didn't feel like there was any stress or pressure to do that. So that'll be Wednesday's live session. Now, tomorrow at the exact same time on the live session, we're going to show you this really cool tool that you saw me pull up. The tool that actually tells you and shows you the sales, the rank, the reviews, how much revenue they're making per month. We call it Profit Miner, and we're going to show you how you can get that tool completely for free tomorrow. We're going to walk you through installing it, downloading it, making sure that you're set up, ready to go, and then we'll walk you through going on Amazon and using it to find product opportunities like this. And not only are we going to show you how to use it, we're going to show you how to use it to automate the process by applying our 5 criteria into the filters into it so that you'll know that the products that are showing and the revenue showing are products that meet our criteria already. So you don't have to go through there and do it manually. It saves you not just hours of time, but it saves you days and weeks of time of mining through Amazon's 3 billion plus products.
Yeah, so to get access to these, all the other live sessions that we're going to be doing, we can also take some few questions. If you have any questions, post them in the comments, and we will try to answer those literally right now while we're live. Or if you end up watching the recording, we can actually answer them in the comments afterwards. So go ahead, leave a comment right now. We can handle some of those right now live. But just to let you know how to get access to all of these live sessions we're going to be doing. First thing is on Facebook. If you look up above us, I believe, should be in your top right, there's a little button that says follow. If you click the follow button, that'll mean you're following our Facebook page, which obviously if we're not delivering value to you, you can unfollow anytime you want. But especially over these next 2 or 3 weeks, you want to be following our Facebook page because that's how you're going to get notified of all these live sessions. There's also a little setting on there that says see first, because Facebook is crazy. You'll get 82 million different posts from friends and family members. If you want to make sure you get these live sessions, check the see first button or see first option under follow, and that'll make sure that you see our posts and these live sessions as soon as we go live. So that's option number 1. Option number 2, and I actually recommend doing both, is go to AmazingLiveNow.com, and we'll post this link in the comments and in the description after this is over. But go to AmazingLiveNow.com, and you'll see a page where we're going to have a list of all the sessions. You're going to be able to access the current one that's going on right now, which you can actually see over there. There's a link that'll take you right back to us. But there's also a button there that allows you to get notified on Facebook Messenger. That's how we're going to be letting people know about these live sessions. So go ahead and register over there, either now or as soon as this is over, and to make sure that you find out about every single one of these that we're going to be doing coming up. So AmazingLiveNow.com.
And if you want to get access to the free training video series, you can also go to AmazingLiveNow.com/free, Free. We'll also post that in there, and that'll make sure that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when the free training series goes live, you'll get access to it right away. We'll notify via email, give you the link. You can go in and start watching the training right away. We've seen the videos. That's kind of we recorded them a few weeks ago. We've seen them mastered and completely done. They're really engaging. I know you're going to get a ton of value out of it. You'll also make sure that they're not boring. They'll keep you interested the entire time, and it's great, awesome training with free downloads every time we launch a new video too. So we want to make sure that not only do you watch the training and get training, we give you tools that can help you start your business even faster.
Yep, and so Rob here has a good question. He says, what time is the live training tomorrow? So it's at 9 a.m., or it's not live training. What time is the first training video, which is pre-recorded? It's at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow on Tuesday. Now, these videos, as soon as they're posted, they're going to stay up there for a little while. They will be taken down pretty soon, but you'll be able to have, about a couple weeks to be able to watch all of them, and they're released one at a time. So the first one goes live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central, the second one Thursday at 9 a.m. Central, and then you'll see the schedule and everything else like that on those pages as they keep coming out. But the first one is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central, and like Mike said, you can go to AmazingLiveNow.com/free, and you can actually go enter your email over there to get notified by email about those training videos.
We have a question here from Amir, who's asking, what's the minimum capital to start on Amazon, FBA, and to succeed? There's always, the more you can invest in inventory, the faster and you'll be able to get going. But we know people that can start for as little as $500 in inventory. We've seen them for less than that. We'll bring someone on next week who started out with about $50. We don't recommend that, but we know people who've gotten going for even a really small amount. But we like to say, $500 is the minimum. But if you can get up to about $1,000, $1,500 in inventory, you should be set. That gives you enough to get your first inventory order in, give your first promotion a really good jump start by offering some discounts and some coupons, and then start making full price sales in order to bring in profits, and that way you can then reorder and place your second order as well. So yeah, 500 be a minimum. Probably want to get up to like 1,500 or so if you're really going to give yourself even a faster jump start. If you can't afford that much, if really you just got to stick to that $500, that's all you can afford, you can still get going with this business. Just keep in mind that's going to take you a little bit longer because you'll need to, watch your money a little bit more up front. You probably want to give away, at a discount a few less units than someone else might, but you can absolutely do it still. It's just that the more you can put in your inventory, the faster you can get things going so you can turn over the inventory, turn over your profits, and really keep ordering more inventory every time.
Yeah, and we're getting a couple people that have been saying, maybe it's freezing, and we're not 100% sure if that's on our end or possibly on your end. Either way, Facebook will automatically record this live session, and you'll be able to watch it here afterwards. That should probably fix all your issues. We're also going to be editing a copy of this and putting it on our YouTube channel. So if you just look up, in Google amazing.com YouTube, then you will be able to find us. Our YouTube channel is super easy to find, or at the bottom of all our websites. And we're going to have a nice edited copy posted there also. So you should be able to watch the recording with no issues whatsoever, either here on Facebook or over on YouTube later tonight.
One thing I wanted to hand out too, I know that we're posting the links to the free training. We also posted a link to sign up to get notified for these sessions. I had some people wanted to know, how do they see these products? I mentioned that. If you want to see all 12 of these products, go to amazinglivenow.com/solar. Try to make it kind of thematic there, so we're simple. It's going to pull up all 12 of these products all on one screen, so there's no searching for you. It actually is a pretty little neat thing that a lot of people don't know about on Amazon. If you type in the product number, which is an ASIN, and then you put a pipe between it, you can keep typing in all these different product numbers in the search bar, and it'll only pull up those products that you want. The little trick we learned a few years ago, we use it in marketing now when I want to market just certain products. So I used it for this live, so now you get to know that too.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things you're going to hear us talk a lot about in this video series, but kind of want to go ahead and make clear right now, is we're known for talking a ton about Amazon. We're kind of probably the leading experts when it comes to selling products on Amazon as a company, as an organization. But the purpose of this whole business is not to go help Amazon. It's not to be, sort of a employee of Amazon or help them build their business. Amazon is just an amazing tool right now to start a business with zero experience whatsoever. So if you've never built a business before, especially never sold anything online, never done any e-commerce, never created a brand, any of that kind of stuff, Amazon is a fantastic place for a couple of reasons. One is it makes it super easy to find what products are selling well, but also have low competition. So we're going to go into product selection in tons of detail tomorrow, including the new tool that we have. But Amazon has a lot of that data publicly available if you know how to dig through it and find the good opportunities. So it's a great research tool. It's also a great tool to get started selling products because they handle a lot of the stuff that you would normally have to deal with on your own. When I first started, back in 2009 or so, I started on my own e-commerce website. That was kind of how everyone did it back then. I had to deal with payment processors. I had to deal with tons of refunds and chargebacks and fraud, especially around this time. We start getting the holiday season. People start doing crazy things with people's credit cards, and you have to deal with all that stuff yourself if you own the store. Whereas Amazon will take care of almost all of that stuff for you. You just list your products on there. They take a small fee. It's about 15% of your sales, but totally reasonable considering all the stuff you don't have to deal with. And then they take care of a lot of the stuff for you. Most of the customer service issues you'll get in an e-commerce business are shipping related. Probably 80% are people that, for whatever reason, because it's not necessarily your fault, it's the shipping company messed up. I literally just tried to have some food delivered and had a shipping issue myself. And that kind of stuff happens all the time. Amazon takes care of that for you. Because the way we recommend doing this business, which you'll learn more about in video 2, is using their system of warehouses all over the world called Fulfillment by Amazon. And you're actually storing your inventory in their warehouses. And then you can basically just sit back, and when people buy on Amazon, they buy your product on Amazon, Amazon automatically ships those out for you, and you don't have to do anything. That's a great system to have, especially if you want to keep your life stress-free and as simple as possible when you're first starting a business. So Amazon will do over $300 billion in sales this year. So there's a massive amount of sales, but it makes your life way easier when you're building a business from scratch. Eventually, you want to start selling outside of Amazon also. Then you have diversified sales sources. Your brand is going to be worth more money if you ever decide to sell it. A lot of reasons you want to do that, but Amazon's a great place to start. So just know that you're not here to build a business for Amazon, but it's an incredible tool to get started, especially if you're brand new to e-commerce.
We have a good question here. We get this all the time from Viswajit. Asks, why don't we sell products ourselves? We do. So I have multiple brands of products. I'll give you a hint. One of them is camping related. I have all kinds of camping products. I don't have a solar one. I may add that to it now because I have a lot of products out there, probably about 30 products I sell right now with that one brand. Matt and I have a brand together, as a matter of fact, all kinds of fitness related products. We use that for all kinds of training. We're launching a brand new product right now. As a matter of fact, we may be sharing that with you later on in a few weeks here. But we do. We sell ourselves. Jason, the other co-founder of the business, he's got multiple brands of product as well. We absolutely we do what we teach. We just don't go out there and teach like so many people do. We live and breathe the business. I got my start in this because of Matt, because of Jason. They taught me exactly how to build a brand. Became incredibly successful. After 1 year, I was able to quit my job and focus just on building a business. And then I've launched multiple brands since then. And now I get to share all this type of information and training and strategies with everyone out there, and absolutely love it. And right now, as I speak, I am making money with my brands. I don't have to really do anything with them. I have one person handling customer service. Like Matt said, Amazon takes care of most of that. These are just issues where they need to speak with someone about a product that maybe isn't working right, or they want a replacement. Usually 4 or 5 emails, a day or two. It's not that hard to do. It's truly the kind of business where I can do this, travel to Austin, Texas, come here, do a bunch of training, and not have to worry about the business because Amazon takes care of so much. They store the products, they pick and pack them, they ship them out, they accept returns, they collect the payments, they make deposits into your bank account every 2 weeks. They take care of any type of other customer service issue. The only issues you'll get are few and far between. Like I said, it's only if it's very product specific. It's an incredible business model, and we do live and breathe it and sell our own products every day.
Yeah, and what we found out a long time ago is that what you don't want to do in this business is try to own and create, tons and tons and tons of different brands in different markets. It gets very chaotic, very stressful, hard to manage, because you can build a massive business. I'm talking about, like, depending on what your goals are, 1 million, 10 million, 50 million plus in a single market with a single brand. You don't need a ton of different brands. It's actually probably the least efficient way to do this business, because then you're having to manage all the multiple social media accounts, multiple email accounts, multiple customer service teams, all kinds of stuff. You're better off sticking with one brand. So we have no problem giving you all the secrets, all the strategies that we know work, because we're all in only a handful of markets. Only 2, I guess, or so for me. Mike, probably about the same thing. Jason, about the same thing. There are hundreds and probably thousands of different markets, like solar, for example, tons of other stuff out there that people have done very well in, but all the strategies work the same. So it's not like it's going to affect our businesses at all. We get to stay sharp, build these other companies, while we're able to teach and help you build the same kind of businesses, and this is incredibly rewarding. I mean, we've had people that have had their lives completely transformed as a result of showing up for a live session like this maybe, and then opting in for the training, which starts tomorrow, starting down that whole path until they built their freedom. Then they joined us at a live event like we have coming up next year, and they told us about their story, and it's incredibly reinforcing for us. So number one, we don't have to worry a ton about our businesses being affected by this, and also we get to help a heck of a lot of people. So that's why we're here doing this.
All right. I don't know if I see any other questions other than someone who mentioned they want to see us at the live event next year. Awesome. Can't wait to see you down there too. That'll be here in Austin, Texas, right?
Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can wrap up for today. Like I said, we will post all these links in the description here. There will also be an automatic recording posted here on Facebook. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow us here on Facebook. Check out the links. Go to AmazingLiveNow.com to register for the next live sessions and get notified. Other than that, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central when the first of the 4 videos goes live. And we'll also be back here every single weekday, 3 p.m. Central for each live show. Lots of new stuff coming up. Like Mike said, we have guests coming up, new content, new strategies, all complements the 4-part video series. And also, you can also check us out on YouTube. We're going to be posting these recordings, other videos, lots of cool stuff. So we hope to see you in one of these, and thanks for joining us. Hey everybody, Matt Clark here with Mike McClary. So welcome to this episode of the $1 Million Brands Live Daily Show. So we're doing this basically every weekday at 3 p.m. Central right here on our Facebook channel. You'll also see the edited versions posted to our YouTube channel. So thank you very much for joining us. Today we're going to show you how to find the best products to sell online. Now, if you're joining us here, you're likely interested in building a business. And one of the first things you have to figure out if you want to build a business is what the heck are you going to sell? And that's what today's episode is all about. How do you figure what the best products are to sell? Ideally, you go out there, and if you could find something that has a great potential for profit, but low competition, that's a good product you want to look at. And we've developed a whole step-by-step process for finding these kind of products using one of the best sites out there that has tons of data, billions of products for sale, about $300 billion in revenue, and that's Amazon. Amazon is an incredible place to find good products to sell because pretty much all the data is public. You just have to know how to look through it and find it. So in today's episode, we're going to show you exactly how to find the best products to sell on Amazon. The cool thing is that it's constantly growing, constantly changing. Amazon keeps adding, tens and tens of billions of dollars each and every single year in revenue, which means that there's new and better product opportunities that pop up all the time. A lot of people sometimes wonder, oh, is Amazon too competitive now? Because, they hear that there's something like 2 million sellers. The thing is, first of all, most of those sellers aren't doing hardly anything. It's maybe somebody that has an Amazon seller account, sold a couple used books on there, that kind of thing is the majority of people that have Amazon seller accounts. The other ones are a lot of times selling other people's branded products. Maybe they're reselling like iPhone charging cables and stuff like that. It's a minority who are doing the kind of business that you're going to learn today. So something to keep in mind. But the cool thing is that because Amazon keeps growing and because its share of retail keeps growing and online retail's share of total retail keeps growing, that the opportunities are nearly endless. There's new opportunities that pop up on Amazon every single month, and we're going to show you how to find those.
Absolutely. All right. So, one of the things Matt mentioned also, that Amazon keeps growing and the opportunities are growing, but also they released just past year the number of sellers that are making significant money. We're talking about sellers that are selling over $100,000 a year, hit over 20,000 this year. So even though, you may think that it's only just a handful of sellers out there that are able to make significant revenue on Amazon, Amazon is really giving more and more tools and helping sellers just like us sell more every year. I mean, that's $100,000 in a year for over 24,000 different people out there, and that number keeps growing. Now it's over half of all of Amazon's products are sold by people just like you and us. People creating their own brands of products and selling them on Amazon.
Yeah, so we've got an awesome process. We're going to show you how to find these products. Some products on Amazon do millions of dollars every single month. Now we're going to show you how to find products that may do 20 grand a month, 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month. Still a lot of money over the course of a year, but some products do significantly more. But the cool thing is the process works for all of them. So without waiting any longer, we're going to go ahead and get into it. So Mike has his computer pulled up over here, and we're going to be able to show you what's going on. So we have a step-by-step process for finding products, but the first thing is to get into the right kind of category. And so we've got kind of a tricky way to do this. That's things change all the time on Amazon. This is currently working really well. We're always on top of this stuff. So Mike, maybe show them the first step of how do you even go pull up a list of products to begin with.
Yeah, so normally when you go to Amazon, the first thing you want to do is type in the kind of product that you want to look for. So if I want to look for some type of beauty product or teeth cleaning product, wherever it is, you would type that in. But in this situation, because we want to find just the most popular products in any category, we're going to type in as very specific, at the start of a very specific search string, we're going to use the negative key right on your computer and then any random set of numbers. I'm just going to type on my keyboard here. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you have the negative sign and then any random characters and hit search. It's going to start pulling up all the top selling products out of all of Amazon. And usually it goes, the very order from the top selling down to the bottom. Now, when you do that, you also want to start digging into some of the categories because you want to look at a niche or a category that you may be interested in, whether it's sports and outdoors, whether it's health and personal care. So I'm going to show you how to do that. Next on the search bar, you'll actually see a little drop-down box. I hardly ever use this. Like when I go to Amazon, I just search Amazon. Probably you guys do that as well. But for the sake of what we're looking for, we're going to pull up all the categories. We're just going to pick one here. And I'm going to,
just so they know, there's a couple of these categories you kind of want to avoid for the business model that we typically teach. Things like the App Store, books, CD and vinyl, software, all those kind of categories don't really apply to this. What you're looking for are the categories that represent, regular consumer products, like products you'd find around your house, around your office, stuff for your car, that kind of thing, just regular products. Nothing digital or software wise, because that's sort of a totally different business model. You're looking for typical consumer products, so start digging into those categories.
Yeah, anything you may see on the shelf behind us, as a matter of fact. We have a whole bunch of them. We did a lot of shopping this week. So I'm going to go down and just pick out, there's baby, beauty and personal care. And once you pick any category, you simply hit the search button again. And now you'll see that it's starting to pull up some of the top selling products in beauty and personal care. To make this process even a little easier, we're going to go even deeper into this category. On the left-hand side of Amazon, you'll see all the different departments over there, and makeup, skincare, hair care. I'm going to pick oral care. And then we're going to see a whole bunch of products. As you can see, the best sellers are at the top. That's a sign that they are truly showing us the top selling, doing the most number of sales every single day and month at the top. And as we scroll down, it's just going to go in order from that. So best selling down to the bottom. Keep in mind though, on this screen right here, we're only seeing about 40 different products. There are billions of products on Amazon, so you'd have to dig really deep. You don't need to do that. Just search for a few pages to look for some of the products, and then we'll start looking for the criteria on the screen that Matt's going to talk about.
Yeah, so once we're on the category page, the first criteria, we have 5 criteria that help us find good product opportunities and we recommend other people use. So the first criteria is related to price. And when we talk about price, we're talking about the price that these products are selling for. So in this case, you see them for $58, $49, $44. Those are the prices that we're talking about, is what price is the current product selling for on Amazon. The reason this is important is, the range we recommend is about $15 to $70 selling price. If the price is too low, if the product's selling for $3, for example, you're not going to have a lot of profit margin there, and it's almost not even worth doing unless you're selling in massive volume, but that's kind of a totally different kind of business. On the other end of the spectrum, even more extreme, is maybe a product selling for $200, $300, $400 could still be a great business, but if you're just getting started in e-commerce, if you're just getting started in building your own brand and buying inventory, you might make a few mistakes. And so you don't want to be stuck with, $20,000 worth of inventory or something crazy like that, just to get enough inventory to get one of those products live. And so we have found kind of a sweet spot that if products sell between about $15 to $70, then there's plenty of them available. Your inventory risk is fairly minimal, and you can still make good profit, because the last thing we want you to do is to go out there and take a whole bunch of unnecessary risk or waste your time. So $15 to $70 is what we found as kind of the sweet spot for selling price.
And if you look on my screen right here, I'm going to share this again, you'll see that pretty much anything in this category, $15 to $70, those are some of the most common prices on Amazon. So everything here, we see this first one, a Waterpik water flosser for $58, some more electronic toothbrushes for $49. Pretty much, we do see one on the right-hand side top, which is toothpaste, only $13.85. That would be below the $15. But as you scroll down, almost anything on this page is going to meet the first criteria for the price.
Yep, and just kind of, because we are live here, I want to call out a few people that have joined us. So we've got Reginald, we've got Sonia from Nigeria, awesome, all the way on the other side of the planet, so that's pretty cool. Renee, Annette, Khalida, Dees, Javier. I saw Rob Schull. I believe you may have been on here with us yesterday also, because we are doing the show daily, so welcome. If that's the same person, welcome back. So yeah, thanks everyone for joining us live. And so the second criteria we look for, in addition to price, is what Amazon calls best sellers rank. And like Mike said, when you search this way, the products are pretty much in order from best selling in terms of, if the product sells 100 units a day, that sells better than a product that sells 50 units a day. And Amazon kind of ranks products for best sellers rank according to that. And so we like products that are ranked, or best sellers rank, about 300 to 5,000 in their category. So this is category specific, a top level category, which Mike can show you in just a second. We like products that are ranked about 300 to 5,000. Now Amazon starts the ranking per category at 1, meaning that is the top best selling product in that category. The reason we kind of avoid the first 300 products in a category is a lot of times they're very competitive. When people are doing their own product research, big brands, established Amazon sellers, they're typically focusing on those top 300 or so products. And so if you jump into one of those with no experience in this business, maybe not a lot of cash available, you could have a hard time competing, because if you're doing marketing and everything's just kind of scaled up. You may need more money to get that thing going. You may need more inventory, may have to do more promotions, spend more on marketing. It's all possible. And once you know this business, you can totally go after those. But our whole thing is to help people that have never built a business before, especially an e-commerce business, be as successful as possible. So we recommend, for competition reasons, to kind of avoid those first 300 or so products in a category. Now, the reason it's not 300 to anything else in the category, and we kind of cap it out at top 5,000, is that when you get kind of above the 5,000 mark, meaning a product that could be, the 10,000th best-selling product in a category, you can occasionally find good opportunities there. However, if you're going to pick one product to start with, which is what we recommend not doing anything that's kind of above 5,000, because sometimes the sales volume can be too small. You're going to have to do all the same work. You're going to have to create your own brand, find a supplier, order samples, get inventory, get your packaging done, get the listing created, all that sort of stuff. The last thing we want you to do is do all that work for a product that's only going to sell 1 or 2 units a day. So that's why we recommend about 300 to 5,000.
Yeah, and so now, even though on the screen we have here, you could see all the prices, you can't really see the BSR until you dig in. You click on one of these and look at the actual product. So I've pulled up one of these. This is the Philips Sonicare Protective Clean Toothbrush. Now, the only way to find the bestsellers rank is to scroll to the bottom of this listing here. We're going to look down past the product description, and we're going to find a section that's actually going to say best sellers rank. And I keep scrolling, and we'll get to it eventually, trust me, but it's pretty far down. It takes a little time to get to. There we go. So finally, under product details, and I'll highlight this here, you will see Amazon best seller rank. And this one right here is number 823 in the beauty and personal care. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Matt mentioned, you want what we call the top level category. Amazon likes to help us categorize all their products by, the big overarching category. This is beauty and personal care. This is automotive. But they also like to give us some more specific details. So not only is this product in beauty and personal care, it's also number 2 in sonic toothbrushes. They have an entire category just for sonic toothbrushes. For the rules that we're talking about, these between 300 and 5,000, you only want to take into account the top level category. And the way you can know if you're in a top level category is you will see the words "see top 100" in that category after it. That's how you know which one it is. And for this one, this meets our criteria. It's number 823, which is above 300, below 5,000 in this category, and it's gonna more likely do a really good amount of revenue every month, but not too much competition either.
Yeah, and the reason we use just that top level category to compare opportunities and find good opportunities is that with that subcategory, like you said, sonic toothbrushes, you have no idea how well those products do in that category. They could do incredible. They could be, like iPhone chargers, for example, or USB chargers, that kind of thing. That could be a category that those products all sell, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Or in this case, you could be number 10 in sonic toothbrushes, which sounds cool, but that product may only be selling, 3 units a day, which is why the only way to really compare good products without using a tool, which we'll show you in just a second, is to use that top level category. So in this case, it's beauty and personal care. So we recommend in that top level category, not just that one, but the other ones too, 300 to 5,000. So maybe we want to show them kind of a faster way to do this, because the issue with this is, as you can tell, like unlike price, you literally have to click on every single listing if you want to see the best sellers rank to start filtering through products. And it takes a ton of time. So we've actually developed a tool that you're going to get for free. But right now we'll just show you what it looks like, and we'll tell you later how to get it for free. But yeah, it allows you to really speed this process up. So if you want to just kind of show them that real quick.
Yeah, sure. So I'm back on the screen where we did our search, and we pulled up about 48 products. And you'll see in this upper right-hand corner, this little circle, and it's called Profit Miner. When I click on that, it's going to immediately pull up all kinds of awesome details on every single product on this page. Now, it showed me all 48 products on here, and you can see that we have the rank, which is what we're calling the best sellers rank, listed right here. So I can very quickly start scrolling down. I can, exclude the ones at the top, number 22, number 13. Those are way too competitive. They're selling a lot. As a matter of fact, this very first one, if you look over to the right on the revenue, it's doing over $1 million a month in sales. Not that we wouldn't want to do that ourselves, but why make it harder than it have to be? That's a really competitive product. That's why, again, we don't recommend starting off with that high. But as you scroll down, you start getting to the different category or the different BSRs we want. Right here, number 8, the Waterpik cordless water flosser. Number 428 still does a bunch of sales every month. This one does almost $600,000 in sales per month, but it still meets this criteria of BSR. And one other thing before we go to the next criteria as well. Now, normally we would have to scroll manually through all the different pages. So we get about 40 to 50 results anytime you do a search on Amazon. And then you can always hit the next page and look through manually through the next 50 results. The Profit Miner tool lets us do that automatically by simply clicking the button at the bottom that says load next page. And you'll notice usually within about 3 to 5 seconds, it goes out there and loads another 48 products for you. And here we go. We now have 96. We could continue doing this and be able to see just hundreds of products. You could sort by the BSR, by the price, whatever you want to do, all on one screen. Makes it incredibly easy to find the right products.
Yep, and so the next criteria we look for is the number of reviews. So when you're looking at products that you could potentially go out there and create your own brand of to sell, you want products that aren't going to be a huge nightmare to try to compete with existing products out there. And so we kind of use the benchmark of about 1,000 reviews or less. And so if you're out there looking for opportunities, you want to find ones that the current options that are selling well don't have more than 1,000 reviews. The reason for that is that you're going to be starting at 0 because you're going to create your own brand. You're going to have your own Amazon product page, just like all these Mike has shown you. And it's going to start with 0 reviews, and you're going to have to build from there. Now, if all your competitors have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 reviews, some products have 10, 20,000 plus reviews. And so if you're starting with your first 5 reviews, 10 reviews, 20 reviews, heck, even 100 reviews, you're not going to look super credible. Your product is not going to look very credible versus products that have, 5,000 plus reviews. It's going to be a little bit difficult to compete. And then once again, we're trying to help you get started so you make sales as quickly as possible. And it's totally possible to compete with those products. It may take longer and it possibly may take more money because you may need more inventory. You may need more money for marketing to build up those reviews. And so if you're just getting started, we recommend you find opportunities with less than 1,000 reviews so that you can get started and you can start getting your first 5, 10, 20 reviews and start looking, fairly credible versus the other products, and people will actually take a chance and buy your product with the right kind of marketing promotions versus competing with ones that just have a huge leg up when it comes to reviews.
And one thing to keep in mind is that even though it's going to look like from our initial search here, it's showing us the best-selling top products in this category, which by their nature are going to have a lot of reviews. And you'll see the first several ones have 16,000, almost 2,000, 3,000. Not till the fourth one would we see one that's under 1,000. These are the very top-selling ones. They're the anomalies. Most products on Amazon have far less than 1,000 reviews. You just need to know how to look and find them. And luckily, we do know how to look and find them. On this screen, you could easily scroll down, and I'm going to go back here, and we could see, just by scrolling on the screen, all the different products that have less than it. And once I get down to the middle, here's another. The genuine Philips one has only less than 300 reviews. As we continue to go down, we'll see the Crest 3D White Strips has 849 reviews. The Philips Sonicare, lots of products on here have less than 1,000 reviews. And if we use our Profit Miner tool again, we would also be able to see pretty quickly. We could sort by reviews as well over here in the reviews column, and that way you'd be able to see all the products that do not have 1,000 reviews on there. And as I did there, there's a lot right there that have 0, 1, 3, 6, and they're making some decent money. Here's one, 16 reviews, Opalescence Teeth Whitener, 16 reviews only, and it's doing $50,000 a month in sales. That's a good indication why, even though you may be starting off with 0 reviews and only get a handful of the first month or so, you don't have to have a ton of reviews to compete with the big competitors out there. But we just want to make it as easy as possible. Why make it harder if you don't have to? Start in a category with a product that's not going to put you up against someone who has thousands of reviews.
Yep. And so then the fourth criteria is the weight. Now, weight is very important when you're selling a physical product because if the product weighs too much, shipping costs can kind of be a nightmare. It can be very expensive. It can take longer. There's a lot of reasons, and if you have to deal with refunds and that kind of thing and shipping out additional units, it can be a huge nightmare. So you want, as a new seller, to start with products that are 5 pounds or less. That allows you to have a relatively inexpensive shipping cost that's not going to greatly affect anything one way or another, and makes your life a heck of a lot simpler. If you can get a product that, we used to recommend people only sell products that are light and small, like, for example, this supplement we've got kind of rotating up here. We used to recommend people only sell products that are that kind of size because shipping is so cheap and fast. if you sell a product that's, say, even 3 pounds and a little bit bulkier, I mean, even something that doesn't weigh a lot, like a yoga mat, for example, but is kind of bulky, those products, the only way you may be able to be profitable selling those, because they're likely going to come all the way from China, is if you ship them by sea. And it's perfectly fine. That's how a lot of products, I'd probably say the vast majority of products that are sold in the US coming from China are probably shipped by sea on these giant cargo ships. That's probably how most of them come because it's just way cheaper. Only downside is it takes about 5 weeks. From the date it sort of leaves your manufacturer in China to it gets all the way to the US can be about 5 weeks, as opposed to shipping by air can be a matter of days, a week or less for sure. So there is a little bit of a delay there, but as long as you're sticking under 5 pounds, you can make it work one way or another. So yeah, we recommend selling products that are 5 pounds or less to keep your life a lot easier, especially at first while you're just figuring out this business.
Now,
go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, the only way to find out, the weight of a product is we have to dig into that product, and I go into the details again. Luckily, in these types of toothbrushes, toothpaste, we're probably not going to find anything over 5 pounds. But if you wanted to find for every product that you're looking at where the weight is, we're going to go click on that product. We are going to scroll down again to the bottom, right where we saw the best sellers rank at, and you will see a section that actually has the item weight right there. And so this one is only 2.4 ounces. This would be one that if you wanted to get going quickly, you could easily have this air shipped in, like I said, within a week. And when you're sending something that's light, the shipping costs are not that bad. I've seen situations where products that are light actually are cheaper to ship in via air versus over ocean because they don't take up too much space, physical space on the airplanes, and you can get them here faster and cheaper that way. Not all the time, but that can happen sometimes.
Yeah, so maybe before we move on to the last and final 5th criteria, let's just kind of show them like putting all this stuff together. We are doing this live, so hopefully this goes pretty smooth. But we could put these first 4 criteria together on this product page just to kind of show you what this looks like. Because this tool we have, which once again we'll tell you how to get for free, like we said, you can do all this manually. Totally, that's how we used to teach it. We've just developed a tool to make your life way easier. But yeah, let's see if we can put these 5 criteria together.
All right, so I'm going to click on the Profit Miner tool, pull this up. Now you'll notice on here we have all the different columns of information. We have the price, we have the BSR, we have the reviews, we even have the weight on here for you too. So it has everything you need on here. You could sort and manually look. That would save you a ton of time, but we've added a really cool feature called filter. So when we click that, it's going to allow us to put in the minimum and maximum for any different characteristic we want. So let's start with the price. The lowest price we want is $15. And as soon as we enter that in, the tool starts working. It filters out anything that is lower than $15. We also know that the maximum price is $70, so it's going to filter those out as well. We know that for the BSR, we're going to go anywhere from 300 to 5,000. And then
now, before we add the last couple criteria, is you'll notice is that it's starting to limit the number of products. Typically, before we'd run this, like if you were doing this on your own and we just didn't want to take a whole lot of time up here, is that the bottom left thing that says load next page, you would typically want to load anywhere from like 5 to 10 pages, so then it can start filtering a lot more products. So there's a chance we could filter all these and there would be nothing left. Maybe not, hopefully not, but your first step would typically be to add more products in here so that you have more options.
And what's really cool is you can do that at any point in time. If you realize, oh my gosh, we're really narrowing down the criteria, click the button, load more products, instantly you'll have a whole nother set. And these are already pre-filtered again. I just did that once, so now we have 96 products. These are already filtered down to the first 2 criteria, but we're going to go look at the reviews now. We want the max to be 1,000. And then the last criteria is make sure that the weight is no more than 5 pounds. And from there, we can see lots of great product opportunities. The first one, let's just check, it's priced at $26.95. Its BSR, or the best sellers rank, is 933. It only has 401 reviews, and it weighs just a few ounces. And it does $136,000 a month, which is awesome. And then if you go down here, pretty much, which is great, almost every product on here is doing close to $100,000 a month. We have an entire list of $1 million products right here. And one last thing on the tool, if you ever forget what these products are, we built the tool so that when you just hover over the name, it's going to show you a picture of it, it's going to show you the title, it's going to show you the price, so you can quickly compare and look at all these products that the tool is pulling up for you.
And the last criteria is the only one that's kind of hard to filter out automatically. Is called private label. We call it private label potential, basically meaning that you can go out there and create your own brand of this product. We do not recommend you sell other people's brands of products. Your margins are going to be way less and you're going to be heavily restricted in how you can sell that product, where you can sell that product, and you're going to be competing against likely tons of other people selling the literally exact same product, and the only thing you can compete on at that point is price. And so you want a product that you can create your own brand of. And so when you start looking at some of these opportunities, you're going to need to avoid products that are, sort of have a ton of research and that sort of thing behind them, like an iPhone, for example. Products that would be very hard to find manufacturers for. Because typically whenever we're looking for products, like the next step, once we would create a list like this, you can hopefully make a judgment call on a couple of them. But for the ones you can't, you're going to need to pop over to a site like Alibaba.com and look over there and see if you can find a similar product that a manufacturer is making that you can put your own brand on. That's usually a good sign. If you want to go an even step further, you can always do a bit of a patent search online, a trademark search online, hire an attorney if you really want to go further, because we're not here telling you to go rip off people's products. That's not a great business to be in. You want to create products that ideally are a little bit better, which a lot of times is not a huge hassle, because like, for example, this product that he has pulled up here, this water flosser, you can likely look at the reviews and find stuff that people don't like about this product. You can go to the manufacturer, and a lot of times they can just make a few small tweaks without reinventing the product. Doesn't really take any extra time, and then all of a sudden you have a better product that's got your own brand on it, that's not infringing on anybody's patents or trademarks or any of that kind of stuff, because most of the products sold on Amazon are going to be very generic. I mean, it's like the whole thing, like, it's not really a great example anymore because nobody uses VCRs, but there was a time when, VCRs had gone downhill, and I think there was literally one manufacturer over in Japan or China or somewhere that was basically supplying everyone's VCRs. And they were basically just slapping their own brand names on there. Same business people have done forever. So there's a small number of products that are maybe protected by some sort of patent or trademark or that kind of thing. Everything else is kind of open for fair game. I mean, take a yoga mat, for example. There's probably 1 out of 1,000 yoga mats that you couldn't sell because they've done some weird design patent thing. All the other ones are just people slapping their logos, swapping out materials. Most people are not going to go through the hassle of doing all that because it just doesn't really make sense. And so you're looking for products like that you can put your own brand name on. And typically, if you can find a supplier that's making a generic sort of version of that one, that you can put your own brand name, that's usually a good sign that it's a potential product that you could sell that does have what we call private label potential.
That was an eye-opener for me when I got into this business about 6-7 years ago, is I didn't realize that you could go out there and make these products. Like, just looking at we're looking at here, you think that, Crest is the only company that's making toothpaste. You think that, Oral-B is the only company making these toothbrushes, or maybe these sonic, cleansers for your teeth. But in reality, they're just the biggest brand names out there. There are hundreds of other products just like them that are, completely non-big name brands. This one right here we're looking at, I can tell you that this is a private label seller. They don't have their brand name on it. They're just calling it the cordless water flosser. So that's not some big company out there selling this. It's just a person like you, like me, who's decided to go out, find a product that works as good, if not better, than someone else who has a water flosser. They've made a good, some good packaging on it. They have a great image. Kind of see the water splashing around there. They're selling it for $35, and they are generating $136,000 a month in revenue with this product. And if you figure they're probably making 25-30% of profit, that is a pretty significant amount of profit. Maybe $50,000 a month in profit off this one product right there, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and supplements and beauty products are often like an easy example to kind of explain this. Those products, they typically have fairly generic ingredients, like take a probiotic or vitamin D or like vitamin C serum, which I think is probably still super popular, but at least was super popular as a beauty product. Like, those ones are all super easy to create your own brands of, and a lot of times, like Mike was just talking about, some of these products can be doing incredible amounts of revenue and profit, and there's still tons of opportunity for new brands in there. So those are the 5 criteria, and we've talked a lot about this tool, and like I said, it's 100% free. And so, Mike, maybe we kind of show them real quick how to get access to it.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up a blank tab here, and all you need to do to get access is go to amazinglivenow.com/profit. And that is going to automatically take you to a page that will tell you about the Profit Miner tools. You can read everything about this, how it's free right now, all the details you want, but it's going to have a button that just says, click to get access to Profit Miner right now. When you click that, all you're going to need to do is put in your first name and your email address. And when you click get access, you're then going to get taken to a screen that's going to give you the instructions to download it. And there we are. If you watch this video, you will hear my voice. I actually walk you through the entire steps of getting the tool. It's pretty simple, and we have all the steps right below the video as well. First thing, probably the only real restriction of this tool is that it uses the Google Chrome browser, which is by far the most popular browser right now. If you don't have Chrome, it's completely free. We even give you the link right here. Go to google.com/Chrome. That'll take you to the download page. You can download and install Chrome. It works on tablets, it works on phones, it works on desktops and laptop computers, so it's real easy to do. Next then is once you have the Chrome browser installed, then we have another link that'll take you right to the Google Chrome store. It's called asmnow.com/profitminer. Don't worry about that. It's going to be on the screen. Just click on it, and it goes right to the Chrome store where you can then install the tool and get access to it right away. The only last step is when you're using the tool the very first time, you will need to input your email address. That way it'll know that you're authorized, that you've downloaded the tool and you're authorized to use it, and then you can just start looking for all the product on Amazon, just like we did here, and instant results. It's one of the fastest tools we've seen. This tool also, it's not estimating. It is pulling in actual, real Amazon sales data from thousands of sellers who actually have real data selling products on Amazon, so it knows how much they sell. I know this because I've tested it. My products are in there, so I know that the sales volumes are accurate, and it has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of products also as well, that they have real sales data. So you know that when you're looking up products on Amazon and getting access to the BSR and the weight and the daily sales volume, the monthly sales volume, you're getting the most accurate data out there you possibly could.
Yeah, so we got a couple questions here. So one is from Michael, who asked, does the tool show estimated shipping cost? It does not right now. We may actually add that feature in the future, but right now it does not show estimated shipping costs. But maybe you just want to.
We are adding that, as a matter of fact.
Oh, sweet.
So we are going to be adding an estimated shipping costs that include all of Amazon's fees, because Amazon, they do a lot for you. They pick and pack the products, they box them up, they ship them to customers, they accept returns, and you pay for that service called the Fulfillment by Amazon service. Very reasonable, probably the most affordable, different fulfillment service out there. They do that for you, and there's a fee for it that they'll tell you. The tool is going to be updated to actually give you exactly what that fee is going to be. So you'll know that every time you sell a product for $30, there'll be a certain 20 to 30% that's going to come out of there for Amazon, and it'll calculate exactly what that is. Also, the tool works on Amazon.com for the entire US market right now, and we're already updating it to work on the UK market, the German marketplace, several of the European marketplaces as well. We're just going to expand it to all the Amazon marketplaces. We just wanted to get this one for you guys free, working as accurately and best as possible so that you get access to it right now.
Yeah, and for Mohammed here is asking if it's limited to the number of searches per month. There's not that kind of limit now. It's not like you're going to search 5 times and then it's going to try to charge you. It's 100% free. And then somebody was asking, like, is it going to is it going to cost money later? We plan to keep this free. It may only be available for a short period of time. We do actually plan on pulling it here fairly soon, but if you get access now, it should be no problem whatsoever. So there's not really a reason why you wouldn't jump over there and kind of get your access to lock it in, but we do plan to keep it free.
Yeah, we don't ask for any credit card or any type of payment information at all. Only thing we want you to do is just your email address so you can activate the tool when you get it off the Chrome store.
And yep, Alex says, where can I get the tool again, just slowly? So one of our team members, you'll see a comment here on Facebook that if you just scroll up a little bit, says amazinglivenow.com/profit. And with the recording, we'll edit the description and so that you can actually have that link in there also. But yeah, our team members already put that link inside of the comments, but it's just amazinglivenow.com/profit. And that'll take you directly to that little web page Mike showed you where you can opt in and get access to the tool for free. So yeah, that's today's live session. You learned how to find products on Amazon. Now remember, like, we've got this cool tool, we're giving it to you for free, it's a good deal, but you can do this stuff manually. So we don't want to tell you, like, oh, you have to use the software. We taught this thing for years without using a piece of software. It just saves a lot of time. Saves a lot of time, a lot of hassle, and you could potentially find better opportunities because you're going to get exhausted digging for them, doing it the manual way. So if you use a tool, you could possibly go deeper and faster without sort of getting fatigued doing all that stuff, and find ones that people that don't have a software may never find just because they won't go at it long enough. So yeah, you can totally use a software tool. It's way better to do it, but you don't have to. There is going to be an instant replay of this here on Facebook. We're also going to upload an edited copy to our YouTube channel, so check out both of those. And one last thing we want to tell you about before we go is that we have a brand new 4-part video series that we're releasing over at AmazingSellingMachine.com, or another way you can get there is AmazingLiveNow.com/free, and we'll post that link in the description also. So it's a new 4-part training series that walks you through each of the major steps of building this business. It's 100% free. So the first video is all about finding good product opportunities. The second one is about sourcing products, finding suppliers, creating your own brand, and setting up some automation in the business so that you're not having to manage inventory, manage warehouses. You're using Amazon for all that stuff. And the video number 3 is about launching your product and generating sales. And video 4 shows you how to put the whole thing together and follow a path that we've taught to many, many people before. So you can check out that whole video series. The first video just went live this morning. The next one goes live on Thursday, and we keep going after that. So in addition to that, we're doing this daily live show every weekday, Monday through Friday at 3 p.m. Central, right here. So you should be able to see, if you're here on Facebook, on your top right, I believe, there's a little follow button. So if you click that follow button, and then I believe it should also say see first, that'll make sure that you get access to these as soon as they're released and you don't miss any of them, because each one is going to have a different topic, and we're just going to try to give you as much value as possible so you can go out there and build your business.
Now, and the free video series, that's exactly the same free video series. It's been updated, of course, but the one that got me started, 6-7 years ago in this business. I remember watching those free 4 first videos, getting into the entire Amazon business, and as you can tell, it changed my life. I'm here. This is what I do full time now. Now I help teach people, just like on these calls right here. I love doing it, and I can't tell you how much I enjoyed being able to share this with you and be a part of the video training and to keep sharing new tactics and strategies. We're probably on these live sessions going to be teaching you some new strategies that no one's ever talked about before. So you definitely want to like our page, follow along with us, join these live sessions because we have some pretty cool ideas. Matt and I were brainstorming, changing things up even last night to make sure you guys get as much relevant, new, exciting information as possible, so you won't be disappointed.
Yeah, so thanks for joining us today. Hopefully we see you on our next live show, which will be tomorrow. Go out there, use this tool, poke around on Amazon, see if you can find some opportunities. Then check out our video series. Video 1 will go into more detail on how to find products. Video 2 will show you the next step, which is how to source these products. And so yeah, hopefully we see you soon. Thanks for joining us.
Hey everyone, I am Mike McClary with Amazing.com, and welcome to another edition of Million Dollar Brands Live. This time, I don't have anyone to my left or right. Matt Clark is taking a break today to make room for our lovely guest, Ann Ferris. You can see on the screen with me right now. Hi Ann, how you doing?
Hello.
So we're going to get to Ann in just a second here. We want to bring her on to really show everyone here who's watching this entire training series on how to build your own brand and build business on Amazon, to really bring it home and show you what is it like to have done this now for the past year and a half. And Ann is just one of thousands of people who've been able to do this, and she's got an awesome story. She's helped teach people. She's helped mentor people. She's got an amazing business, an amazing family. She's just a great all-around person. I want to bring her on today to have me ask her some questions, some things that I personally know about her, some things I don't know I'm going to ask as well. So you can hear everything about her business, where it's come from, where it's at right now, and where it's going in the future, as a matter of fact. Now, if you want to get more of these videos, these Facebook Lives here, there should be a like button in the upper right-hand part of your screen. Feel free to click that. That way you'll be notified anytime we post something new like this, other free training series, any kind of cool videos, anytime we go live. And we'll have more of these every day at 3 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday. We're going live every day at that time to share all kinds of strategies, tips, tactics, and great interviews as well with people like Ann. Ann is the very first one to come on the Million Dollar Brands Live show, so I appreciate Ann doing that. But let's get right into the interview, as a matter of fact, right now. So Ann, welcome to the show, and first tell us, where are you at right now?
I am in lovely Tamarindo, Costa Rica. I was just showing Mike the view. I just made a home office. I'm really proud of it. But mostly I'm proud of the view. I don't know if you can see, but that's the ocean out there. There we go.
No, that is awesome. That's Tamarindo, you said, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Been there one time with
Mike has been to visit me, and he told me I'm not allowed to talk about it because he didn't really behave himself in Costa Rica.
Yeah, we have the birthday cake incident that we're not allowed to talk about, but that
Mai Tai incident, I think.
It started with Mai Tais, then it went to birthday cakes. But yeah, we Ann, myself, Rich Henderson, a bunch of other Amazon sellers and mentors actually got together and hung out for several days in Tamarindo, Costa Rica, and it was amazing. It was an awesome time. It's one of the benefits of this business, getting to know other people. I never knew Ann up until about 2 years ago. Now we've become good friends, and so many other people in this business, as a matter of fact, get to know each other. That's another side benefit of doing this business. Now, Ann, you haven't always been an Amazon seller, although your results kind of make people think you might be because you're so good at it. But what were you doing before you started this business?
Well, in my previous life, before I came to Costa Rica, I was a corporate lawyer. I lived in London and I worked for one of the largest law firms in the world, and I really, really hated that. So I quit. After 5 years, I quit and moved to Costa Rica, and I bought a surf hostel. And so I was kind of doing the vagabond thing, the surf hustle. The hostel's really fun. Doesn't make a bunch of money, but when it was just single me having a good time, I didn't need a bunch of money. And I met a lot of cool people and had a good time. And then I had a kid, my son Kai, who is super cute. And then I got pregnant with baby number 2, and I kind of hear it's seasonal. There's busy times of the year and slow times of the year, and I'm not a great budgeter, so I really hated the slow times of the year. And when I was pregnant with my daughter was when I decided to look for another income stream, and I found out one of my friends was selling on Amazon, and something just clicked for me. When I heard him say that, I was like, let's get together and talk about it. We had one chat. I watched the promotional videos for ASM 7, right? That's what I am. I think I was 7. And signed up. And that
awesome. So you've been selling now for how long? Like 2 years?
Yeah, I went live on Amazon October 17th, 2017. So almost 2 years.
Nice. And so if you don't mind sharing a little bit, so how well is your business doing right now?
Really well. I was just messaging my best friend in London saying, we got to go. I really want to go skiing in February. She's like, how's business going? And I said, really well. That's why I'm planning holidays. Yeah, I do over 100K a month, every month. And
a month, not a year, a month.
Yeah. I'm over $1 million in sales for 2019. So that's pretty exciting.
And the year's not over yet. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that you would have a business and a brand that was doing that?
Absolutely not. And neither did my mother. She can't believe it. She thought this whole internet thing was fake. And when I first started, I was reinvesting everything that I earned from the Amazon business back into the business. The whole first year, I didn't take any money out, and I was working really hard. And my mother has access to my business bank account because it's in the US, and so she can do transfers. So she kind of thought it was this fake. She's like, Annie, are you going to make any money from this? And I'm like, you'll see, I'm growing, Mom. And then actually around this time last year, I thought I ordered way too much because I was afraid of running out at Christmas. So then I didn't have to make any new orders for a while. And then the Amazon payments just kept piling up. And now she's like, oh, I love the internet.
That's so cute that your mom is actually like watching your bank account, a full grown woman.
I'm going to be 38 in January. And every single time I think, when we were in Vegas for the live event, I might have had a cocktail or two and gone shopping and ended up at a shopping mall that only had designer clothes. And I might have bought some designer clothes. And within minutes, I have my mom texting, what is this big charge for this place? And I'm like, Mom, leave me alone. I'm in Vegas.
Was that the leather jacket purchase, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember saying that. Yeah, that was
skull leather jacket.
But that reminds me.
Worth it.
This business is something that you've really, put a lot into. And that's one of the things I think is important. You do need to, at some point, reward yourself. Don't you agree?
I absolutely agree. For me, the way that it worked was, yeah, I started with very little investment. So when my products started selling and they were expensive to buy, luckily I had a good profit margin, but I was literally having to put everything I was earning back into sales in order to be able to grow. And I had people asking me like, why aren't you taking money out? Because, I would complain about having no money, and they're like, you should start taking money out of your business. But the thing is, my return on investment was like 120%. So if Amazon paid me $10,000 and I put $10,000 back into ordering new products, that $10,000 was, 20 odd $1,000 within a couple of months. So all of 2018, that's what I was doing. And then I said to myself, like towards the end of 2018, when things started going well, I said, like 2019, I'm going to relax and I'm going to spend some money. And I have. It's been, not that I've spent ridiculously, but I have enjoyed, I've taken trips with my family. I took my kids to Mexico. I bought a horse. I am going to China in
Wait, you said you bought a horse?
I did buy a horse.
And what's the horse's name?
Storm.
And I'm assuming that's something you'd always wanted to do your entire life.
That was my dream since I was 6 years old. I think I sent Mike and Matt and Rich and Jason this big soppy message when I bought the horse. I was crying because I never dreamed I want to live here. I want to be a doctor or a lawyer. I never really was much of a planner. So I never thought that, but I always dreamed of having my own horse. And I bought a big black Spanish war horse, and literally every time I see him, I've had him for a year now, and I go and it's like all my Christmases and birthdays. It's awesome.
That's beautiful. I can't think of a better way to splurge on yourself other than buying the dream animal you've always wanted to have. So you're doing like awesome right now, and there's a lot of other things we'll get into as well. But a lot of people always want to know is like, how long did it really take when you started selling to actually start selling? Things don't take off always from day one. Was it weeks, few months of that? How long until you really feel like, wow, this business is really taking off?
Well, so one thing that I always say, because I have a lot of friends who have asked me about Amazon, people who've done the course, and the thing that I always tell them is just because it's online, you are starting a real business. That takes work. If you were starting a restaurant or if you were starting your own consulting firm, you expect that that's going to be a huge amount of investment, that, in a restaurant, you're not going to be making money for a couple of years, that it's going to be a huge, massive headache, that you're going to have staffing issues, issues with permitting, all of that, right? Like any business, when you start, you have a lot of the work is front loaded. And starting an Amazon business is starting a business. You're making your own company. You're having a tangible business asset. Of course, it's not nearly as hard as starting a restaurant or a hostel or a consulting information business where you have to be online all day, every day. But it takes work up front. And I think that, you have to be prepared for this. It's not just pick one thing, throw it on Amazon, and you're a millionaire. What ASM and Amazing teach you is how to build your own private label brand. So you build your own brand, you build your own company, your own Nike, right? Nike started from nothing. It's the same thing. There are brands that are billion-dollar brands that have started from nothing on Amazon. So for me, I was kind of first to market with the type of product that I did, with a kind of a variation. I started selling a few right away, selling 3-5 units a day. and that kept going and it kept building. I launched in October, so then I had the advantage of it being November and Christmas season. So I think I sold, $10,000 my first, full month selling. But again, all of that, because I wanted to grow my business quickly, I reinvested all of that for over a year. And when I stopped reinvesting everything was when I was able to place orders. It was just when my business bank account started building up, because I had enough money to be buying what I needed to buy, and there was money left over.
Yeah, so that's an important point. So like we talk about, people have different goals out of the business. Some just want to build a cash flow business. They can just make, a couple $1,000s a month and take vacations. Some people want to build and turn it into a huge brand and an asset to sell down the road. Some people want to go in the middle so they can kind of plan on doing both, taking cash out every month. You made the decision early on, not that everyone has to, that you wanted to grow this as quickly as possible. And the best way to do that for you was to take the profits that you could have taken some out and put it right back into the business. And I'm assuming most of that just kept going for more inventory. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then when so how many products, like do you have a full line of products now, or is it still mostly one type of product?
I have one type of product with a lot of different variations. So I have 16 SKUs now. And yeah, as I was saying, 2019, this year, I sort of took as my year. I'd spent 2 years working really hard. And this year I kind of let things coast a little bit and enjoyed it. I mean, my business was still growing, but I have 2 young kids. They're 2 and 3.5. And I started seeing all the ways that I could grow in these trainings and events that I could go to. And I got caught up like, yes, I can do this. And then I thought, you know what? My daughter's only not going to be in school for a very short amount of time. And I made the decision, that this year I was going to spend time with my family. And that's been number one for me. So, yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. But now coming to the end of this year, now I'm ready to start really scaling and growing. And I just built my own Shopify website. I'm going to China to look for more products. I just did a photo shoot for 2 new products that I'm going to be adding. So it's go time. And actually the reason I decided to get off my lazy bum was at the live event in Vegas, which they're so much fun, the events. And I met a couple who is a lot younger than me, a lot cuter than me. Apparently they got to go to Hawaii, was amazing. No, just kidding. They're really, really lovely people, and super down to earth. And I found out that actually they are one of my competitors. I knew their brand, but the thing is, there's room enough for everybody, and we're not kind of direct competitors. But anyway, I thought they were great, and I was talking to Rich Henderson after, and he was like, you know how much the Dysons are doing a month? I said, how much? Well, a lot, way more than me. And
actually, most people on here know that, because yesterday, the Dysons in Hawaii that Ann did not get to go to, I'm sorry, they were there with us, and I got a chance to interview them, and they're doing $500,000 a month.
Yeah, $500,000 a month. And they're not even 30. So I was like, oh, all right, I guess I could be doing a little bit more. But that's the thing, that's the cool thing about the live events, is that you meet people who motivate you, to do better. And that's kind of the point of it. That's the big point of the networking. I mean, you learn great stuff, but as an entrepreneur, everything comes down to your own personal motivation. And yeah, I could have stopped with one product and was doing $10,000 or $15,000 a month and left it there. But it's fun. It's like
Yeah, you know, and you mentioned, well, one thing, Ant's talking about a live event that Amazing throws every year. It's called SellerCon. We were in Vegas last July. We're going to be in Austin, Texas next June, I believe. So having another live event. We bring together all kinds of sellers, just like Ann, myself, or Tenderson, a lot of people that you'll hear about on these live sessions, see in our videos, usually a couple thousand people, top level speakers like Richard Branson, Robert Kiyosaki, John Mackey from Whole Foods, Dave Asprey from Bulletproof Coffee, all kinds of great brand owners. That's just one like tiny part of what we do each year, but it's really motivational. And that is one of the great things about this business. Anne got to meet one of her competitors and now they're good friends. And that's a perfect example of there's plenty of room out here in the space, you know, and they're making $500,000 a month, you know, and Ant's still doing $100,000 a month with their business and being very motivated to do more now.
Yeah, but we also, you know, that's when I have asked them questions about their business, you know, like what are some of the things that they're doing? I mean, Justin leads a mastermind group that I'm a part of and is really, you know, he wants everyone to be doing as well as he's doing. It's not that there's, you know, the pie is only this big and you get one small slice. And if you take a bigger slice, everybody else gets less. Like the Amazon pie and the e-commerce pie it's billions and billions and billions of dollars. So there is enough for everybody to eat a lot.
Yeah, it's growing every single year. I think last year they did around $230 billion a year. This year they're expected to do $300 billion. That's a $70 billion increase in the entire, you know, in their market, which is insane. So Amazon's revenue is growing more than the number of sellers that are coming online to sell. So the pie is getting bigger. And that's exactly right. You know, another really cool thing, and you mentioned, was that not only was it cool to have these different events to meet people, but the fact that you were able to take the past, you know, 7-8 months of the year, relax a little bit, spend more time with your kids. And did your business, you know, hurt at all during that time?
No, it didn't. I was still working on my business and growing, but growing more slowly. I knew that I could have grown at a faster pace. I decided to kind of coast and do the minimum level that I needed to do to kind of keep things going up. But you know, that was a really conscious decision that I made. I kind of like sat down and had a heart to heart with myself, and said like, this is the choice I'm going to make and I'm not going to feel bad about it. And when I start to get caught up in stuff, I'm going to remind myself, you know, that that family, that's the whole reason that I started this business, and why I think a lot of people start an Amazon business is because they want to be able to work from home and spend more time with their family. And this absolutely gives that to me. I mean, I'm home with my daughter all day. I drive my son to school every day. I pick him up every afternoon. You know, we go on trips together. We go horseback riding together. We go to the pool, the beach. You know, I'm always with them, and they're only this little once. You know, pretty soon they're going to say like, oh my God, Mom, you're so embarrassing. Leave me alone. And what I'm going to remember is the memories that we made during that time, not the amount of money in my pocket, right? So.
Absolutely. So do they know what you do for a living, Ann? Are they kind of aware of you running your own business?
Yes, they are. And they are so funny. I asked my son the other day what he wanted to do when he grew up. And he said, actually, I'm not even making this up. He's 3.5. And he said that he wanted to work on the computer like Mommy. I don't think he knew what that means, but he sees me on my phone or my computer and I'm like, hang on 1 second, I'm working. But also I put my kids to work. So my brand story is really personal to me and my family. So I shamelessly use my children. On Monday, I did a big photo shoot, and it was actually my son's school. It moved to a different location. It's still the same school, but Monday was their first day in the new school, and I needed him for the photo shoot, and somebody in the school Facebook group messaged and said, "Oh, is Kai okay? Is he feeling okay?" And I'm like, "Oh, sorry, Kai's not in school today. He's got to work to pay his tuition." But they know what my products are, and they help me in the pictures, and actually they really love to get into it. And, you know, hopefully it's something when they're bigger, they'll be even more involved in, you know, it's learning how to be an entrepreneur is something you can start at any age, and that, you know, the skills it takes to be an entrepreneur apply to everything in life, I think.
No, that's awesome. Bringing your kids into this too. And I've seen their pictures with you in the products, and that's fantastic. Now you mentioned this photo shoot. So you got a chance to like take more time, spend it with your family. But then you got motivated meeting this wonderful couple, you know, Justin and Channing Dyson. You got a chance to hang out with them. They are just amazing, doing incredible, helping people all the time for the business. That motivated you. And so you just did a photo shoot. Like, what was that like?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I've been doing photo shoots for a long time rather than typical product photography. I have a friend who's a photographer, a really good photographer, and he takes my pictures for me. But for this one, I started using video more, and there's a girl who lives in Tamarindo who does these amazing, you know, movie style videos. She edits them and puts them together with really cool effects. And so a couple weeks ago I'm doing some updates to my brand, and we did this whole kind of intro video that was about me, my family, the brand story, the products, where they come from. We shot all over Tamarindo. And then I wanted to do, since it's low season here, it's October when nobody's that busy, to do another big shoot. So I had like 13 models. A friend of mine lent me a very fancy $1 million beach house to shoot in. And I had my friend John doing the photos for me. And then Claire, who's the videographer, I asked her to come and do a behind the scenes like video of the photo shoot. So she's going to edit and put that together. But it definitely was really cool. We were spending the day in this like super fancy house. There's people everywhere. There's one guy taking photos and then someone else walking around with the video. You know, I felt a little bit like a movie star. We got the drone out. She was getting drone shots. My kids are like, ah, and my son knows. He's like, it's the drone. Look at the drone. And he says drone like a Latino. Mami, el drone, el drone.
You know, so you're doing these awesome, you know, photo shoots now, and a lot of people might be thinking, oh, so if I'm going to be successful like Ann, I have to do these really expensive photo shoots. You haven't always done the expensive ones, have you? Like, if someone's starting out, what advice do you give to them? A simple advice, something you did to really jumpstart their brand and their sales. Maybe something you used in the past.
Well, I actually doing the photos with someone local versus there's companies like product photography where it's like $500 for, you know, 6 pictures or something. You know, if you've got a friend who's a photographer, I mean, the iPhone now, I just got the iPhone 10 purely because of the pictures it takes. You know, and they take really good pictures. I mean, my friend charges me $100 an hour, and that includes the edited photos. So, that's a really good way. And I also have always made videos. Video is a great medium for sales, but my first video, which has like 200,000 views now, is the least professional of all of them. I didn't have a Rode mic or anything. The lighting is terrible because it was a pretty cheap camera. It was just a friend's camera. We're standing out in my front yard. There's an echo, and I had a guy from Fiverr for $5 edit 5 minutes worth of footage. And the music is kind of loud, the background music, because he's trying to edit out. There was like, so I think somebody cutting the grass or something. But that video has more views than any other video on my channel. And I think people appreciate that. Like, I think that people appreciate authenticity, and, you know, there's also several ways to go about building your Amazon business. You know, Some people have tons and tons of SKUs. I know people who sell 50 products, but they're all, they all sell for, $15 to $25. There's some people who love selling seasonal products. So they might not have that much competition. You sell stuff that people buy a lot as Christmas gifts, and then maybe something in the summer, and that gets you all year round. Some people will always throw up like, what is the next new hottest thing? And just, it's like you throw it up, sell it for 6 months, and then it goes down in popularity and you put something else up. And then the other way to do it is to, build a brand and really build an identity around that. And I was kind of too lazy to look for new products, and I liked my products, and so that's why I really ended up focusing on the brand. That's the stuff that I like to do, the creative stuff. I like doing the photos. I like doing the videos. I mean, some people would hate to jump in front of a camera, and it's got to be you. If you pay a really cheap, crappy model, it's going to be weird, So if you don't want to be in front of the camera, that's cool. There's a million different ways to go about doing this business, and I just decided to play to my strengths, and even not necessarily my strengths, just the stuff that I like doing, and I don't do the stuff that I don't like doing.
No, that's awesome advice, because there really are a lot of different ways to grow your brand, build your business. Amazon's got a ton of tools with their advertising platform, which is like they're called sponsored products. They also have sponsored brands, which allows you to go out there and kind of take over the very top spot on Amazon. They have all the kinds of marketing tools they're giving people. And Anne decided that she wanted to create some videos to go out there and just really promote her brand and her product. And even though she's doing the real cool professional ones, sounds like she didn't start off that way, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
But there's lots of different ways to do it.
My first videos too, my daughter was just born. She was like 5 weeks. So I was like really fat, I had like boobs out to here because I was nursing. I mean, it was like, I was a big mess. I was wearing this like really large shirt because I think it was a men's shirt. Like none of my clothes fit me.
Oh, that is awesome.
What you gotta do.
Oh, well, and that's amazing. So your business is amazing, everything. Thank you for sharing. We got a couple really interesting things we're going to announce right here. So first off, for anyone who hasn't seen the video series that Anne was kind of talking about, probably most of you are here, have heard of it. We have a completely free training series at AmazingSellingMachine.com. If you want to get access to that series, all you need to do is, I have a link for you right here. You can go to AmazingLiveNow.com. That's going to give you access to all the future sessions like this, where we're interviewing people and giving more tips. And if you go to AmazingLiveNow.com/free, that's going to take you right to the free training series. We have 4 training videos coming out. The first one has already been out for a day and a half. The second one comes out tomorrow at 9 a.m. It's going to be all about building your brand and finding suppliers. And don't worry, we're going to have some of our team here post those links here into the comments below the video. So don't worry about remembering that. They'll put it in there and you'll get the links to it. Be sure tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when the next video comes out to go out there and grab that link right away and watch the free training. It's completely free. There's nothing you got to do to watch the free training series out there. Same type of training that Anne watched start off, same that I watched as well when I was starting off too. But one thing that Anne has done, she's going to be answering questions for us, and I see we got some good questions here, but she's actually going to be hopping into a private Facebook group that we've created called $1 Million Brands. Her brand is perfect fit for that group because it definitely is an awesome $1 million brand that she's built all on her own. And if you want to go into the group after this, simply go to asmnow.com/private group. So that's asmnow.com/private group. That'll bring you right into the group. We have a few simple questions to ask you. They're really simple, like, do you sell on Amazon? Do you want to sell on Amazon? And how excited are you about that? And then after you do that, within a minute or two, you'll be admitted to the group. It's a private group where you can ask any questions that you want. We have expert sellers in there all the time answering questions about selling on Amazon. And Anne has decided and offered up graciously to spend the next 30 minutes or so just answering questions. She's going to go in there. She'll make a post. She'll say, go ahead and ask me anything you want to, and feel free to go in there and ask her questions. about anything with their business you want to know, that just ask her and she'll give you some tips and some advice on there. So we'll do that as soon as this video is over here. And I want to thank you so much for being on here, sharing your story. Every time I talk to you, you have something new and exciting coming up for your business. Is there anything else you want to say for anyone who's watching the free video series right now, who may be nervous about starting their own business?
You just got to jump into it with a whole bunch of motivation and be ready to hit the ground running and do the hard work.
And how many units did you order with your first order in?
300.
300. Okay, so you don't have to have like 1,000, 500, 1,000 or whatever units go. You can start off with a small inventory order.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Ann. So now again, if you guys want to ask any questions of Ann after this, go to asmnow.com/private group. That's a little redirect link that I gave you, because if I tried to give you the full link on Facebook, it'd be really long. That'll bring you right there. It'll allow you to join the group. Ann's going to hop on over and answer questions. Thank everyone for joining us today on this call here. I see there's a lot of great questions. I want everyone to hop over there and ask Ann, because I want as many people as possible to see her answers over there. And then remember, tomorrow we're going to be live the exact same time again, 3 p.m. Central. I'm going to have Matt Clark with me again, going over another really cool live session. Going to teach some really cool strategies tomorrow. So be sure to hop on tomorrow. Get notified if you want to. Like our page so you can get notified anytime we go live. And last thing, I know there's a lot of instructions here. Be sure to go and check out our completely free video training series at AmazingSellingMachine.com. That's going to give you all kinds of great free training on how to find a product, how to find suppliers, how to launch a product on Amazon and build your brand and build a life-changing business. We want to see as many people as possible doing that. So for all of us here at Amazing, for Ann, I want to thank everyone for joining us, and we will see you in the private Facebook group, the $1 Million Brands Facebook group, and then I'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
I just want to throw in the B on my keyword is sticking, and it's really driving me bananas. So there's going to be a lot of spelling errors. It's way too slow if I try to correct them. So there's either going to be lots of B's or no B's. Be prepared.
So be prepared.
Yeah.
No pun intended. All right. Thanks, Ann. Thanks, everyone. We're going to hop over. I'm going to go back to my desk and hop over to the private Facebook group. I'll see as many of you there right now. Thanks, and have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, welcome to the next $1 Million Brands Live. I'm Mike McClary with Matt Clark today. And
thanks for joining us. So today we're going to be talking about the 4 criteria of a real business. And so this is something that kind of is what started everything we do off. Was thinking about this a long time ago, because a lot of times, everyone out there is going to talk about different businesses you can build, different opportunities, different ways to make money. But what we want is that for you to do all that work for building a business, that you're left with more than just income, hopefully income to start off with, but you're left with more than that after you do all that work. And that's what today is all about, is what are these 4 criteria and what business model kind of fits these and which ones don't. Maybe some of the ones you've looked at on maybe YouTube or you've read in books even. Some of these business models, in my opinion, and I believe Mike agrees mostly, are likely a waste of time, long term. And there's certain reasons why, and we'll talk about those. Maybe a little bit controversial, but that's totally cool. We're giving you our opinions, and hopefully you kind of understand where we're coming from by the time we get done with this.
And as the topic of the live today talked about, as you can imagine, MLM is probably not one of the ones that we think meets all the criteria for a lot of different reasons, but one reason is one of the 4 reasons we think that businesses that you should look for are really good opportunities is longevity. So we always want to teach people to start a business that's not going to be around just for a short amount of time. Sure, it might be great to make a lot of money for a few months, maybe a year, but if we're really looking to build a life-changing business that you can retire off of, you can maybe pass on down to your family, that you can feel confident and just not nervous all the time, you want a business that's going to have staying power. So the best way to think of this is to think about businesses that don't have staying power. So think about, for example, any kind of fad product. Who remembers fidget spinners? Those things were crazy. And we definitely know people who made a killing for maybe 6 months to a year, but very shortly after that, that product was dead in the water. Not only did the product have a short lifespan because kids get bored of it, but everyone started selling the exact same fidget spinner. And even like sites like Amazon and other websites started outlawing them. You couldn't sell them anymore because everyone was, copying the exact same product, violating some people's patents. And so like a real fad product like that is not a good product to stick around with. Another one you might not think of is, it's not that it's a bad business, but restaurants have a really hard time sticking around. I actually did some research here. The Restaurant Broker Study, they found out that 90% of all restaurants don't make it past 1 year. That is a crazy risky business to get involved in. I think the idea of starting a restaurant's always sounded really cool, because especially if you like to eat like I do and like a lot of good food, it sounds like a really neat business to get into. But if you knew that there's only a 10% chance that a year later now, that all the time and all the money you put into it, would you still want to do it? And the answer for me is heck no. And even after 5 years, the numbers are even lower, that how many restaurants stick around that long. So that's another business that really does not have staying power. Any kind of like really fad product, weight loss supplements. I know people who were selling online about 5 or 6 years ago all got into Garcinia cambogia. I don't know, Matt, did you guys sell that for a while, as a matter of fact?
Yeah, so when I first started, I started selling my own e-commerce businesses, very first business I ever did, started selling some pretty high-end health supplements. These are great products that were being sold through doctors' offices, and I kind of realized nobody was selling them online, so I kind of fumbled my way through building an e-commerce store, and kind of learned the whole game of selling stuff online. But was doing it with some very good, solid products, just by very good brands. But then I started noticing some opportunities, or what I thought were good opportunities. That was at the time in the heyday of Dr. Oz, and Garcinia cambogia was one of the first big ones, raspberry ketones, a whole bunch of other things like that. And the sort of potential money was very, enticing, because you saw these products would just explode online, and you'd be like, oh my god, I'm going to make so much money. I can see how much money is being made there. This product went from nothing, and now it's doing 100 grand a month after a few weeks. And it ends up just being kind of speculation, because you do all this work, you create the brand, you get the inventory, you talk with a supplier, you get the stuff live, and you do all that, but there's no guarantee the product's actually going to be around, because it just shot up from nowhere. And so you end up doing all this work and effort and end up having nothing to show for it. I knew back then, when those products were exploding, I probably knew 5 out of 7 of the top people that were selling those products, only one of them survived. And it was not me selling those products. The products that ended up doing much better for me were those other kind that were very high quality, typical products that are going to be around for a very long period of time. But those other ones was kind of fad products like Mike was talking about, very speculative, and you end up doing a lot of work for not a lot of long-term gain.
And there's a couple other businesses out there too that, not that they're not good businesses, but again, they don't have necessarily the long-term staying power. Think of affiliate marketing. Again, very lucrative business. We know some people that do incredible jobs at doing affiliate marketing. The problem is you're dependent upon someone else. You want someone else to develop the product, to come up with the next great idea. And while you can go out there and make a lot of money and build a business around there, you're going to be dependent on someone else. And so the odds of you having a real long-term business that you can focus on and you have control over, definitely really hard to do with something like affiliate marketing. And then the other one that I always comes to mind for me is SEO, or kind of like hacking into Amazon or Facebook's algorithms. Those kinds of businesses, again, while things are going great and while you got it dialed in for Google, for example, you can do some great things in businesses. You can have entire consulting firms and boutiques that do awesome jobs at doing SEO. But again, you're relying upon someone else like Google. All it takes is one little change in the algorithm, one decision from, I think Steve Schmidt's his name, the guy who runs a lot of their SEO practices, and then your entire business can be gone in a day. It can take months and months and months to build up, and then you're lost completely because you built your business off of someone else's model. So that definitely is another type of business that does not provide longevity for you. So that's the first criteria.
Yeah, and so a lot of people in these kind of businesses, it doesn't mean you can't use them as tools. You can't use SEO, you can't use affiliate marketing, a lot of those kind of things. You can use them as tools in a business. I mean, pretty much every business I'm involved in, at some point or another, we're making some money off of affiliate marketing, which is basically just referring people to other good products and services and receiving a commission. But where I think people go wrong and you start having issues with the longevity is if that's your entire business, because you're completely at the mercy of that, product provider not doing something completely stupid. They could be out of business. I mean, most of these people that are offering these products are not necessarily massive companies, and so they could change something, your affiliate commission, everything could be completely gone kind of overnight. And so you're sitting there every single month trying to find a new way to, hack Google's rankings, do things on Facebook that maybe Facebook doesn't want, or even the shady side of Amazon, which is not what we teach, but doing things Amazon doesn't necessarily want. And people who inevitably kind of follow those things, and that's how they build their business, kind of chasing short-term gains, end up doing all this work, and then they're constantly having to reinvent themselves every single month. And so, like I said, the first criteria you want is you want a business and a model and a sales system that's going to last for years and years and years. Because, there's a compounding effect in business. It's like, especially at the beginning, it may feel like you're doing a lot of work, and you may feel like you're not really seeing anything produce. Maybe your sales haven't taken off. Maybe you've actually lost money because you've put some money into the business and your sales haven't taken off enough. And so it feels like you're doing all this work at first, and then finally things start taking off. You start building momentum. You start building sales ranking. You start building a customer base. You start building brand recognition and all those sort of different things that, however long it takes. For some people, it can be a month, 2 months, 6 months. You start riding that wave of momentum, and finally when you get to that point, that's when things get a lot easier in business. But people that are chasing sort of short-term hacks and strategies and business models, they sort of may get some early gains, but they never build up that momentum because they were kind of building the thing on a shaky foundation to begin with.
And it's filled with stress too. I know that from experience.
Yep, for sure. That's the first criteria, is a business that can actually stay around for a long period of time. The second one is a business that can be run by other people. A lot of times people go out there and build businesses. We see this stuff all the time with people teaching online businesses, especially. They'll teach you things about consulting. They'll teach you things about starting an agency and all that kind of stuff, maybe even affiliate marketing, or maybe becoming an influencer, that sort of thing. The problem with these businesses, it doesn't mean people don't make money. Some people make money in these things, but you should know what you're getting into, because most of those businesses, you're going to have a hard time letting somebody else run the whole thing. There's a reason Richard Branson is able to spend a lot of his time living on an island, doing all kinds of charitable causes, doing things with his safari over in South Africa and all kinds of cool stuff like that, is because he runs businesses that can actually be run by other people. If you're in the kind of business that can really never be run by anybody else other than yourself, because maybe it's your face and name, or maybe it's just not the kind of business that can, that's not a good situation to be in. Because another problem is that, we'll talk about this in a second, but the business is going to have a hard time selling it also. But either way, what you want is a business that can run and grow without you. You can hire people, because just about any business, no matter how unique you think it is, it's probably not that unique when you get down to it. And there's people out there you can hire, bring on, train, that can do what you do. And when you get to the point where your business is running without your involvement, that's when you have a real business. That's when you have something that you can decide if you just want to take in the cash, or if you want to sell it, or if you want to just step back and actually grow it while you have a team that runs it. So that's super important criteria of this.
Yeah, and I know that both Matt and Jason, the other co-founder of Amazing, they taught me a valuable lesson several years ago. They used to give me trouble all the time, because when I had my Amazon business, I was running it practically all by myself. I was going out there answering customer service emails, calling customers on the phone. I was out there every single day looking at all the reviews and responding to them personally, and they would laugh at me like, why are you doing that? Anyone that you could hire and do that for you. And finally kind of hit me like, you know what? Why did I build this business? Did I build it to, have more freedom with my family and my life? Or did I build it just to create another job for myself where I was just as stressed as I was before when I had my other corporate job, every day getting up like, I got to check the messages, got to check the emails, got to check the reviews. And I realized, wow, this business is perfect for that. I now am able to come down here to Austin, Texas, hang out with all the folks at Amazing, do these live training sessions, go to Vegas, which is great, and nothing like that ever happens. So you definitely want a business. You can train someone. It'll make your life so much easier and also less stressful as well.
Yeah, and unless you have a big budget or a lot of experience, chances are you're going to start doing everything yourself. That's how I started in business. That's how Mike started in business. A lot of times that's how most people start, is you start off, you're just one person, you've got a little bit of money you're going to put into this thing just to get it off the ground. And so that's how pretty much all of us start. We're the customer service manager, the finance manager, the marketing manager, operations manager, everything. But then, as things pick up a little bit, my opinion is, and I'm a little bit more extreme on this side, some people are not quite as extreme, but for me, it's like in my first e-commerce business, as soon as it was making enough money to pay myself, I hired another employee. And that actually ended up basically cutting my potential take-home pay in half at first, because the business was only doing a few grand a month in profit at first. And so I basically hired somebody immediately because I knew that if I wanted to scale this thing up, I was never going to get there, doing everything myself because there's only 24 hours in a day. So I had to find a way to hire somebody, have them be productively working on the business while I could do things that grew the size of the business. So you're likely going to start doing this thing by yourself, but you should have your eyes on hiring other people to take care of essentially everything eventually. Everything in your business, ideally, especially the things that you think only you can do. Because those are typically the most dangerous things that we think that nobody else is ever going to be able to take on this area of the business, and that's typically just not true. Either you hire them or you train them. Either way, there's nothing in your business that only you can do if you build the right kind of business that can be run by other people. If it's a super personality-based business, it's going to be hard replacing your own sort of personality. And so if it's a consulting business or an agency business, most people running those, they end up getting so involved in doing client work that they never are able to step back and build a real business. Some people are smart about building those businesses, and you can build those into one that is run by other people, but that's typically not what people do in those businesses. So definitely important. Second criteria is a business that can be run by other people.
Now, before I get to the third criteria, I want to say hello to some people. We have Peter Locke watching from Alberta. Hello, Peter. Trevor Work watching from Northern Ireland. Awesome. Ross Jordan doesn't say where, but hello, Ross. We also have, Heather from British Columbia. We have lots of people. Ann Cole. We have Atorje. Also, we have Annette with her whole family here. And let's see, just lots of people. Got a couple hundred people probably responding here. All right, we have more people, just Tugs, Rob, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Remember, we're here every weekday at 3 p.m. Central Time. So the third criteria for really building a real business is going to be cash flow. Now, cash flow is the lifeblood of a business. Almost every major business out there, that when you talk to them about what's one of the main factors in either helping them to grow quickly or hindering them, it's cash flow. This is a concept that I didn't quite understand starting off with. I always thought it's about profit. How do you make profit? How do you make profit? How to make more of a profit, increase your profit percentage. And then I learned a lot from all the people here, Matt, Jason, Rich, other people selling, running their own Amazon businesses, that cash flow is a huge component because cash flow is what helps you grow the business. When you're able to have a business that generates a lot of cash flow, that helps you take that money and then put it right back into the business, whether it's for purchasing more inventory so that you can go out there and make more sales. Because I know early on, the only thing holding me back from growing faster was having enough inventory. You're always a little hesitant starting off. You think, is this going to work for me? Am I going to buy all these products and have it just sitting somewhere in a warehouse? And so you make these very conservative decisions, which aren't bad when you're starting off. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But then you quickly realize that, wow, after 2 weeks I sold out. Now I have to wait 30 days. And so when you're ready to start increasing your inventory, the one thing that can be holding you back is cash flow. So you need a business that's able to generate a lot of cash. That way you can keep growing your business as fast as possible. You can buy more inventory is one example. You can hire people to do the things for you that you want to do. That's another way to really grow your business, because if I'm able to do something, well, if I have 2 people that can do it just as well, then I can get things done twice as fast. Also, the cash flow, it helps you also hire more people, more experts in the industry. Early on, again, I would do some of our own graphic design. I would build our own websites. But once I had the cash flow to invest in those other areas, then things went much faster, and I was able to get things done much better. When it's someone else, build a website for me. When I had someone else take photos for me, that totally blew away the photos that we had. When I had someone create videos, kind of instructional videos, we hired a guy living in Colorado. We got off a site like Fiverr. He did the most awesome videos using our products out in the wilderness, something that I could never have done if I didn't have the cash flow to go out there and do that. So cash flow is a really important thing. Also, when you think about the businesses that don't provide a lot of cash flow, think of, sorry about this, product here is kind of falling over on me. Think about maybe drop shipping. Very common, popular business model, been around for a long time. But when you do drop shipping, your profit margins aren't very high either. So while that may not be exactly the same thing as cash flow, but generally, when you're not selling very high-tech items and you're making a small margin off there, the cash you have coming back in because of those low margins doesn't help you grow. Same thing with retail arbitrage. When you're going out there and buying products at maybe Walmart or Target and trying to bundle them together, then sell them for a few percentage points of profit, again, you're going to be limited on cash flow. For one, because you have to go out there and physically buy all the stuff right away, then ship it in there and sell it, and then have to compete with maybe 20, 30 other people all selling the exact same product. then again, you're making less sales and you're not getting in the cash flow and profit that you need. So you want a business, again, that also offers a lot of volume of sales and also a high cash flow so you can grow your business as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and the way a lot of very smart people like Warren Buffett sort of look at businesses is purely based on cash flow, is what they typically focus on most. You know, a lot of times it's very easy, and I've been guilty of this myself, to get confused by what the main goal in business is, because you can see big examples, companies like Amazon itself, like Facebook, like Google, like big poster childs of this now, like WeWork and companies like that, that have generated massive losses before they became successful. You know, Facebook obviously became a huge success, Google, Amazon, all massive successes that all generate positive cash flow today, but for years they all lost money. WeWork is one that right now is doing something like 1.8 billion in revenue, losing 1.6 billion dollars because they've raised, you know, tens of billions of dollars. And so you're like, well, I mean, should I run a business that's just kind of like shooting for the moon and hopefully it explodes and not really worry about cash flow right now? In my opinion, no. Unless you're very familiar with that space, unless you have those kind of connections where you can raise that kind of money or some amount of money, maybe so. But see, to me, the kind of trade-off is those kind of businesses, I think, overall are probably good for society because they may have a low probability of success, but when they are successful, we get super cheap rides with Uber, we get cool working places with WeWork, we get an awesome social media platform with Facebook that we're using right now, but the probability of success is very low. Only a tiny, tiny percentage of people following that sort of model actually end up being successful. If you're somebody that's just sitting at home, you're working a job you're not super pumped about, you want to have the financial freedom to be able to travel, spend time with your family, do things if you have kids, give back to other people, the most guaranteed way for you to be able to fund that kind of lifestyle is building a business that's cash flow positive as soon as possible. Because then you know there's money coming in. And the cool thing is too, is that a business like that is much more likely to actually be worth something than one that you're just hoping, you know, sort of ends up exploding and maybe, you know, 10 years down the road actually generates money or, you know, goes viral or something like that. But if you're just trying to maximize the probability of success for yourself, definitely recommend focusing on a business that's cash flow positive and is cash flow positive as soon as possible. And some of these businesses, you know, that have that sort of focus end up being massive businesses if that's your goal. But either way, you know that you're realizing real benefit from it as fast as possible and aren't just kind of rolling the dice hoping that something magical happens down the road.
You know, and another benefit of cash flow too is a lot of businesses that are in the business of lending money, they look at cash flow more than anything else. Amazon itself, Amazon lending, they have no idea what your profit margin is. They have no idea what your expenses are. They have no idea what your product costs are. What they do know is what your cash flow is. They look at how many sales you're making every single month, and based upon that one metric and that metric alone, they determine how much money they're going to loan you for your business to run. And I know that we've gotten loans up to close to $300,000, all because we're generating a huge amount of cash flow. And we may have been, breaking even for a certain amount of time because we're launching a new product and we're really trying to generate a lot of sales. But Amazon sees that and they're like, hey, they got a heck of a lot of cash flow. We're going to offer them this line of credit in order to help them grow bigger, in order to help us grow more, because we want more people like that. So cash flow can be really important towards growing your business.
Yep, for sure. So those are the first three criteria. The business has longevity, can be run by other people, and generates positive cash flow. So those are the first 3 of 4 criteria of what we consider a real business and a model that we recommend following. The fourth and last criteria is a business that can be sold in the future. Because if you're building a business that's just kind of a short-term hustle, the problem is it's like, the difference between working a job and owning a business is like you can work a job and you can receive nice, steady pay raises, but unless you own equity, you're never actually building any ownership up in all the work that you're doing. So you keep receiving some money. Hopefully you save a ton. Unfortunately, most people don't, but hopefully you save a ton and then you build that up and then you're able to make money off of that money. If you're building a business, then if you're building the right kind of business, it can bring you income while also building an asset that's valuable. But not all businesses can be sold. Some businesses are harder to sell than others. Some of these ones like we talked about, if you're doing MLM, for example, if you're doing MLM and you're basically just making a little money, getting your friends and family to buy whatever kind of products, even if you make good money doing that, that's typically not a business that can be sold. You can't sell your downline typically to somebody else, private equity fund or somebody who wants to get into that business. That usually is not going to happen. Drop shipping can also be a little bit harder because if you're in a drop shipping business, you don't really own a brand. Maybe you own a website or something that's getting some traffic, but that's going to be harder to sell also. But if you actually own a brand and own a business that can be sold, then you can make income while actually building an asset. And so you can, say you make good income throughout and you're like, okay, I'm done, I want to sell out. You can typically sell a good business for anywhere from 3 to 5x more annual profit. So if you're doing, 100 grand a year in profit, 300 to 500 grand that business is worth. If you're doing $1 million a year in profit, $3 million to $5 million or more, you can actually sell that business. And the cool thing is that if you're in the U.S. anyways, not a tax expert on the U.S. especially, or the rest of the world, but not U.S. either. But typically in the U.S., you're going to pay long-term capital gains rates, which means you're only getting taxed at about 20%. So if you sold something for $1 million, you should walk away with about 800 grand in your pocket. So not a bad way. It's also more tax efficient to make money that way by selling a business than just getting a bunch of income. And as your income keeps going up, you're going to have to pay higher and higher taxes. So it's also a very tax efficient way to make money.
And one of the two things that companies look at when they're looking to buy a business, one, of course, is going to be revenue and cash flow. We talked about that already. The second one is what kind of intellectual property you have. And by intellectual property, we're not talking, patents out there, some kind of crazy new idea that you have that no one else can do. Your brand. Your brand is your most important piece of intellectual property, and that's what these companies are really buying. As long as they know that you have a great brand that you've built out there, that customers trust, you have a raving fan base that know that every time you launch a new product, a new service, that they are the first in line, they want that. That's the power of a brand, and that's the real true asset of a business that companies are buying from you, and why they're willing to pay 3 to 5 times your annual profit for that business, because you have a brand. They don't want to go through the hassle of building that up. They don't do that as well as you do. That's not their expertise. We're the ones who go out there and build the brand. We know exactly what our customers want. We know what our category, what our market is, what their desires are, what kind of products they want. So we know how to go out there, build that brand, so that every time we go out there and launch something else, we have an immediate base of people who want more and more products, which is incredibly valuable to another business.
Yeah, a lot of times when people are buying a business, a valuation is typically based on somebody's estimation of future cash flows, the present value of future cash flows. And one of the advantages of owning a brand is that your future cash flows are more defensible. If you just have a business that anybody can kind of rip off because you don't own a brand, you're selling other people's brands, somebody else can undercut you, then it's going to be harder to justify that this business without a ton of work is going to keep generating cash flow over the long term. If you own a brand, however, especially if you get a trademark, which is relatively inexpensive, later on you can worry about getting a patent or something like that. Not completely necessary, but even a trademark, somebody can't just come rip off your brand without there being a legal issue. And so your business, based on that alone, if you've done a good job building a brand reputation, social media following, some sales channels, your business is going to have the likelihood of being able to consistently generate cash flow for longer, which is why it's a much more sellable business.
And trademarks aren't that scary. I know they may take a year or two to get, but I think that maybe later on in another session, we'll talk about some really cool things that are happening in the world of trademarks and intellectual property. They're going to make things a lot easier if you're in the right business.
Yeah, a lot of times, people are kind of scared about selling on Amazon, which is what we talk about a lot, because they're worried that, somebody's going to rip off their product, or there's quote unquote, if you've heard the term hijackers or counterfeit versions. A lot of people are concerned about that. Amazon doesn't want that happening either. It doesn't make Amazon look good. It doesn't make people feel comfortable buying from Amazon. So Amazon's fighting that like crazy. And what Mike was just talking about is Amazon taking more and more and more steps to get rid of that BS out there. And so they want to protect the brand owners so that the brand owners feel comfortable selling their products on Amazon. Because if you've ever been in the situation where you're selling some products outside of Amazon, you're likely going to get an email from Amazon at some point asking you to come sell your products on Amazon, because Amazon wants every product, every brand on there, and they're fighting to make sure that they are the place where the most products are sold. And that keeps happening, and people are incentivized inside their company to go out there and recruit brands. And so they want brands selling on there, and they know for brands to be comfortable, they have to feel protected. So Amazon's doing a lot of cool things in that space.
Which leads us to, we're talking about Amazon being a great marketplace for protecting and growing your intellectual property. So we probably want to talk about, what kind of business checks all these four boxes. As you can imagine, you probably know what it is, but like from a longevity standpoint, building a brand of products and starting off selling them on Amazon, that definitely checks that box, because you're building a real thriving group of fans. You're building a brand just like we talked about. You have a business that's generating sales every single day. And one of the great things about selling on Amazon right away versus selling on your website is you have a huge base of customers from day one. 100 million plus Amazon Prime members in the US alone. So getting started on Amazon is not only a way to get going quickly, it's a way to build a business and a brand that has definite staying power. And you know what? The physical products business has been around for thousands of years. It's always been a business model. It is today, and it always will be. People always need to buy stuff. That's why building your own brand, which is so important, that's why it's one of the best business models out there, because it definitely has staying power and longevity.
Yeah, and like this, for example, this little wrist brace you see sort of rotating up here. This is a product that, people have been probably buying and selling wrist braces for 50 to 70 years or something now, and they're going to keep buying them for another 50 to 70 years most likely, which you can't really say that for if you've built some business that's kind of like leveraging some loophole in the current most popular social media platform or something. A lot of times you can use that stuff to grow your business just by like the biggest companies on the planet. They'll jump in the newest social media platforms to help add some incremental value to their business, but their core business typically is built around something that's going to last for a long time. So a perfect example of that kind of product is something that's going to be around for a long, long time, and that's the kind of stuff we recommend you sell. It makes your life way easier, way less stressful, and your cash flow is way more predictable.
The second one we talked about was a business that can be run by other people. Again, we're living, breathing proof of that. The Amazon business model is absolutely the type of business where your customers, they don't care who you are selling them. They don't even know who you are. All they know is that there's a brand of products they have a lot of faith in, and they're buying. Whether or not you're answering the emails, you're actually going out there picking the products to sell, you're setting the prices, setting the sales you're going to have, that doesn't matter to them at all. They just want to go to Amazon because they love shopping on Amazon, and they want to buy the best products from the best company out there. And that's why you can have anyone providing customer service. You can have anyone go out there sourcing new products for you. Once you know how to do these things, which you definitely, like Matt said, you want to learn how to do these things. You never want to have, just abdicate or give something else to someone else before you understand what it is. But once you learn these, key components of the business, which aren't hard to do, that's when you want to find someone else to do it and scale your business. Take your time and focus on the things that you do best, whether it's kind of marketing, whether maybe it is coming up with new product ideas and doing a little bit of the sourcing. Maybe it's more of relationship building. You go out there and maybe you want to find some influencers to help sell your products for you. Whatever you focus on, you keep doing that, and then have other people out there go out there and do the things that you don't want to do that aren't adding the most value. There are even marketplaces out there that there are all types of Amazon help support staff that you can go out to and pay, very, very cheaply to do all the kinds of things you don't want to do. So if you don't think you know anyone who can answer emails or maybe make a few phone calls, don't worry, they're incredibly easy to find. It may not have been that way 5-10 years ago, but with the explosion in private brands like we teach and like what we sell, there's all kinds of marketplaces out there recognizing that people like us don't want to be stuck in another job, answering emails, doing customer service the rest of our life. We want to enjoy the freedom this business gives you. We want to hire other people. There are lots of places out there right now that have seen that need. They've built their own business model around it, and they offer all these outsourcing resources to do all the menial tasks that you don't want to do. So Amazon is the perfect business for building and then outsourcing everything that you don't want to do.
Yeah, and then the third criteria we talked about was cash flow. A lot of times people get concerned with like a physical products business because they're like, well, if I'm doing something digital, it's 100% profit. Not usually true, because usually there's ad costs and a whole lot of other stuff that's involved that you may not consider. Because most businesses, for it to have a good sticking power, is going to have a similar kind of comparable profit margin. Otherwise, people are just going to rush over there and kind of undercut on price. So typically, there's not some like gold mine kind of thing that nobody's ever thought of, nobody's ever heard of, and just has outsized profit margins. So if you think that like a digital marketing business or like a consulting business or affiliate marketing or whatever has higher profit margins, typically not true. A physical products business can have very, very good profit margin. That's how, Apple, one of the biggest companies in the world, has built up like a $200 billion cash pile, primarily selling physical products. I believe iPhone sales still make up something like 50% of their sales. A physical product that costs a good amount of money to manufacture, they have tons of technology in, has built up one of the biggest cash piles for any corporation in history, selling physical products. You can do the same exact thing, though likely on a smaller scale, in your own business. Physical products business can be extremely cash flow positive and consistent if you do things right. If you price it accordingly, you negotiate well with your suppliers, and do all those sort of basic things, you can easily enjoy, 20% net profit margin, which is after all expenses, even hiring people, after everything that's involved in your business. Gross profit margin, if you're not super familiar with this, is basically just your revenue less the direct cost of your product, like packaging, the actual product cost, maybe shipping. That a lot of times can easily be 40 to 50%. And then, stuff that happens after that is basically if you want to hire people to run your business, and even after all that, you can easily make, 20%. So if you're doing 100 grand a month in revenue, you could be putting in your pocket 20 grand a month of that fairly easily, fairly conservatively. Some people who do more of the stuff in their business themselves have bigger profit margin, but they're doing more work. So totally possible.
And I didn't realize this starting out either, but a 20% net profit margin after everything else, it's huge. Most major companies out there are not coming anywhere close to a 20% profit margin after everything is taken care of. It's incredible, the kind of margins. And if you want to know, I saw some people asking actually what the real profit margins. I know we're talking about cash flow here, but a real Amazon business, what are the costs and how does it lead to profit margins? So first off, when you're buying your product, this is from real for me. I have a product that cost me $9 to buy from someone in China, and I sell this for basically $40, $39 on there. So that's less than 25% of my cost is actually for the physical product. Amazon is going to take 15% of your sale as what they call the referral fee, kind of like a commission, and then about another 15% for taking care of all the fulfillment, the receiving the products, putting it into their warehouse, pulling it off the shelf, putting it into a box, shipping to customers, taking care of customer service, returning the products. That's another 15%. So now we're up to about 50% total. And then I always factor in another 10 to 50% in advertising. So then we're maybe up to like 65%. The other 35%, after all those costs are baked in, that's the profit margin right there. There are no other real costs out there unless, except for maybe a customer service person part-time answering questions. Those are real numbers from a real Amazon business showing you that there's a huge amount of profit you can make off of every single sale on Amazon.
Yep. And then the last criteria is a business that can actually be sold. Like you actually have a real asset. And with this kind of physical product business that we talk about a lot, it absolutely can be sold. We see people do this all the time. We have a relationship with 2, maybe 3 brokers that sell these businesses all day long because we have a lot of members of ours, people that we've taught that'll end up being like, I'm in this business, I've made some good cash flow. Now I want to sell this thing because maybe I want to start another brand, or maybe I just want the money to go do whatever I want to do with my life, retire, or whatever. And so they end up coming to us, like asking for referrals to a business broker. And so that's why we have a couple different relationships. And so a 3 to 5x annual profit multiple, very typical. As long as you've been in business for a year or two, as long as you maybe have like 100 to 200 grand a year in profit sort of coming in, then you can typically sell one of these businesses for 3 to 5x that. No problem whatsoever. I mean, we've had people that have sold these businesses even faster on the extreme side. One of our people is after about 18 months, he ended up selling his business for $1.8 million, and I think he got 5x annualized profit because he'd only been in business for 18 months, so his business was just growing like that. So I think maybe they took like the last 6 months of his business and said, okay, if the next 6 months was like this, let's multiply that full 12 months times 5, and they gave him that valuation, which is how he ended up with basically a check for $1.8 million. A little bit extreme, doesn't mean you're going to get that, but still it's an awesome opportunity with a business that has real value and can be sold, unlike a lot of other business models.
And you know what he did after that?
What?
Started building another Amazon business. Yeah. Think about that. He knew exactly what to do. Imagine now, we know how quick it is to build a business like this. 18 months is, not atypical. It's definitely, he definitely did the right things to build a business, but it's realistic, can be very, very doable. And after you do that the first time, you can do it even faster the next time because you know exactly what to do. You kind of miss all those pitfalls. So we know people that go out there and they sell the business, then go out there and start another one and want to repeat the process. It's an incredible model.
Yep. So those are the four primary criteria, and the business model that we talk a lot about is directly related to these. And we actually have lots of free stuff coming for you. We've got more of these daily live shows, which you can access at AmazingLiveNow.com, and we'll post the link in the comments. AmazingLiveNow.com. So we're doing these live daily shows on a different topic every single day. 3 p.m. Central. You can also watch the recordings if you can't make it live. And so come back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, and we're going to do another one of these, and we've got them starting up again next week because tomorrow's Friday. And then also we have a 4-part video series walking you through how to build this entire business from scratch. The video series is 100% free. There's probably, about 2 hours worth of content, lots of cool bonuses, including a software that helps you find products to sell. Lots of cool stuff over there. So that's available at AmazingLiveNow.com/free. And that will also post in the comments below. So I don't know if you have anything else.
No, just tomorrow's session. We'll be in Vegas,
Yep.
but we're still going to have the live session at 3 p.m. Central or 1 p.m. Vegas time. The topic tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting, but I'm not going to tell you what it is because you have to join us to find out what it is tomorrow.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And if you have any questions, comments, anything like that, drop them below. We'll check them out after. If nothing else, go check out those 2 sites to get the access to the daily live sessions. You can actually register, get access to the 4-part video series if you haven't already. And hopefully we see you tomorrow. Thank you.
But yeah, we're here at the Park MGM. Kirsty's putting on a mastermind for about 25 different Amazon sellers. And so we decided to come on out here and join her for that and participate in it and watch her do some really cool, awesome coaching for people. I'm getting a lot out of it. She's having a fun time. So Kirsty, welcome to the call. Thanks so much.
Hi, yeah, great. Thanks, Mike. And hi, everyone who's listening and watching this right now. Yeah, as Mike said, we're in Las Vegas. It's a lovely sunny day. But yeah, we're working with people and just, helping them with their brands.
Yeah, so I got to know Kirsty many, many years ago. We were both starting off Amazon around the same time. She came just a little bit after me. We met up at a live event for sellers in Austin, Texas for the first time. We came down and we grabbed a coffee together, started talking about advertising on Amazon. At the time, I was doing pretty good, so I was helping her out get going. And then very quickly, she started kicking my butt on Amazon and launched her products and her brand, has done an amazing job, has an awesome story, also loves helping people. We've been on other trips together, like to Aruba with about 25, 30 people where we spend an intensive fun weekend sharing ideas, bringing in some trainers to really go over some very high, very in-depth advanced strategies as well on Amazon. She's one of the best, brand creators out there that I've ever seen. She also knows how to teach people how to do this business and how to really build their brand, big focus on the brand, as a matter of fact. And so I want to bring her on, kind of talk about how she got started in this business, also talk about kind of where she went with it and where she's at right now. And so the first thing I'm going to go is that Kirsty, kind of tell us how, what were you doing before you decided to start selling on Amazon?
So before I started selling on Amazon, I was in a corporate job actually. And most of my career, my career was in marketing for different brands. So you might have heard of things like Pedigree, Chum, Whiskers, cat food, Durex condoms, Sensodyne toothpaste, Aquafresh toothpaste. So, probably most people have either used that or know someone who uses those types of brands and products. And I used to really enjoy it, right? What I enjoyed doing was creating the brand and also creating marketing plans around that. But what happens is that, you go up the chain and you basically lose sight of the fun stuff and you end up just managing everything, right? And so my role at that point, I was a marketing director, which sounds really fancy, but basically I was just not only bored, but I was kind of disillusioned with that corporate lifestyle, right? I just, I didn't have time to really have my own time, to go on holiday. I used to have to put it in advance, by about a year so that I could actually get it signed off. And I just didn't want that life anymore. I was like, I just don't want to be sat here doing this. I had this flash forward moment to when I was 60. And I'd be sat in the same spot, right? And just going, oh my God, what have I done with my life? I've just totally not seen it in the last 20 years. And So I just started to look for different areas and different ways to kind of build my own wealth so that I didn't have to do that anymore. And I read the 4-Hour Work Week, and that really set me on the path. So I don't know if anybody's read that. I know a lot of people have read the book, but basically it's about maximizing your time and your effort for the lifestyle that you want. So really starting with what lifestyle you want to create first, and then building wealth or building a way to be able to achieve that lifestyle around that, which I thought was really cool, because I think a lot of people are like, make this money, do this, do this. It's like, well, great, but what am I making the money for, and how much do I actually need? So I did that, and then I did lots of other things that actually didn't bring me that lifestyle. So I started to look into like real estate. I started to look into like share trading. No idea how to do that, right? I just didn't feel comfortable in that space. And then what else did I do? Websites, because I thought, well, that's going to bring me closer to it, because guess what? I could do that from anywhere. But it costs a lot to drive customers to a website, and I wasn't that tech savvy. It just felt like a big mountain to climb. And then that's when I found Amazon, and I was like, oh, this makes sense, because guess what? I can just buy some stuff from China or buy it from a supplier. I can brand it myself, which is kind of what I used to do. And I can put it on Amazon without having to ever touch the product, right? I don't have to warehouse it somewhere. Amazon does that for me. And yes, I do have to pay for that, but you have to pay for it for a wholesaler anyway. And I don't have to manage that process. So I just love the fact that I could do that without physically having to be anywhere. Because my dream was really to travel the world and, do anything that I wanted to do at any point in time that I wanted to do it. And that was really the only model, and the only model since that I've ever seen that allows you to achieve that. So that's how I ended up kind of getting into Amazon. And what I did was I did some training, or I learned about the opportunity like when Mike did, and I just knew it was going to work. I just thought this is going to work, and I knew I had to make a change if I was going to be successful. For me personally, I just knew that I wanted to go all in. So what I did was I actually negotiated a redundancy, what we call a redundancy or a severance, as you guys call it, from my job, which gave me enough capital for a year, which was a great buffer for me. And I just thought, yeah, I'm all in, and I'm just going to make it work. And I moved to Bali to kind of test out the theory that, guess what, if I can I do this business from anywhere? And that's pretty much what I did. And also it's a cheap place to live, and it's a cool place to live. I was living in Australia at the time, and it was quite close by. So I was like, that's kind of cool. And I wanted to make a change in my life so that I didn't fall into old habits as well. I wanted to I'm pretty drastic when it comes to like, once I'm in, and let's do it, change habits and get on with it. And I do believe some of that was part of my success as well. But for me, I needed to do that to be able to just completely change my mindset from one thing to the other thing.
That's pretty amazing. So you had this pretty good marketing job, and you decided to go all in. You quit your job, negotiated a way out. They paid for you to do that, and then you went to Bali, which is beautiful place to go to. I remember, I think you were like you and I first started talking together. You were sending me pictures of like dolphins that you were out on a dolphin hunt, or not a hunt, but a dolphin trip or something like that.
Yeah.
So when you were there, you started looking for a product then, and how, did it take you a long time to find the first product you wanted to sell?
No, it didn't actually. I had in my head what I wanted to do. So as you said earlier, I really, there's loads of stuff you can sell on Amazon, right? And so, but for me, I didn't want to get overwhelmed with what I could sell. So I was like, okay, what do I want to think about that I would be comfortable talking about? But also that was a passion of mine. So automatically I was like, I want to be in fitness because I enjoy going to the gym. See my guns. But no, I like going to the gym. I could talk about it. I was interested in it. So that was my first port of call. I was like, I'll just look in the fitness area, and I think I could build a brand around that. And so I did that. And then my next criteria was, I don't want to spend too much on my first product because I want to make sure that I can learn and do this properly. So I wanted something with low cost of goods, and I didn't want to spend too much on my first order. So I gave myself a budget, and I was like, okay, I'm comfortable to spend say $2,000 on my first order and just learn from that, right? So am I prepared to take that 2,000, spend it and not get any profit back from it? That was my criteria in my head, because I was like, I just want to manage the risk. And I was like, yeah, I'm comfortable doing that, so I'll do that. And then I found a product that fit that niche, that met that criteria. And that also, the other thing I wanted to think about was how much money would I get back from it if it was successful? And so then I thought, how much profit margin do I want to make? And I just made sure that those numbers worked, and then I just went for it.
That's awesome. So you're picking your first product. Did you find this product by just going to Alibaba? Is that where you found it at first time, or you go some other route?
I actually went to Amazon itself and just had a look on Amazon and just started to look at what kind of demand it had for that product, and there's ways to do that, right? So I just kind of did that and found that this particular product was, had a great margin, had a great demand, and I felt like I could compete in that area.
So what was the product selling for on Amazon?
It was selling right then. It was selling at $19.99. Yeah.
And then how much did each unit cost you to buy?
$1.50.
Okay, so the profit margin was pretty good.
Yes, and that was actually it was a bit less than that. It was $1.50 with the shipping in with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you knew the customer you wanted. You're in the fitness. You found a product. You found had potential for really good profit margin. Did you do any kind of really crazy fancy packaging for it?
No, I didn't. I literally put it in a poly bag because I wanted to keep the cost down. And the way I saw it working was, coming from a physical product background, I suppose, but I just did it with massive budgets. That wasn't my money. The packaging a physical product at retail is very important, right? Because that's the way that people are going to find you. They're going to go to the shelf. They're going to see that packaging. They're going to pick it off the shelf. But on Amazon, it's not like that. On Amazon, it's your listing that looks the best, right? When you think about shopping on Amazon, you type something in and you find some products, and your eye is drawn to the product that, it stands out to you, the image that stands out to you. So that's the way I thought of it. I was like, the listing is going to be the thing that's going to sell, not necessarily the packaging. So I can afford to, scale back on that so I can have a better profit margin. So I literally did a poly bag, because it was a small product, with a header card on the top of it, which is where my branding would be. And that was it.
And did your product have any logos on or anything?
Yes, it did. I did put a logo on the product where I could fit it. It was quite a small product. Yeah, but
just a pretty simple, was it just a white logo or something like that?
White logo, just a white printed logo. That's it. Exactly.
Awesome. So now I did, in the description for this, when anyone was joining us right now, if you saw, I mentioned that Kirsty did one thing that you should ever do when launching a product on Amazon. So Kirsty, share with everyone how we all do things that make mistakes for us. And not that it was a mistake, it worked out for you, but what did you choose to do with your first product?
Well, I didn't see it before I actually sent it. Because it was weird. I was in Bali and I was traveling around, so I didn't have one fixed address. So I was like, okay, well, by the time it gets here, I've probably moved. It just looked good on the pictures. I was like, yeah, that's cool. I would never do that now, but yeah, I did. It worked out, and I put it on Amazon. I did, I created the listing, and then I remember selling 2. As soon as I put the listing up, I sold 2 that day. And I was like, oh, this is going to work. Now, after that, I sold nothing for a few days, and then I sold a few more, but as soon as I'd sold one product, I knew it was going to work. It was literally, I'd need to put some more effort into it, obviously, to make it consistent. But that was the kind of great moment for me. I was like, I sold one product. I can do this again. I just need to keep working at it.
Awesome. That was your validation, getting sales right away. And so talk a little bit about, well, first off, like I said, we recommend everyone checks out their sample at least and holds it and feels it and makes sure it's okay. But I guess if you're in Bali, living there, you can make an exception there. But so Kirsty, you sold a few products, going early on. What was the ramp up process like for this first product?
So the ramp up process was, when we first, when we first started, we were just kind of figuring out what would help that basically the rush of sales, right? And so once I kind of worked out that I needed to sell, guess funny enough, right? I needed to sell more to be able to create more sales, because basically the way that Amazon's algorithm, for want of a better term, works is it's like Google, right? If you want to type something in and then you get all the search results that come up, those are the most popular search results that people are searching for. And that's what I figured out on Amazon. That's the way that I needed to do it. And at the time, a lot of people were teaching about, having to do Facebook ads and Google ads and all sort of stuff. And I just was like, I don't want to do any of that stuff. And I thought, well, why did I start the business on Amazon? Because people are shopping on Amazon. So I was like, I'm just going to focus on the things that I can control, that I'm comfortable with, that makes sense to me on Amazon. So what I did was make sure that I got, great words that people are searching for, and make sure that that's in the listing itself. And then also how to use tools on Amazon, so promotional tools, advertising tools, that type of thing, and just get good at those things. And because I really focused in on that, then that's what really started to catapult me even further. So I think once I got overwhelmed and was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? All these things. And I was like, hang on, I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to focus on these couple of things. Then that's when it really started to take off for me. That process probably took me about 3 months for the product to really fly. And then I came to set like where we met, actually, Mike, in
The seller. I could kind of like a SellerCon event, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah, like a SellerCon event. And, listened to a few people there that really resonated with what I wanted to achieve. And they gave a few tips. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to go away and implement these straight away. And that took it. I mean, at the time I was doing 30 units a day on this one product, and just implementing those couple of things, like, I just ramped up to like 70 and 100 units a day. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And what it made me feel like is, okay, if I can do this with one product, if I just did this with 4, like where would my business be, and what would my life be like? And so I just literally said, if I'm going to launch 4 products over this period, and I didn't even know what products I was going to sell. I was just like, if I just repeated the same thing and I took the lower end of 30 units a day at a certain price point, I realized that I could have $1 million business in 12 months. And
that's amazing. So what was it like? So 12 months later, what were you doing on Amazon?
Yeah, well, in less than that, in 10 months, I was doing $1 million. Yeah.
That's amazing.
And that was with 3 products. But what I did was I diversified, and I basically started off selling in the US market. And then I took those products and sold them in the UK market. So essentially I had just 3 products, but in 2 marketplaces. So I was kind of like doubling the effort, if you like, in terms of the sales itself. So I wasn't doubling the effort in terms of sourcing. I was just selling on different platforms. And that's how I managed to really grow the business.
And so for sourcing your second and third products, were you able to use your same supplier for those other products?
Yeah, well, I have now. What I thought was a good idea, I was like, well, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, so I'll use another supplier from my first product. And I really stuffed that up. Like, I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, the first one I flew in, the second one I needed to ship it. But when you fly product to Amazon, for some reason it miraculously just gets there without you worrying about customs or anything. But shipping, it got stuck in customs, and I didn't know how to get it out. And you actually helped me get it out, because I remember just panicking, going, because the supplier just sent it there, didn't give me any direction. So anyway, we got over that hurdle, because there's lots of problems in business, and we get over it, right? Because we have got a great community. So I got over that hurdle, but then even the quality wasn't as good. So I was like, yeah, I'll go back to the first supplier, because they can supply pretty much everything that I want to sell in this niche. And if they can't supply it, they'll find someone that can. So now what I do is I just work with that one supplier, and they're more like an agent, if you like, but a high-end agent that will find the right products for me. but it just makes my life a lot simpler and a lot easier to just work with one specific
Yeah, that is
supplier.
all. That's a great lesson learned, because you're right. Because it may sound, and it could be actually a good business idea to have multiple suppliers in case one of them ever fails you and you have someone to go back with. But working with one supplier that you get to know, you guys were talking about this just today and a little bit in the training here. You have a lot of advantages that way, because you build a relationship, you get better pricing and terms with them later on because you give them all that business. It doesn't mean you still can't have someone in the back pocket if you need them. But that's a really smart thing to go and do that, Kirsty.
Yeah, and you can, like you said, you can build relationships, you can get better payment terms. So, you don't have to pay for all your stock up front. And then as you work with them, one thing I do particularly is I'll do a forecast for the whole year. Like I'll say, this is how much I'm going to sell of this product. And I'd love you to give me a price that enables me to be more competitive so that I can bring you the volume that you want. And that has worked really well. Yeah.
So I'm gonna like repeat that just to make sure that everyone understands that. So one of your, I'll call it a secret negotiating strategy, is to forecast, show them what you think you can do the entire year.
Yeah.
So they see this huge volume, realistic but huge volume that they could be getting. And in order to do that, if they give you better pricing terms, then you are able to do that and make them more successful too.
Yeah, exactly. So we call it like the win-win. Win for me is I'm going to get better cost of goods and better margin. Win for them is that they're going to guarantee almost like you don't pay for it, of course, but you're saying to them, I'm going to be able to, buy more product from you in the future. And that works really well.
Yeah. If anyone here is watching and you're not selling on Amazon yet, or you are selling on Amazon, write that tip down. That's a really smart strategy for getting better pricing right out of the gate. Probably not for your very first order. Like, don't be unrealistic. We're not going to tell you that. Your first order is to get your supplier to know you, to recognize you, to see that you have potential. But shortly after that, once they realize that you are going to be a big brand, that's when you can start really going in there and doing these very simple negotiating strategies that Kirsty does and really build your business quickly.
Yeah.
So you mentioned already that you went international. So so your first way of expanding was, I guess, launching your second and third products. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then how soon was it then you decided to go and sell in the UK market?
It was actually after my second product. That's when I decided to go into the UK market. And then I launched the third one in the US, and then I launched them all into Germany after that. So the first one would be about 6 months, and then I launched into Germany another 3 months after that. So the first 9 months of the business, I was in 3 marketplaces.
That's pretty crazy. That's
very
aggressive, but very, very doable. Hats off to you for doing that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So Kirsty, one of the things that I really love one of the reasons I want to bring you on it as well, not only because you're just incredibly successful and helpful, you love helping people, but you have a really unique take on how to focus on the brand and the customer. And I know there's lots of different ways to go out there and find your first product. As a matter of fact, so in the first video for the Amazing Selling Machine free training series that everyone's seen so far. Hopefully, if you haven't seen it yet, I'll give you a link afterwards to go out there and watch our free training. It's a 4-part training series, completely free. First 2 videos have been released. That first video teaches you how to go out there and find a product using specific criteria, 5 criteria that we give, all about the BSR, the price range, the reviews, the weight, and also to make sure that you can private label it. Kirsty has a unique viewpoint on this, and that's why I want to bring her on, because there's not one single way to do this business. There's several different ways, but her viewpoint on what to really think of gives you a different perspective on trying to find your product. So Kirsty, talk a little bit about what you look for when you're trying to figure out your product.
Yeah, so the first thing I'm always thinking about is who's actually going to buy these types of products, right? And generally what I work with people on is to say, this is going to be a great business for you. You want to be working in this business and you want to enjoy working in this business. Now, again, this is not for everyone, but the majority of people want to have fun and they want to essentially spend some time, working with the customer. So it always helps if you actually like the customers that you're going to get, right? It also helps if potentially, it's something that you're passionate about. Now it doesn't have to be like a massive passion or anything, but for me, I just enjoyed going to the gym. I was like, yeah, I could easily go into that area. And I start with what we call like a positioning statement, right? So I'm thinking about who are these people that are going to buy a brand, complementary products around a brand, because I know that when I'm starting this business, I'm not just going to sell one product, right? Over time, I want to be selling a lot more products. So I need to be able to think of a brand that essentially, or a customer that will buy more and more of my products. So for instance, if I was just going to go in and do product research and just go, I'm going to sell a lamp, and then I'm going to sell a bike and a bike pump, and then I'm going to sell some shoes, right? Then you can't imagine that that's going to be a brand that people can connect to. So I mentioned earlier about, Sensodyne toothpaste. The reason people buy Sensodyne toothpaste is because everyone has sensitive teeth, and they want to be able to drink and eat the foods they love. By having sensitive teeth, it just means that they can't do that anymore. And so the brand Sensodyne solves that problem. And there's lots of different products underneath that brand, right? All for people with sensitive teeth. So that's the kind of that take is like, who is most likely to, who's the kind of customer that I want to sell to? If I want to sell fitness stuff, who is the people that I'm most likely going to sell to? And for me, that was people that are already at the gym. They're probably into CrossFit. They're highly engaged in the actual in the fitness activity itself, not people who maybe be a bit overweight and want to lose some weight. And the reason I went down that route was the fact that I just felt that those customers would be more likely to buy the products versus people that just might dip in and out and not really connect with the brand. And so I built a brand around that ideal client. So for instance, my brand is called Master of Muscle. So you can imagine, hardcore gym junkies that love going to the gym. They probably go, 4 or 5 times a week, and it's a passion, it's a way of life for them. And so they want to connect to a brand that they feel can talk to them in that way.
So pretty much me, right?
Yeah, I can see by your guns there, Mike. Yeah. But it's not alienating you, right? Because you might see that brand and go, oh wow, this is for real people that are into this stuff, and you might feel like you want to get into it, and so therefore you're going to trust that brand more than say someone who's just like just wishy-washying, maybe you want to lose some weight, maybe not, because you're going to say, yeah, real hardcore people do that, and I want to get to that level at some point, right? You might not be there now, but you want to connect with that brand. And so that's what we do and help people do, isn't it? Is to think about their ideal client first. And what it does, it really helps you focus on where you're going to start researching for products, because there's so much stuff you can sell on Amazon. That's the beauty of this business. But then where people get stuck is that they so overwhelmed with what they could sell that they don't actually sell anything in the end, right? Because they're like, oh, I can't make a decision. So, a great way, if you're just going through product training right now, is to filter it first and say, what kind of area would I like to sell to? Who's the type of people that might want to buy this product? And then you can start searching for products in that specific area versus saying, yeah, I'm just going to go wide, and you'll probably chase your tail a lot and never get anywhere.
That's brilliant advice. You can really combine the strategies together. So think about who it is you want to sell to, then go into Amazon. They have the categories. Pick those categories out, kind of drill down into them, and then use what we're teaching you in the first video to start looking for products that have great potential in there. What a great way to blend those two together. Before we get to our last question for you, Kirsty, I want to say hello to some people. We have lots of people on the call today. Hello, everyone. Grace, hello. Annette Lundquist, Magdalena, Roseanne is actually my freight forwarder from Chicago. So hello. Ram, just so you guys know, I'm always willing to share everything about my business. I use Ram International, also kind of a part of a company called Flatworld, as our freight forwarder. They make my life incredibly easy. They do awesome business. They're one of the freight forwarders that we recommend. So hello, I'm glad she's joining us here today. There's Grace again. Karen Baker is watching from New Zealand. There's Hitesh. Hello again, Hitesh. We've seen you several times. Love having you on here. We do have a question for you, as a matter of fact. One sec, let me try to scroll down here. Let's see who the question. Grace is asking, do you have to sell one niche on Amazon? Hold on a second, kind of getting here. Got to scroll up here. Or are you able to create multiple brands on Amazon?
You are able to create multiple brands, but what we would recommend you do is just stick to one brand. I mean, I've sold over nearly $18 million now on Amazon in 6 years with one brand. So, for me, trying to diversify in terms of branding so much, right, especially right in the beginning, it just completely diversifies your focus. So you don't know what you're doing, right? And so that's why we always try and say, focus on one brand, understand it deeply, understand your ideal client, like really deeply, because you're just going to get better and better. What you don't want to do is add more time into your day. You want to take time out of your day, right? That's the whole point of this business. So learn it, get in there, and then it becomes automatic. You can then start to outsource a lot of stuff. So you actually have a life. And that's what I did. I mean, within the first year, my business was pretty much automated. And what I do now is as I work with my team, and then they do most of the work, and I'm just kind of checking it off. That's where you want to. So we can do fun stuff like this, right, Mike?
Exactly.
So that's where you want to be aiming for. You're not going to do that from day one, but don't overcomplicate your life when you don't need to do it.
Yeah, and that's, again, I keep saying this, but that's brilliant advice. With this business, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ways to do things, but starting off, focus on one product, focus on one brand, focus on one platform, that's Amazon, and focus on one type of traffic or advertising, and that's also Amazon. They give you all the tools that you could need for forever if you wanted to really get targeted people to buy your products. And then when you want to, you can, of course, and you will want to launch more products. You can think about more brands. You can think about launching on other Amazon platforms, other countries, and you can think about getting traffic from hundreds of sources out there. But keep it simple. That's what we're all here for. We're here to build a business, not a job. We want to be able to do things like this. I get to hang out with all these awesome people because I get to travel. Kirsty, Isaac, Jason, Matt are all here this week. We get to go to really cool places. Kirsty and I actually met people, like I said, in Aruba, hung out. We probably worked half the time. The other time was just networking, singing on stage, rolling around in the sand. There's just all kinds of fun things that this business really does open up so many different opportunities. But you first got to get started. Got to find that first product, get it selling, learn, spend the time to really master this, and then start bringing in other people to the business. You can really open up the freedom of this business. And speaking of all those little things I'm kind of rambling on about, the last thing I want to ask you, Kirsty, for everyone here who's watching, who hasn't started building their business yet, or maybe they just did, who are thinking about an Amazon-based business, what advice would you give to them as the next step to take?
So the next step to take was, I would say, watch the product selection videos. So this is the new training that's coming out this week, is it, Mike? Or they've already got that?
Product selection's already out. We actually had Supplier sourcing yesterday. Monday, we're coming out with how to launch your product on Amazon. And then following Wednesday, we'll have them taking your business to the next level and accelerating everything.
Great. So just, what I would do is you've got the product selection video already there. Just have a think about what kind of area that you feel like, I could really like to talk about these things. Or if you've got a passion, put that lens on it and just check out some opportunities on Amazon. Just kind of see, where the opportunities are. And then think to yourself, how much is, you've got your Supplier then training video. And just quickly check that out. What would it take for me? What would be my budget if I was going to do this business? And that way you can get to, understand, number one, how to find the products, but then number two, how much it's going to cost you. And then seriously think to yourself, do I want to make a change in my life? Do I want to do something different? Do I want to build something different for me? And if that is you, then just really start to think about, well, which area would I go into first, and which product would I like to sell, and just get excited about the opportunity. Because once you've seen the numbers, once you've seen, oh, this is how I can find products, and this is how I can find a supplier, the next part is then just to it's a mind shift for yourself to go, this is actually something that I can do. And prepare to do it, build up a budget and say how much you could prepare to invest and spend in the business and get it going.
That is brilliant advice. Before we get going here, Kirsty, I want to thank you for spending time here. I know you have people downstairs waiting to come learn more from you. If you're watching this right now and you enjoyed hearing from Kirsty and her advice on the business and everything, please drop a quick note here and let us know what you think of it. Thank Kirsty. I want to thank Kirsty personally. I always enjoy hearing you share your stories of inspiration and tactical and strategy information. I pick up a lot on this. I've been selling for a little bit longer than Kirsty, but every time I listen to her, I learn something new. So I'm so thankful for her friendship and for her mentorship in this business as well. So Kirsty, thank you very much. I'm going to let you get going back downstairs. I want to remind everyone watching this Facebook Live session, remember, we're here every Monday through Friday at 3 p.m. Central Time. If you want to get notified every time that we go live, go to amazinglive.now.com. We'll drop that link also here into the comments. And if you want to go check out the free training for any reason you haven't yet, go to amazinglivenow.com/free. You'll get right into the 4 free training video series. Like I said, it's completely free. We have an awesome tool for free that helps you do the product selection. That'll tell you how much revenue each of the products on Amazon are selling, the reviews, the weight, all kinds of different things. You can filter using the tool to really get down to the perfect criteria. We have downloads you can get for contacting suppliers, for also doing a listing optimization, what to look for in your listing, like the title and the images, all kinds of free stuff. Everything there on those 4-part video series is completely free. You don't got to enter a credit or anything. Just go there, watch them, learn, be ready for the next videos to come out, start thinking about this business, start getting excited about the potential, just like Kirsty's talking about, realizing that this can change your life. Kirsty, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to let you just kind of say goodbye to everyone.
Bye, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. And then everyone else, thanks so much for joining us on the $1 Million Brands Live. And I hope to see everyone Monday. We won't be here over the weekend. We're going to be here in Vegas, actually working. And then we'll be back in the amazing office in Austin on Monday, 3 p.m. Central. So everyone have a great, fantastic weekend. And I'll see you all on Monday.
Hey everyone, Jason Katzenbach, and welcome to the next episode of $1 Million Brands. I'm Jason Katzenbach, along here with Rich Henderson, and today we're going to talk about something very important. So, as you know, through the training series, the first thing we showed you about was picking a product. And you need to start with a good product. A good product is what's going to make sure that that you get the sales, that you have happy customers. The problem is, though, what happens is a lot of times people just buy products, and then they throw them online, on Amazon, and then what happens? They don't get the sales. Why don't they get the sales? Because they've got a poorly optimized listing. Today we're going to talk about, in my opinion, the #1 strategy you have to do before you start any advertising whatsoever, and that's making a fully optimized listing. Now, there's really 2 levels to an optimized listing. There's getting started when you don't really have customers yet, you don't have that data collected, so you're just going off, what what you've researched to be the right data for the keywords, for the titles, images, all those kind of things. And then what you'll learn is that there's a second phase, and that's once you're selling for a while and you're doing some paid advertising, you'll start finding the better keywords that are converting better, and you can optimize your listing again down the road to even get more sales. But right off the get-go, before you spend 1 penny on any type of advertising, you need to make sure you've optimized your listing. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to show you 3 examples of good listings versus bad listings. And our desire with this is that you're going to understand at the end of this call exactly what goes into a good listing, so that when you get your product up live, you can have that really quick start of being able to start getting sales right away. Because the cool thing is, it's not just about converting sales. So what we're talking about here is making your listing as optimized as possible so you get as many sales as possible. But the added benefit is it increases traffic and it increases rankings. So it's got this perpetual effect. When you optimize your listing, not only does it increase conversions, but it helps you rank better in the search results. Amazon starts to reward you for all that, and they start sending you even more traffic. So it's a must-do, especially when you're starting out, because it doesn't matter. We're going to show you examples of the exact same product, but just because of one listing compared to another, dramatically changing the results that you have. So do we have a product we want to get into right away?
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to remind them of what we talked about in video 2. If you haven't watched it, make sure you go and watch it. And the key things you're looking for when you're optimizing your listing is the images. So it's the images of your product, the title of your product, the bullet points for your product, and then to a lesser extent, but it's still important, is the description. And then there's also something called the back-end search terms. We can't show you that today, obviously, because it's hidden and that's the value of it, but we talk about it in great depth in video 2, so make sure you go and watch that. But yeah, we're going to start off with a really, really good example of a listing, and you should be able to see it on your screen now. And it's basically a very simple product. It's just a piece of foam that you put on your chair. You can use it. I think they go on to describe, how you can use it. It's an office chair, a chair at home, wheelchair, any of those things. And the whole point of it is, it's to relieve sciatic pain and to help you sit properly and that kind of thing. And you might think, well, it's such a simple product. How do you create a good listing? But they've done an awesome job. If we start with the title, you can see the only thing I would say here is they haven't done an awesome job on actual benefits, but they do talk about, if you see it there, it says for tailbone pain. So like they're telling you what it's not just it has this. They're telling you the benefit of what it can do for you, which is they're talking about, it's good for, it's for tailbone pain. So if you sit a lot and you get pain in your tailbone, this will help with that. They also talk, in the title as well, they've got sciatica and back pain relief. They're telling you the benefit of this product, what it does for you. And that's incredibly important. You'll see so many listings, and in some of these bad ones we're going to show you, you're going to see it. It just describes, it just gives the product name and then a couple of keywords.
So you've got to think of this. So, for example, when you go into a Target, a Walmart, a Home Depot, a Best Buy, any of those kind of things, you have the ability, like you see here, to pick up the product, look at it, look at all the benefits, feel the product. You can touch and feel it. When we're dealing with Amazon, they don't have that luxury. So it's your job. The whole entire purpose of this is to give that experience from a virtual perspective. So you need solid images, you need solid descriptions telling people this is why you want my product. This is why you want this product over the competition. Like he's talking about, Rich is talking about benefits, drive those benefits home, and it all starts with a title. Now, with the title comes, obviously, that's one of the primary ranking areas.
Absolutely.
So you want to make sure that you have your primary keywords in there. But a big thing, and Amazon has really developed over the years. Before, people used to just keyword stuff their titles. Amazon doesn't allow that anymore. They have some real strict guidelines. So what you have to do is you have to think of it this way, you have to get their attention as quick as possible and drive home benefits as quick as possible, because the way people use Amazon is they go to Amazon and they use the search engine features. So they put something in like a seat cushion. All of a sudden, you're going to have a page of 30 different images and titles that they're going to have to compare against. So if you're not getting their attention right away, directly hitting on the benefit to them, you're going to lose out on that. And that's why a title is so important. Is there anything else on the title you want to show them?
No, I think it's perfect. What you've got to remember is you are limited. So you can't just put every keyword you need into the title. Yeah. And the other thing too, and they've done a pretty good job here, is you should be able to read it and it should make sense and sound good. If you stuff your title with keywords, it will just sound like it is, spammy. And people see that because the two main things, and we're going to go into images next, the two main things they're going to see when they're searching for a product on the listings page is the image and the title. So both are critical.
Absolutely.
Move on to the images.
Sure. Now with images, the one thing that you got to remember here too is, first of all, quality counts. Now that doesn't mean that you have to spend thousands of dollars. I'm talking about the resolution. So as you can see here, when I click on this image, and then I can mouse over it, Amazon then enhances the image. Now, if this was a low quality image, then when we go up close on that, you're not going to see like this is a great image. It's got such high definition. You can actually almost feel the texture of the product because you can see at such a high definition what it's going to look like. My opinion is, I look at that, it looks soft to me. And because of that, if they had a low quality resolution, I might think it was plastic, but I can see very clearly that it's a high quality image.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we just skip it quickly back to the main image. The main image is critically important because that's the one that shows up. But Amazon restricts what you can do. So in that image Jason just showed you, you saw there was graphics in there, there was text in there. You can't do that on the main image. But what they've done here brilliantly is they filled the space completely. If you can see, there's hardly any gap between the actual product and when Jason's scrolling around, that blue box, because that's the limit of what will be shown. And it's a fabulous picture.
It's
It
a
really is.
wonderful picture, and what's cool about it too, oftentimes, so Amazon has very strict guidelines about certain things. They don't want your primary image having all these extra things on it, and they want a clean white background. And sometimes you'll see images where it looks like this off-grade background. You want to be really clear with that, and it's really, really important. This is somewhere where you can, spend $5 on Fiverr even. Like, it's such an easy thing. Make sure your images follow the guidelines, are really clear, and your primary image has a nice white background, just like you see here where it just fills in with the page nicely.
So if we go to the second, so all the other images, we call them secondary images. And the best thing you can do with the secondary images is, first of all, show the benefits again. It's not always possible with all products, but as much as you can, show the actual benefits and show the features too in a separate picture, and lifestyle images. So someone using the picture too. If we look at this image here, you can see it's obviously someone who works in an office, is sitting down all day, and that's what this product is designed for. So you can actually see someone using the product, which is so critical, because so many people just skip this. You'll see in one of the examples shortly, they just show 4 different, slightly different angles of the product. And you're just wasting what Amazon is giving you. At the end of the day, Amazon give you 7, absolutely give you 7, and in most cases give you 9 slots where you can put images. So you must use them all and think about what you're doing. Don't just put images of the product. You can get, like the second image we showed you, you can get something done like that on Fiverr for $10, $15. Yeah, I know it's Fiverr, it's meant to be $5, but $15 you can get a graphic designer to go and do this for you.
And it
it's
just
simple.
makes a huge
Yeah,
difference.
absolutely.
And so Rich just gave a good tip there. One of the things you're supposed to do with these images, think benefits. So I'm just going to quickly show you this just for an example. So this is an example of a pour listing. We'll get into more in a minute. But look at their images. Oh, you get to see it on that angle. Oh, let's show you the other angle now instead too. So that does nothing. Think about the benefit. Why do you want this product? And so you're going to want to figure, first of all, look at your competition. See what people are raving about those products. Also see what the things they're complaining about those products are. So with something like this, someone might have, I'm just making up an example, but someone says, oh, the corners tear all the time. So then what you could do, if you know that's a primary negative about another product, I'd have an image on here showing someone pulling it to show that it's tear resistant. Think about what the buyer's objections are going to be and if you can address them there. But always try to stay on the positive side. Don't ever, as much as possible, stay on the positive for benefits. What is it that as a user is going to benefit me?
If we go to the fourth image, they've done a really, really good job of this as well. You can see here, they're showing you the benefits, not features, benefits. Proper posture. You use this, it teaches you proper posture. Boosts energy. I'm not actually sure how that works, but back pain and sciatica relief. Pregnancy. I'm assuming it doesn't help you get pregnant, but I'm assuming when you're pregnant, it's much more comfortable to sit in, right? Improves comfort, stress relief. So they're telling you all the benefits of having this product. And it's not just, it's got, we saw on the other image, the actual features of the product.
This is a great image.
I would have put this second.
Yeah.
I would have definitely had this
I think
second in
that's
the
a
list,
fantastic image,
but it
yeah.
is.
Even here, it's showing you where you can have a car seat, wheelchair, airplane. So that's a great job. Do they have a video? No?
I'm not sure,
No,
actually.
they don't.
No,
It doesn't
it's
look
the one
like
thing they're missing.
Yeah.
We actually, this is the funny thing. Other than showing products of people we know, we couldn't find a perfect listing. This was one of the best ones we found, literally with everything in it, apart from the video, because they do a fantastic job in all elements. But that's the images. I mean, you've seen really good examples of what to do with their images. And then we've got the bullet points. Now, the bullet points, again, this is where you want to be stressing feature benefits. But you've got more space here. You've got 5 different bullet points to work with. So you want to try and establish the features and the benefits together. They've done a good job, although I'm not too sure about saying best gel memory foam cushion on the market. I'm not sure if Amazon see that. They'll be very happy with that.
You want to be careful ever using best.
Top, any of those,
any of
number
those
one.
kind of things,
yeah, you need to be careful. It's telling you a little, so the first bullet point really is more about a description of the product as opposed to benefits. But then when you get on to the second one, you can see it saying supports tailbone and relieves pressure. They're reiterating the benefit. A lot of times you'll see this a lot with people who know what they're doing in any marketing space. They reiterate the best features of the product because they want to make sure that you've taken it in and you've seen it. Don't just mention it once and then forget about it. And they do a really, really good job of all these. The next one provides lower back pain and sciatica relief. Great for office use, driving and traveling. And then they give a little bit description about that too.
So think from a marketing perspective. Your job, again, is to get the end user to look at the product and understand what's in it for them. A lot of times people fall into traps here about talking about features. So features like the most soft cushion available. And it's like, at the end of the day, I don't care if it's the most soft cushion. I'm looking at this for a specific reason. I want back pain relief. So what you want to do with these bullets, and they do a pretty good job here. I agree there's definitely things that can be changed on here. But what you want to do is in the capitalized letters, you want to think right away benefit. Because people skim. I'll tell you right now that even if I was in the market for this, I probably would read maybe 30% of that text. I would just skim, because if they're not connecting with me right away, then I'm just going to move on. There's 150,000 other products on Amazon I could buy. I'm not going to waste my time on here. Your job is to convey those points as quickly as possible. So the very first part of your bullets needs to be the benefit. And it needs to be in real word, they say layman's terms, however you want to say it, in real world terms, not fancy words that make it sound too complicated. Get right to the benefits as soon as possible. The other thing, I guess it's not too bad. You're not supposed to, I highly recommend you don't do this, especially if you're reusing testimonials from, Amazon doesn't like you reusing their testimonials, so I think it's kind of funny that they put that in there. They already have so many good ratings.
Yeah,
but
what they could have done is literally say, check out our reviews below and see what our customers think, that kind of thing, rather than what they've done is copy and pasted some of it into there. So I hope Amazon's not watching this.
Yeah, I kind of think that's lazy marketing, to be honest, because
they've let themselves down.
They did. That's a perfect opportunity right now to drive home another point that's already obvious on here. We see you have almost 5 stars at 6,600 ratings. We know your customers like it. Talk about something else there.
And they've got the Amazon's Choice badge as well, which means they're the Amazon's favorite product in their category. So yeah, if we scroll down. So once people have scrolled past that point, the point we've just been showing you, it means that they're not quite ready to pull the trigger and buy your product because they want more information. They're scrolling down. Now, a lot of times at that point, they'll probably go and make the decision. The add to cart button's right there. They will go and buy it. But if they don't, if they're going further down, it means they want you to tell them why they should buy it. So they're using here something called enhanced brand content. Which is available to all products with brand registry. But it's kind of, you can use this and the description or in place of the description, but it's about getting your message across. And you get virtually, to a certain extent, unlimited space to do this. So make sure you talk about every single benefit, even the ones you couldn't fit in above. Make sure you talk about all the features of your product too. And at this point, I've seen a lot of success with people who talk about their brand. You've got space to do that, so add that too. And the idea is you're just trying to tip them over the point where they go and buy your product, as opposed to, maybe I'll go and look at something else, see if they've got more information.
It's funny, looking at this right away, this stuck out to me. Removable and washable cover. That's a huge benefit. That's a huge benefit.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something you're sitting on around the office, it's going to get dirty. And then I look up at here again, and again, they didn't mention that anywhere. I would definitely have taken that benefit and put that up there. Really good job, though, overall, in their enhanced content. Lots of nice colors. Good information. Well done.
Yeah, I like it. So that's an example of a really good one.
Yeah, and it's doing very well, too.
It's doing very, very well. In fact, actually, I made a note of this. Yeah, so this is selling roughly $750,000 a month. That's revenue. That's not profit, that's revenue. So that's an insane product. It's I think it's in the top 30 in office products, the whole category. So yeah, that's doing insane numbers. So we've shown you the good. Now my favorite part. Yeah. We're going to show you a bad listing. And I apologize if any of you, I know this first bad listing, no one out there watching this, it's their product, because this is a major brand. We compared this, if you go on Amazon now, you'll see major brands, but you'll also see a ton of brands that you've never heard of before. And that's because they're third-party sellers, which is basically what we are. And it's what we're teaching you about. This example is it's by Cuisinart. Cuisinart is a huge, huge brand in America. It's one of the biggest in the kitchen space.
So is Cuisinart.
Well, I'm English. So we're going to get onto fun actually on the third product, because I'm going to pronounce a word totally different to the way Jason does too. But anyway, stainless steel, we okay with that? It's just literally, it's what it is. There's absolutely nothing to this title at all. They've got no benefits, not even any features. They're not even adding other keywords. It's absolutely terrible. Like, I don't know any other way to put it.
You know, what's
It's
so
just-
interesting about this, one of the questions that, you know, we've been teaching people online for Amazon for going on 7+ years now. And the number one question we still get, one of the number one questions we still get is, how do you compete against the big brands? Well, this is why it's so easy on Amazon to compete against the big brands, because the big brands don't understand Amazon. All they do is they just rely on their name and think that that's all that's going to matter. Now, of course, there are people that are going to be Cuisinart fans that are going to love this because they're like, I always buy Cuisinart. But other than that, like, the majority of people aren't that way. They leverage Amazon for all the different reasons. And when you look at this listing, it's just the bullet points. Like, it's...
They're unnecessary as well. Like, they've not used them at all. The last one, product built to North American electrical standards. It's useful information, but it belongs in the description. It's, you know, it's not a huge benefit. It's not something that's going to make you want to buy the product whatsoever.
And, you know, even 15 to 20 minutes of runtime between charges, like, well, how is that a benefit to me? Like, that sounds really poor. Like, to me, you're saying it can only run for 15 and 20. You should say something like, what's the benefit? Longest running charge time of all pepper mills on the market, or something like that. Really, it just, don't be lazy.
Yeah, he's really lazy.
And
I mean, you saw the images.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, they've got 2 videos on there, but, you know, it's just terrible. And then if we scroll down,
So
here's a classic example of a bad product
Most
description.
people would just even miss that. I mean, you just go in, it's like, well, where's the description? Wait, where is it? You know, you miss it. You go too fast. Oh, it's right there. Like, why would you think that the description is not important? And the other thing here is, all they're doing is, if you see, they just copied and pasted the exact thing that they set up in the benefits. So it's a complete waste, because the people already know that. Say it a different way, really. And the other thing too is, when you, this is how I am, for example. Let's say someone sends me a text message or an email, and it's just a huge block of 500 words of one block of text. The first thing I think of when I see that is like, oh, this is going to be a chore to read. It's just a psychological thing, but it's marketing 101. You need lots of white space. Break things up. People like to just skim quickly. So when you're writing your description, think, what are all the benefits? What are the things? Why would I want to buy this? Ask your friends. Say, what are the things that you love about this? What would you want to buy this for? And put those in your description, and make sure you're remembering that you're trying to tell the user, this is why you want this product.
Absolutely. And they could break that up so easily. It just takes a few characters to break it up. If they're so lazy that they don't want to write a lot, they could at least break up each sentence so it's on a different line, so it's easy to read. It's
And this product isn't
terrible.
doing terribly either.
No, they're
It
making
could
a
do
lot
so much better. Yeah.
Yep, they're it's I don't know what to say. All I can say is, we didn't teach them how to create a listing.
No, we
that's for
didn't.
sure.
All right, next one.
Yeah, so the next one is, this is another good example, and it's also a good example of the whole brand thing. Like Kusuri, I don't know how to pronounce that because I've never heard of it before. It's basically, I can guarantee you, they're a third-party seller. They do what we do. They go and find a brand, they go and find a product, they brand it as their own product, and then they sell it. And they've done a pretty good job. Again, they're not going overboard on the benefits in the title, which they probably should do. They're just really listing features. But the thing about this product is, we're actually, in fact, both the next products, we're going to show you a good and bad example of the same product. And most importantly, the difference that makes in the number of sales they're making. So, you know, they've got, it's a glass water boiler and tea heater, LED indicator light, auto shutdown. So it is pretty basic. They're even mentioning the 2-year warranty, which actually they're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to put a warranty in the title. But essentially, it's not so much this is a great listing like the cushion one we just did, but it's great compared to its competitor, which we're going to show you in a second. In fact, do we want to go piece by piece?
Sure, let's look.
If we jump to the other one, there's their title. And again, you can see it's just what the product is. And so even though the other one isn't fantastic, at least the other one's mentioning some of the other features. You know, they haven't put benefits, but they've mentioned features. So you can see straight away why that other one's winning. And just to point something out here, this is Amazon itself. So this product is actually Amazon's own product, which is probably why I'll take a wild stab they've got Amazon's choice, do you think?
Yeah, no.
Even though it's not the best product. But you can see, it's a very, you know, it's a terrible title. And this is, people often ask us, you know, if you see a product is sold by Amazon, can we compete against them? That
Yes.
sums up the answer.
Yes, you can.
You know, you can.
Yeah.
Because they don't care about that. You know, at the end of the day, they make enough money, like with just volume, you know, that they don't think about the difference it can make just to make their titles better. But if we want to jump back to the good one, we'll take a look at their...
Look at their images. I think their images are great.
Oh, the first one, they're exceptional.
Yes.
You know, again, they're showing you benefits, they're showing you features, and they're actually interesting pictures to look at, because that's part of it. You know, if you're looking at a product and you're looking at the images, you're thinking, oh, that's a really nice product. Oh, look, I can see it's easy to clean and stuff like this. And it's a much better job than we're going to show you now with Amazon's. And they've got lifestyle too.
This one's
Yeah,
funny. It's like, boy, I wasn't going to buy it, but now that I see that it has a plug-in like I thought it would have, I'm sold.
I thought these things powered them, like they just pull the power out of the air.
Yeah, just out of the air. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, at least they're using all their images, but it's
And
just
let's
the
show
same
same
image.
image, but without
Yeah.
water this time,
Yeah.
because, you know.
Water.
Oh, but wait, just in case you wanted to see it with a little bit of an angle.
Oh, but you missed. Leave the best to last. Go to the bottom one. So it shows you what the plug's attached to, because otherwise, like, what could it be attached to? But yeah, I mean, you can see, even though, again, we're saying that the first one's not the perfect product listing, they've done a really good job of their images compared to this competitor.
Like, just look at this image from the competitor. Same thing, the same idea, showing that part of the product, but in a way that just makes much more sense. Like, it's incredible, really.
No, it's a fabulous job.
Yep.
And then, so if we go to the good one again, I'm stuck on the image, the bullet points. So
They could have done better.
they could. It's not perfect. Again, this is more about like the difference between good and bad. The first product we showed you, with a little bit of a couple of exceptions, was an exceptional listing. I would call this a good listing. They do talk about, you know, the safety tech and auto feature, but like, instead of saying, oh, it switches off automatically, say, you're not going to burn out your kettle's element, or, you know, you're not going to start a fire or something like that.
Protect your home and family. Like, absolutely.
There's
like,
so many benefits.
It's great that it's got that up, but what's the benefit? So you say the benefit first, and then immediately following that, that's when you say what the feature is.
And then in the first bullet, they're talking about what the glass is, the type of glass it is, and then they say, resist scratching and scuffing. You know, instead of that, say, never have to replace your jug again. Like, don't have to polish it. You know,
yeah.
it's use the benefit. And by all means, do both. They've mentioned the feature, but start with the benefit. You know, you will, you know, this is a long-lasting jug because it's made of bacillite glass, which is scratch resistant.
I couldn't have done that.
You know, so that's the way to do it. List the benefit and follow it with the feature that gives you that benefit.
And one other little thing, just, you know, if you're going to take the time to do this, just little things like this where they don't have spacing, those little things portray to a lot of people a negative. You want to make sure that you have all of those things refined out as much as possible, because there are people that would look at that and right away would disregard this product because they can't stand that when they see spelling and grammar errors. So just take the time to really go through these things. Have someone else read them and edit them for you before you put them live. Because it's funny, they went through, I bet you they spent good money on getting
absolutely.
these images, but then they kind of just throw these things up. So definitely would.
And the last example will actually show you a really good way of displaying your bullet points that gets people to read them as well, because they've missed out on that. As Jason said previously, you know, you want your feature right at the beginning, but if your feature's at the beginning and it just looks like the rest, then, you know, people are less likely to bother reading all of those bullets, and you want them to read them all.
Yeah. Really good, a couple of things that they did here that I think are really, really good, especially as we know the season that's coming upon us, Christmas season, holiday season. We've got Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all those kind of things. Oftentimes people will just put their listing up and that's it. They walk away from it. I guarantee you that they've just recently updated this with this new, you see the Christmas thing, great gift choice. That's the idea, is talk about the benefits, relate to the person, the buyer, as in the state they are right now. If they're on Amazon, we know, for example, coming in the next couple of weeks, really starting the beginning of November, sales start skyrocketing because people are in that buying mindset for Christmas. All you have to do, and it's something that you'll learn too as you are building your marketing and doing all those things to sell more, you're always supposed to tell the user what to do. Always, never just assume anything. Never assume that they know this is a great gift. Never assume that they know to buy right now. Your job is to tell them to do those things so they know to take action. And they're doing a great job here. Great gift choice.
And the funny thing is with that, I would never have thought in a million years of buying someone a glass kettle for like Christmas. But at the same time, it's just made me think, like, whose house have I been to recently that their kettle looked old and beat up and was like needed replacing? So you never know. And it's, like Jason said, it's a fabulous job. Yeah. The use of these pictures that follow it are really, really good too. They've done a really good job of using their enhanced brand content. It's a fabulous listing, especially when you compare it like to it's one of its competitors, Amazon Basics.
What Amazon Basics listed. So Amazon actually, they did okay here. It's not too bad. It's not nearly as good. The images, like what's interesting here is you think Amazon would know this, but there's no lifestyle images at all, like none. So you got to think of what a lifestyle image means is that you're showing the product being used in someone's life, so that you can comprehend. It's like, okay, I think I understand what this product is, but then when you look at the picture, you're saying, yes, that's exactly what I need it for. And it just helps make it real and personal. It helps them understand the size of it, how they'd be able to use it. And here's a perfect example. Again, can you compete with Amazon and can you compete with big brands? This is proof right there of yes and why.
And lifestyle pictures, they do all the things Jason said, and they also enable the person looking at it to think, picture themselves holding the kettle or picture themselves using a product. And that's important because the minute they imagine themselves using that product, they bought it. You're there already.
Exactly.
And it's critically important.
All right. So now someone's going to talk about a taco.
Yes, this is a taco holder, not a taco holder. Matt Clark, you're welcome. That's translating for Matt because he can never understand what I'm saying. But yeah, this is like, you cannot get more simple than this product. We talk a lot about trying to keep the product simple. The ones we've just shown you aren't that simple. But this is literally 4 pieces of metal bent a little bit. Because that's really all it is. And yet when we tell you how much money it's making, you might look at it differently. But they've done a pretty good job. They've started with, the main keyword, which is stainless steel taco holder stand, not necessarily the stylish. But again, they're just talking about features. Holds up to 3 tacos, oven safe for baking. Again, it's a feature. What does that mean? Like, what does that help you with? Dishwasher and grill safe. I guess that's self-explanatory. But it's the only thing they're not doing with this title is mentioning any benefits whatsoever. So it's not fantastic. But then if we jump to the next one.
I'm curious why they would say taco truck tray style. Like, why? Yeah,
I guess it's a popular.
Maybe they're hoping to, interesting. But then let's look at the competitor, American Metal Craft. So I love this, TSH3. Well, thank you for letting me know.
I'm buying
that. Stainless steel taco holder, 2 to 3 compartments, 4x8 silver. So, like, first of all, you never need this kind of information in your title. Like, we don't need product IDs or anything. People aren't searching for that. They're not like, oh, I'm only buying this if it's a TSH3. So just think, like, what are the things people need to buy? I'm getting feedback from back there even. I guess that worked well.
You got the biggest laugh so far, that's for sure.
There we go. So you can, and so it's interesting. Sometimes longer isn't always better, but you've got to think, like with this, like at least when you're doing it, think of the words that the customer wants to see. Like, what is it that's going to attract them to buy your product? They're not sitting there looking at a manual, typing in certain words. Like, you got to use the terms that the buyer would be using, and chances are it would probably just be a taco holder, a taco tray. That's the thing. I don't even see the word tray in here. Do they have it? Taco
yes.
tray, yeah, like it's a tray, isn't it? So why wouldn't you have at least the most common words in there? 2 to 3 compartments. Do they say compartments? I don't think the word compartment.
I think they say up to 3 tacos, which basically is implying you can use. Yeah, I mean that makes more sense. You like to say tacos. Yeah. I don't even have to say it now.
Would you look? I want a taco tray that has 3 compartments.
No, I want a taco tray that holds 3 tacos.
Exactly. So think of it that way.
Am I saying it right now, Mike?
You are.
Thumbs up?
I'm actually impressed.
But if we look at the images, so the good side, so this, strictly speaking, is a fine line, a grey area, whatever you want to call it. Because strictly speaking, you're only allowed to show the product in your main image. That's the first image you list. I would probably say that Amazon would let them away with this because it's, it's showing a specific use of the product. But it is a grey area. They could take you down for doing it. But at least they've made an effort, and they're showing more than one.
So a little hack you can do on this to get bypass it. So Amazon is good with you showing the image of the product, that they receive, meaning that you can show the box plus the contents. And so that's one thing, and we're not going to get into that, but we're going to talk about that in a different one, why it's so important when you're designing your package to also think about that, because if you can, if say Amazon on here was saying, no, take those tacos off, but if they had on their box a picture of it with the tacos, they could have that box on the main image with the product itself. So that's something to think about.
It's a really, really good example too. But if we look at the better version of these two, they've got, basically it's a feature of it. It's 8 inches by 4 inches. But they've done a nice job. They put it on I think it's a brown wood background, so it does look a bit better. They're talking about, they're basically reinforcing what's in their title: stylish stainless steel design, keep tacos upright, which that's like a benefit. That is definitely a benefit. Dishwasher safe, grill and oven safe. It's a feature, but it's probably enough for people to understand what the benefit is without telling them. But don't always assume that. Jason talked about assuming things earlier. Don't assume it. It's much better to say, won't be damaged by your dishwasher, or it's just make it clearer.
No, it's true. I'm even thinking of some, they go down here and then they show 500 plus 5-star customer reviews. Well, actually, you have over 1,300, so I'm not sure why you're even saying that anymore. But is there not another benefit? Is this not strong? Could you not show someone even standing on it to show how strong it is? Use this to get across the value of the product. Don't already repeat things that you see available on the page. People can see how many stars are on here. It's not like I'm going here and looking at this and whoa, 505 stars. Oh, okay, I didn't notice it. No, that's one of the first things you notice is the rating. So just don't repeat things like that.
Nope. And then if we just jump quickly to the bad one, that's the worst. The second image is probably the worst photoshopped image I've ever seen in my life.
That's what it looks like to me.
I don't know how they've done that, but that doesn't look like a photograph to me at all.
I think this one's, even though, it's actually not a bad one that they're doing here, because it's showing, hey, it just doesn't have to hold hot clothes. You can hold hot dogs or anything like that. But why are you making it so small? Why don't you want me to see this image? It's.
And with the hot dog, I don't know about you, but I don't need a holder from a hot dog, because that's going down in one. I am not taking it a bite and putting it down. If you ever taken a bite of hot dog and put it down, but anyway, like Jason says, it's showing other uses of it, which is a good thing. Yeah. It's just a terrible way of doing it.
Yeah, and why have this gray area? What's that called when they do that with the fading? Well, anyway, it just needs to be a white.
And then the last image, I think that's actually an Amazon basic image showing this for size. So they might have done something wrong and had an image replaced. Because sometimes Amazon will actually throw those up just to show you. It's one of their stock images, how big the product is.
And that's right there. It just makes this product feel not
tacky.
Well, it's no, talky. That was way funnier.
No.
But to have a person in front of it, to show someone smiling, happy, holding it, that shows the size reference, not a fake image. It's just funny.
It is pretty terrible. Yeah. And, we apologize in advance for any people's feelings we've hurt that might have created these. But do a better job, seriously.
Yes.
One thing we didn't mention, just want to quickly go back. We looked at, the second two products, the kettles. So the good listing is making approximately $340,000 a month. Okay, revenue.
Yep.
The other one's making $54,000. Now, I know what most of you are thinking. I'd be perfectly happy with $54,000 a month, and you're quite right. But at the end of the day, they could be making 6 times as much potentially. If they improved their title, their images, and all that kind of thing.
Well, and just as an example, we're going to compare the two just from a keyword. So it says in here, does it say auto shut off? No, not at all. Having that in their title, which is a huge benefit, having it in their title is going to make sure that they have a higher ranking for that keyword than this other product is. And so that's one of the reasons we're trying to get this across, because those main keywords that you want, that are main features, people are going to be typing those. They're going to be put, and actually I'd love to do an example.
Kettle with auto shut off.
Let me just put kettle with auto
there
start, auto shut off. So that tells you right there that these are keywords that people are searching for. So you're going to want to make sure that's in your listing. And this one, the only thing they're hoping for is that people are typing electric glass or steel kettle. Anyway.
There'll be a lot less. But and then going back to the infamous taco holders, So the good one, we established it wasn't the best one ever, but it was good. It's doing it like for a really silly, simple product like that, $62,000 in revenue a month, which is a huge amount.
And you know what's nice about this product too? So especially when you're just getting started, the last thing you want to do, so in my opinion, a product like this, even though it is a great product to start off with, one of the problems when you start getting into electronics and things like that, anything that has like a power adapter, anything, you got that much more chance of there being technical issues. And when you're just starting out, when you're just getting going, the very first product you have, you want to try to make life as simple as possible. And so what's nice about a product like this, it either works or it doesn't.
Yeah.
There's not going to be other customer support needs. I mean, if the product's stainless steel and shaped like that, 99% of the time it's going to be flawless. The only issue that might happen is someone might get a pack with 3 instead of 4, because things like that might happen. And so that's another reason a product like this is so brilliant to get started with, because it just does what the consumer is expecting it to do. It's nice and simple.
Yeah, it's the simplest product to find, source, have made for you, because it's got no moving parts, no electricity, nothing. It's literally, like I said at the beginning, it's a piece of metal bent a little bit. But like I said, it's doing $62,000. The really terrible one, it's only doing $859. It didn't even make $1,000. So that's the difference it can make. And we can't stress it enough how important.
And it is
the most important thing, like
it
Jason
is.
said.
And the thing is, it's also got 468 good reviews. Like, this thing should be selling way more, and I guarantee you a lot of it has to do with just because they're not showing up for some keyword terms that people are searching for.
Yeah,
I
hope they are
It
watching.
also says usually ships between 1 to 3 weeks. I mean,
Oh, that's something else we were going to mention too. So the other reason that this isn't doing as well as it should be, this is FBM, fulfilled by merchant. So basically, they're actually providing this product themselves. They're shipping it themselves. They're storing it themselves. So that's another key thing about this product. It's not just about the listing, because the other product is FBA, which is what we teach, which is basically you let Amazon do all the work. They store it, they ship it, they do everything. And that's a key thing as well. So if you're listening, American Metalcraft, do a better job of your listing. Go to FBA, and you're going to make a lot more money, trust me, because you've done a good job. Because like Jason said, you've got good reviews and a good rating.
It's funny when you look at this too, because it's like, what are the reason people go to Amazon? Because number one, they've got selection. Number two, they're protected, they're safe. Number three, they've got 1 day, 2 day shipping. You know, if I'm going to go to Amazon, all of a sudden I'm going to see this product, or I can buy one that's actually, you know, even if this was more expensive. In fact, I guarantee you this is true, that I guarantee you they could be selling this for $5 and this being sold for 4 times as much. But because I know I can get it, look, order within 6 hours and 35 minutes and get it tomorrow for free, compared to get it in 1 to 3 weeks. Like, that's huge. And so FBA, and people say about that, oh, is it better to use FBA or FBM, fulfilled by Amazon or fulfilled by merchant? 100% of the time, in my opinion, FBA, especially when you're getting started out, because then that way you can take advantage of Amazon Prime. There's a whole lot of other differences. And I also believe that Amazon rewards you for using FBA. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, just do it. So do you want to look at how awesome their description was?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be. Well, actually, that's not as terrible as I would have expected, considering the title. I've got a funny feeling maybe they've got someone to do this for them.
Yeah. So, but what is terrible? So I do like white space, but you want to be careful with white space, because when I scrolled down to there, I thought, oh, that's it, and then done, and then I would be looking around. So you want to make sure that you don't have unneeded white space, and just use good images. Great for all kind of food. Like, don't make people have to increase the. So I'm 47, and my eyesight is dropping like crazy. Don't make me have to put on my glasses, please. Just make it readable for me. I'm the one with money in my pocket that wants to buy, so make it readable for me.
But yeah, it's not as terrible as I thought it was going to be.
No,
I'm surprised they've even got it. But so we didn't notice it there. But I bet you, like the description, I'm pretty sure I saw a little thick block of text.
I didn't even see it.
It's just below the EBC, I think.
Oh yeah,
There it is. So like we looked and we couldn't see it. And again, it's just a one block of text instead of breaking it up. Super simple to do, super simple fix. That will help you.
So these guys did a good job.
Yeah.
So definitely, I like that they added color, kind of getting into that whole festive. It's good.
It's good.
It's
I like
nice. Yeah, definitely. The images are all very clear. They have lifestyle photos of actually people using them, which I really like. Yeah, Very cool.
So,
And kicking butt.
yes, seriously kicking butt for something that is such a simple product. And that's one of the beauties of this. You know, you can find products that are so simple that, you know, making ridiculous amounts of money.
So let's go over this real quick again. So number one, you want to have a title that hits on benefits. And I believe we want about, what, 3 keywords?
Yeah, I mean, you want to fit as many keywords as you can into the title without making it look like you're jamming it. So it needs to flow and make sense.
That hits on benefits. Remember that. Number 2 is you want to use all your image slots given. You want to make sure your primary image has a nice clean white background. I believe we say 1,000 pixels by 1,000
At
pixels.
least. So that's the minimum to make it zoomable.
And so what that means is by doing that, is it showing my screen? Mike, are you on my screen? Okay. By doing that, when you mouse over the image, that's why you get the high definition. By having it 1,000 by 1,000, that's how it can zoom in and still really see it. What's good about this, like you can see right down to the fact that it's brushed metal, so that's a nice image. Make sure they're lifestyle images and make sure they hit on benefits. Benefits are so important. And then maybe talk about the bullets.
Yeah, your bullet points. So your bullet points give you more scope because you've got more space. You're not restricted as much by the length of it. So for me, the best way to do it is to list, like start with the benefit. In fact, actually, can we go back because we didn't show... If you actually, right where we are right now, you can see they've capitalized the first bit, the beginning of the bullet point. Like if you make that your title, if you make that your benefit of the product and you put it in capitals, and then after that, describe the feature of the product that gives that benefit. Because then you're covering benefits and features. Because people do go out there, oh, I'm looking for a specific feature in this product. Not probably with a taco holder, but like with other products. So yeah, use it to cover your benefits, even if you're reiterating benefits from your images and your title, because benefits are why people buy at the end of the day. So have the benefit at the beginning, maybe list after that the feature that gives you that benefit, and try and make the benefit stand out. And use all 5 of them. You're given 5 for a reason. Use them all.
Absolutely. And then we're going to go down to your description. Now, not everyone uses enhanced brand content, and that's fine. But whatever you do with the description, the idea is to describe your product so that the end user knows exactly what they're getting. Don't just do like a 2 to 3 sentence brief description. Make sure you know, and this is why we often recommend people even get copywriters to help them with this. Now, when you're just starting out, you might want to do it yourself. But focus on making sure that you're really describing the product. Talk about it. Talk about why. At the end of the day, you're answering the question why they want your product over somebody else's, and your job is to tell them. If possible, use enhanced brand content, though, because what that does is it just, at the end of the day, it's obvious. It allows you on Amazon to be able to show a very colorful, engaging graphic that really helps make the sale. Anything you recommend with the description?
Make it readable. Like, you know, like, so, as I said, like earlier on, if they get this far, they like your product, they're thinking about it, but they want to be convinced. And that's what you do. Jason's described how you do it. Add as much as you can. That description is almost unlimited. Add what you think might tip them over the edge. Even if it's like talking about your brand and how your brand positions itself, you know, in the world or whatever. Just anything extra you can add, because you've got all that space, so use it. And definitely, if you've got ABC, enhanced brand content, definitely use that, because it does make it look more professional. There's no doubt.
All right, cool. So if you're interested in more training, make sure you check us out for future live sessions on AmazingLiveNow.com. Again, I believe I got that right too. AmazingLiveNow.com. Yeah, where we're doing one of these all week still, right?
Yep.
Yeah, all week. And so we've got some recorded from last week. Great content. You're going to want to check it out. There's a couple of great interviews with Kirsty and Ferris, I believe. Did we do any other?
They're the 2 that jumped to mind. I think they're the only 2 interviews. We've got more coming, but those are the 2 interviews. Also, video 3 went live today. If you haven't watched the previous 2, you can find all that. And that's at AmazingLiveNow.com/free.
So check it out at AmazingLiveNow.com/free. And actually, why it's so important, what's relevant about this today is in video 3, we talk a lot about this. We talk about making sure your listing's optimized, but we also talk about launching your product. So you're going to want to check that out.
Absolutely.
So everyone have a fantastic day. Thanks for joining us. And again, check out AmazingLiveNow.com and AmazingLiveNow.com/free for more great training. Hey everyone, Jason Katzenbach here along with Dan Ashburn.
Hey
Pleasure
guys.
to have you guys here. This is the next episode of our daily show that we've been doing, Million Dollar Brands Live. And today we got a great show for you today. We're going to be talking about finding U.S. suppliers. You know, one of the big things with finding for products on Amazon is usually you hear people are always going to where? Well, China.
Yeah.
You know, China seems to be the big thing. But depending on the types of products that you're actually going to be searching for, there's a real good reason why you might want to be going into the United States when looking for suppliers. So Dan's going to go into a lot of detail on that. So what we're going to talk about is finding U.S. suppliers, but also we're going to be talking about 3 really, really important mistakes that are often made that can actually ruin your chances of having a good relationship with a supplier. Plus, we have a special guest on today's call, Andy Chacon, who you're going to want to hear from. She's going to be on in about 20-25 minutes, and she has an incredible story. She started as a seller, took our training, and then actually developed from just a seller on Amazon of her own brand to an actual manufacturer, and which is beautiful about this business model, isn't it? How you can take it, you know, you can just keep running it from your home, or you can grow it to a huge empire if you want. Now, there are a lot of different countries that you can source products from. You know, let's maybe talk a little bit about what those are. There's China,
Vietnam, Thailand, India, and depending on what you're sourcing and the materials that you're using in your products, you have different options. Now, 99% of the time, that's going to be China. I mean, Jason, no one can really beat China's sort of scale and the setup they have to produce and ship products internationally. However, like Vietnam's good for wood, Thailand's good for ceramic and glass. But often what is overlooked is a local market. Being the USA, if you're selling on Amazon.com, or maybe you're in the UK and you're looking to sell on Amazon.co.uk, there are a lot of benefits to sourcing locally, especially when it comes to consumables, so anything you're putting in your body, or any sort of beauty products, anything you're putting on your body. And there's a number of benefits to doing so, isn't there, Jason?
You know, and one of the things before you get into those benefits, you know, it's always wise that when, especially once you get established, to try to find backup or alternative manufacturers. And so a lot of my products, I primarily source from China. And sadly, a lot of those products, I just can't find U.S. manufacturers because, as Dan was saying, like on a lot of things, especially silicone-based products, those kind of things, you just can't compete on price. But there are things, just like what Dan said, especially anything that you ingest or you put on your skin, highly, highly recommend that you look at domestic suppliers for those. And if you're in the USA, that means in the USA. But there's a lot more than just that for benefits, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. So there's many reasons why you would do that, from FDA approval here in the USA, across to sort of the trust factor. Made in the USA is especially when sort of US market, US customers, it's a big sort of credibility point that people look for, especially when putting things in their body. But not only that, when it comes to sourcing domestically, whether it's in the USA or the UK or Germany, wherever you're planning on selling, there are a lot of benefits. These benefits include speed. So whereas your lead times out in China, typically you're looking at sort of 90 days minimum once you take into account production time, shipping time, inspections, getting it across the water. It's not a rapid process, but when sourcing locally, you can cut that time right down because the factory could be down the road or just over in another state.
And I don't want to overcomplicate this, but just it is something important to note. When you are looking for suppliers, even though it's often more expensive for certain products in the States, that speed factor is so critical. Because you're right, some products, it could take you up to 6, 8, even 12 weeks to get your product. So if all of a sudden, let's say your order just explodes, you end up selling out really quick. If you have a backup US supplier, even though it's going to be more expensive to use, but you can get a product from them quicker, that can really help your business. So it is important to always be looking for alternative suppliers, but I just wanted to add that because it's a huge benefit if you can find a US supplier.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we say, 99% of the time it is going to be China because no one can compete on price. But having that backup in place gives you a bit of redundancy in your brand as well. But not only that, lower minimum order quantities. So if you're starting maybe with a smaller budget, working local in your local market with a local supplier often gives you a bit more flexibility on the numbers that you need to be ordering as a minimum sort of inventory amount or a minimum order quantity. There's also the fact that you're reducing your supply chain costs. So whereas obviously when you're ordering from anywhere like China or Vietnam or Thailand, you work with a freight forwarder, which I know Mike covered in some depth in video 2. So if you haven't watched that already, you should definitely go check that out. There are obviously a cost involved with moving that product and that inventory across the world to your destination, and there's a fact of control as well. Like if this is your first time, maybe you're starting a brand, starting out, you've got a smaller order, you've got a smaller budget, and you're looking to invest that wisely, and you really want to invest in the development of your product. Definitely when it comes to consumables and beauty products that you put on your skin, then it's much easier to go visit that factory, isn't it, Jason? Sort of do the inspection yourself, work with that factory to develop that product out.
Yep.
Well, so we've got inventory management. It means you can place smaller orders more frequently, which means you're turning that inventory over a lot faster. And this is getting into a bit more sort of advanced inventory management, but this is what affects the cash flow in your business. This is what affects how quickly you can scale the business. And when working with a smaller budget, that can often have an advantage. And as I said originally, I mean, Jason, maybe talk to this a little bit, the point around sort of the trust factor of made in the USA.
Yeah, if you especially for anything that you ingest or digest or put on your skin, just being able to put on your packaging made in the USA, being able to put on your Amazon listing made in the USA when you're selling in the USA. So Amazon.com is the biggest marketing platform for Amazon, the biggest platform. And so when you're selling on there, obviously it's going to be a benefit over competition if you can say made in the USA versus the competition. Now, obviously that doesn't hold true if you're selling in the UK. Made in the USA really doesn't work for you, but it does. And on the US platform, it does make a conversion.
I mean, to that note, I was involved in a product a couple of years ago that was a collapsible coffee cup. They were made and produced in the UK. So this thing was like a travel coffee mug, I think you'd call it, but it collapses down into a small thin piece that you can put in your bag for people that maybe travel on the London Underground or the Tube. And whilst it was a lot cheaper to have that manufactured over in China, the brand partner we were working with was adamant that he wanted it locally sourced, locally manufactured, and we had the whole made in the UK. And because of that made in the UK, we actually got TV exposure on the product unexpectedly, and we sold all the inventory out in 24 hours, which was a headache in itself. But I mean, in any local market, as you well know, that local sort of looking after the local community, standing by your local manufacturers, it carries a lot of trust in the consumer market.
So I guess it's a good point. So first of all, I want to remind people that we've actually covered a lot of this training in video 2 of the training series. So if you want to check that out, they give you a template. They give you a lot of instructions. They give you, like I said, a template for contacting your manufacturer. So using that in combination with what we're talking about right now, that's some solid training you're getting access to. But I think that's a really good point, because we're using the example because really, because Amazon.com is so huge, we're using the made in the USA example, but really, like whether you're selling in Germany or the UK or anything like that, finding that domestic supplier. So if you are in Germany and you can find a domestic supplier in Germany, it's worthwhile. And and pretty much it's going to be the same kind of steps that we're going to be showing now.
Yeah, so what we're about to go through, and I'm going to give you 2 very simple ways of finding a local domestic supplier. Now, Mike, again, has covered this in depth on video 2, so make sure you go watch video 2 in the 4-part training series. But yeah, we're going to go through 2 simple steps, and all you would do is do them locally in your own market. And you know what, I mean, Germany, is it number 1 or number 2 in Europe at the moment in the marketplace?
I think it's number 1.
It's number 1 now.
It's 1 or
huge.
2, yeah. I think it overtook the UK.
Yeah, it's a huge marketplace. And for anyone that knows about sort of engineering and automotive, German cars and their reputation for engineering. But again, you obviously have to balance the pros against the cons in terms of cost, and then the benefits in your business, and make sure that you can meet that market on price.
So what we're going to show you now, Dan's going to show you a live example, just really how simple it is using the example of finding US manufacturers, US suppliers, and how to do that.
Yeah, the first step is one that Mike covered on part 2 of the 4-part free video series. So you definitely want to go in there and check that. But if we come over to Google, so you'll notice that I'm on google.com because I'm looking for suppliers in the USA. And we can also add the word USA or US to the end of the search. And all we're going to do is we're going to search for organic supplements. And I'll put manufacturers and or's in capital there, guys, private, there you go, label. And I'll probably throw a USA on the end there just to be sure.
So just for the knowledge of everyone watching, I know it's a filter reason. So why do you put the or in capital?
Because if it's not in capital, it's going to take that as part of your search and think that that's exactly what you're looking for. If you put it in capital, it tells Google that you're looking for organic supplements manufacturers or organic supplements private label. So that's why it's in capital, guys. Good catch there, Jason. Yeah, you definitely want to keep that in capitals. And this is quite an advanced search string, but this is going to give you both results instead of having to sort of go through one page of results and then come out and then go back into another page of results. It just makes you a bit more efficient.
Yeah, while he's doing that, it's just really important too. You don't want to shortchange this. You don't want to try to, make it as quick as possible. You want to look in detail. You want to do lots of different searches. Find as many manufacturers as you can, because the more manufacturer possibilities that you find, the better chances are you're going to find the product you're looking for at the price you're looking for.
And you can use words. I mean, it's not just, I'm using manufacturers and private label here because they're the most common used terms, but you could search factory, you could search distributor, you could search vendor, supplier. Yep. Obviously, supplier is a big one. Yep. So you've got to think that the way Google works is it's bringing websites up based on what the factory owners have put in their website titles. So you need to be thinking, well, as a factory owner, do they really necessarily know what they're doing with Google? And what words are they going to be using? So think factory, supplier, all of these different searches.
And with that, that's actually, this is something I used to teach back in the day as well, too. Don't just assume that the front pages are the best, because these people are not SEO, search engine optimized experts. So on page 3, 4, there could be some really great options there. So make sure you dig down into the rankings.
That's so true. I mean, we've come across freight forwarders in the past that have been on page sort of 6 or 7. The website looks like something that my little brother could have made, but when you actually deal and pick up the phone and speak to that factory, they've been around 30 years, they've been dealing with the business, they can give you information about the market that you would never find online because they've been serving people for years.
Absolutely.
So yeah, don't skip on this point. So we come down and I look specifically for organic supplements because maybe I'm looking at launching an organic sports supplement brand, or I'm into the sort of eco-health market. So I'm looking for organic supplements. Typically, this is definitely something you want to be sourcing domestically. You would not source this overseas in China or a place like that. Many reasons, from FDA approval, and it's a trust from the customer. Just remember they're putting this in their body, and you have to understand what goes through the thought process of when you're buying a brand of something you put in your body. So coming down, looking at this, I can see loads of different examples here. Wholesale, private label, organic supplements looks like a pretty good result. And as you can see, they're quite obviously used to serving our market and used to serving brand developers and brand owners. On the right-hand side here, we've got free quotes. They're advertising their FDA approval and all the other different sort of American certifications here, which is obviously a really good sign. Stock products is a good indication here. Stock products tells us that they have all of this sort of on the shelf, so to speak, and that if we were maybe looking to move quite quickly, rather than coming up with our own formulas and our own complex sort of formulations for the supplement, that we could actually just pick from a menu. Which, I mean, again, you talk about speed to market. We often find, don't we, the people that sort of get their product live first and get their feet wet as quickly as possible, often the more successful, aren't they?
That's a really good point. I just want to stress on for a second. So especially if you've never ran a business before, you got to look at your first product as a test product. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't want to be profitable with it, but you're learning so much. You're learning the entire Amazon platform. You're learning how to build a brand. You're learning how to market to consumers, all of those kind of things. And so the quicker you can get up and selling onto market, the quicker you're going to learn the ins and outs. And then once you learn those ropes, then you can start adding products. I don't know, but I've got to believe it's got to be like 70% plus people with their first product who are actually still selling it. I would say it's less, well, probably less than half of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I know for myself, the products that I first started with, I don't sell anymore. They were profitable, but I just didn't like selling them. They weren't what I wanted to sell, so I moved on. And that's what's great about this business, especially dealing with a supplier like that, where you could just get up and running in a couple of weeks, probably.
Absolutely. And I think to that point as well, there's a point there around sort of understanding your brand, and it's kind of like driving a car, isn't it? You don't really understand how to drive that car until you get behind the wheel.
Exactly.
So,
good analogy.
So you can look through here, and maybe we could go look joints, pain. There's loads of stuff in. There's ketosis pills here. That's obviously a huge market. You've got kids gummy bears. I mean, I've got an 18-month-old and a 4-year-old, and my kids love these things. Gives them their daily vitamins. So there's a whole sort of avenue there. And there's a nice stock list. That's a really good sign.
There's lots of good stuff.
Yeah, there's really good stuff. Oh, I like all the sugar-free stuff as well. So phone number there, and we'll talk about how to contact these guys in a second, but some really good indications. And all I'd do is I'd open up maybe a Google Sheet or an Excel document or a Word document and start creating copies of all the different websites of the ones I've been interested in. Notes about what I like about them, what I don't like about them. Was there anything that really jumped out at me? And start.
And that's a good point. Just make sure you're as organized as possible. Definitely, I love Google Sheets. You know, Google has Google Word, Google Sheets, all those things. Get organized. Make sure, and always put reasons why. Don't just put the link. Put a specific description of why you have that link, like what the types of products are, so that you're nice and organized. So when you reference back to it, you don't have to go back to it and try to remember the reasons.
Absolutely. So away from Google, there are actually loads of directories available online. A very famous one, or very popular one, is called ThomasNet. So it's thomasnet.com. And this is a dedicated directory full of US suppliers. I mean, there's thousands. So if we go on there again and search organic supplements, there you go. So you can see that result came up. Organic foods and supplements. They've got 130 suppliers just in this single category alone. And then you can see there's a couple of other categories that are relevant. If I just click onto that category, I'm then presented with a list of suppliers that supply organic supplements. So you've got some filtering on the left. You can view the suppliers' information. You can save them. You can create little folders within the website. It's very useful. And again, these are all US-based suppliers. You just click onto the profiles, take a look at the links, read about the corporation, maybe click through to the website. They've got social media, so you can have a look at their social media. Are they active on social media? And start to sort of do your own sort of research into the background of these suppliers and the credibility. You definitely want to do that ahead of time, and then obviously reach out and contact them. Finally, as another directory, another example, not many people know this, but Alibaba, you can actually find US suppliers, can't you?
It's a more recent thing, maybe within the last year, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, they've opened it up to a few countries.
So whilst obviously this is fairly new, so there's not going to be as many suppliers on there. If you search what you're looking for, so alibaba.com, we search for organic supplements, we go to suppliers, and then on suppliers, you'll see this location drop down on the top right-hand corner of the screen here. You've got, I mean, they've got United States. I didn't know that. They've even got United Kingdom, Germany, Canada. So a lot of like local markets, main markets for Amazon, there's lists of suppliers. So one thing here, it doesn't change when you just click. You need to click that and then click OK. It took me about 2 minutes to work that out. So anyway, I've got that working now. And as you can see, we've got a whole list of suppliers here, US based, that do everything from sports supplements to what looks like sort of fish oils and dietary supplements. And I mean, you've got the Gold Spire the whole year. So there's a lot of good credibility on these listings on Alibaba. And again, Mike and Rich have covered this in the 4-part training. So apply the same principles that you learned in that training in videos 1 and 2 to this research, and come onto Alibaba and have a look for those suppliers.
And don't just use one of those. We're not telling you to use Google or the directories. We're telling you to use all of it. You want to be able to exhaust all your resources so you can get a great list of manufacturers. All right, so when you've contacted the manufacturer, well, you found the manufacturer you want to use. Now you've got some questions you want to ask the manufacturer. And here we're just going to list really the top questions that we think are the most important. The first one we're going to talk about is, you'll see a thing, do you have it on there? It shows MOQ.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to show them so that they can reference it. So you'll see like on Alibaba or all those Alibaba, I can never say it.
Alibaba in the UK.
Yes. You'll see that it says MOQ. What that stands for is minimum order quantity. Now, minimum order quantity isn't always the truth, meaning that oftentimes they'll say you see 1,000 is their minimum order quantity.
Yeah, I'm just loading it up now.
He's trying to bring one up for us. The reality is, though, the reason they're putting that there is to give you, first of all, they're not in the business of just trying to ship out 1 or 2 products to people. This is mass produced, and that's how they're able to do this, because they mass produce, and they want you to order. If it says 400 MOQ, that means your minimum order is going to be 400. That's going to be a good indicator for you to know whether you can afford it or not. So even just on one of these pages, can you see
I'm just bringing one up now to see if we can find one. Just give the internet a second. Generally, you'll see it somewhere on the page. Let's see if they're listing it here. You'll notice that, I mean, these have a bit of a different template to what the China ones.
Yeah.
On the Chinese listings, you definitely see them. It seems that you've got like average lead time. in some cases, it doesn't look like a lot of the
for
US
these
ones are,
they
which is
don't. That's
interesting.
interesting.
Which
But when
may
you
be a
do see
benefit.
MOQ, yeah, that means minimum order quantity. And if there is, and that is actually a huge benefit. If you can find a manufacturer, especially a domestic one in the US, that has a very low MOQ, plus low lead time, meaning if you can order just 30 products and know you get those products within a week, that is a huge, huge asset advantage, because not only can you test the market really quickly, but you also don't have to worry about ever running out of inventory, because you know you can get that inventory back really quickly. What is your sample pricing? Now, the question a lot of people ask, do I need to get samples? And your answer is?
Yes, absolutely.
You want to get samples for one reason only, is because you want to know what you're giving your customer. Yeah. And you can't, as much as we want to trust everybody in the world, sometimes you can't trust people. And when you get the product from the sample, you realize this product isn't really what they said it was going to be. So you want to get samples. So you need to ask about sample pricing. One of the advantages of getting samples in the US, if you're domestic, is they're going to be a little bit cheaper, because in the States, they're going to have to ship them overseas. And usually, I'm sorry, in China. In China, I mean, I feel like it's usually about 70 to 100 bucks.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the product. I mean, I ordered a sample last night, and it's $100 express shipping to here in Austin in the US. So it's typically about $100.
And so when you get the sample too, what you want to do is you want to order the competing product on Amazon that you've been comparing it to, and you want to be able to look at them and see how you can improve the product that you've got the sample of. All right, next question. What is your production pricing? Can you do that?
Yeah, so once you've ordered that sample and you're happy with the quality of it, because remember, the quality directly affects your reviews on Amazon and reviews at everything. You then want to understand, based on the volume that you plan to order, how much are they going to give, what price are they going to give you for that volume? Now, typically what you'll find is that with increased volume comes cheaper prices. And in the beginning, you're not going to be placing massive orders, so you are going to pay a bit extra. But you want to get a feel for this ahead of time, and maybe ask them, well, if I placed 500 units, what would that be? If I placed 5,000 units, what would that be? And try and get a feel for how that volume pricing looks. But you definitely want to understand what the price is for producing that order for you.
You know, what's really important, we're going to hit on this a little bit more in a minute too, talking about relationships with suppliers. But you got to remember, when you're first contacting a supplier, they don't know you from anyone. And so, you know, trying to go in there and negotiating really aggressively when you have no work history with them, well, they want to protect themselves as well too. So the idea is, it might be a little bit more expensive on the product to get started, but as he said, two things happen. Number one, as you order more products, they're going to lower the price. But also, once you start creating a relationship with them, they'll be able to give you price benefits too.
And on that point, it's I think the mindset you have to have, Jason, is like a win-win relationship. You're looking to start your brand and your business, but remember that these manufacturers are also looking to run and profit from a business. So you have to find a deal that creates a win-win relationship within that pricing. So it's not always just pricing. It's the next point as well around payment terms, isn't it? And turnaround times. And it's not just price that matters. And just remember that going into the conversation.
Well, why don't you hit on that? Hit on price and turnaround time.
Yeah, sure. So the next point after price is, well, how quickly can you produce this inventory order for me? Now, over in China, as Mike has said on video 2, typically that's about 30 days. Here in the US, depending on the products and depending on whether it's like a stock item off the shelf, like we just saw on that website there, it could be as soon as sort of 4 or 5 days. It could be a working week. If it's made from scratch, typically it's more like 20, 21 days, something like that, but definitely faster than overseas. And then when it comes to payment terms, the reason we mention payment terms, not many people realize this, is it directly affects your cash flow in your business. So if you can extend your payment terms and maybe sort of pay a deposit and then pay the balance maybe 30 days after receiving the product, now that's going to be hard to negotiate on the first interaction, as Jason said, because you've got to build a relationship and they need to trust you and believe in you. But if you can extend your payment terms, then it's going to help you cash flow the business also.
Yeah, so and that's something actually we teach about, is really managing that and getting your numbers together so you can later renegotiate with your manufacturers when you can show them, look, selling at this price, it's just too hard. And they'll work with you on that because they want you to be profitable, because they know if you're profitable, you're going to want to sell a lot more. And so it's really important. I guess, you know, we were going to wait a little bit to talk about this, but I'm just going to emphasize it now. Your relationship with your supplier is just as important as your relationship with your customer.
Absolutely.
You need to have a great relationship. You need to respect them. You know, especially, I remember when I first started selling, I was dealing with manufacturers in China. There was that language barrier. Be respectful, be patient, communicate clearly. really understand that this is an asset for your company. The better relationship you have with your supplier, the better terms you're going to get. Let's talk about some of the advantages. You got terms. What else do they
Production time. I mean, if you really think about how this business, the makeup of this business and sort of the construction of this business, the foundation is your relationship with your supplier and your suppliers as you sort of scale that brand. If you've got a good relationship, they respect you, you have a win-win relationship in place, they trust you, you've met all your deadlines, you've hit the growth targets, then imagine that maybe you sell through your inventory a bit too fast. Maybe it's coming up to Christmas, you didn't forecast correctly, and you sell through. Well, if you've got a good relationship with your supplier, maybe they put your orders to the front of the queue. That's just saved you being out of stock on Amazon and saved you thousands of dollars in potential sales just from that relationship. So these are the sort of benefits that you can have when you really invest in the relationship.
And on top of that, they'll often reach out to you and say, hey, this is a product that's starting to sell really well. You should do this. So it's that insider knowledge because they trust you. They know that you're going to sell that product.
It's crazy, actually. I'm heading to China next week. We're going out there to source some products. And I was there in April last. I was speaking to one of the booths there. And I said to the lady behind the booth in some very obviously broken English, where does this product sell the most? And it was a backpack of sorts. And it actually sold 100 a day in Italy. In Italy, of all marketplaces, one of the smallest marketplaces. And don't forget, these factories and these manufacturers here in the US with the supplements and the skincare products, they're supplying potentially thousands of customers. Who do you think has the most information about that product? Them, because they're supplying all the markets.
How powerful is that? I mean, with Amazon, it's so easy now to go international. If you know that a certain product is killing it in a European country, I mean, that's beautiful. And that's insider knowledge because you're talking to your, I guess that sounded wrong. I didn't mean it that way. That's relationship knowledge where they're working with you. And it's such a powerful thing. I mean, it's not to be taken for granted. So, we know that when people are reaching out to suppliers get bombarded.
Yes.
And so you have a few tips that you wanted to share on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to hear from Angie in a second, as we said, 7-figure Amazon seller, owner of a beauty manufacturing factory. And these tips come from sort of working with these factories. So to avoid being ignored. So these factories will get multiple requests, maybe hundreds a day, some of the popular ones. How do you get in touch with these factories professionally without being ignored? And some tips would be to avoid long emails. So you don't need to put big, long, bulky emails, loads of text, loads of paragraphs. Be really concise in the questions that you're asking. Consider bullet pointing them to make it easier. Make the person reading that email, make their life as easy as possible. So break that down. Avoid asking too much out the gate. Like if you're asking for all these customizations and all these developments out the gate, they want to understand whether you're serious or not because they get a lot of tire kickers. They will get a lot of people reaching out that never actually act upon their intention. So you want to ask enough to say, can you customize these products? Without going in, can you customize this product and do A, B, C, right down to Z for me on the first email? But then also, you want to avoid asking too little. You need to set the balance to say, hey, look, I am serious. This is the brand that I'm building, or this is the brand that I own. And these are the products that I'm interested from your range to build out my brand. So add enough information so that you're credible, but don't ask too much. That would be my tips.
Cool. Now remember, in video 2 of the training series, we give you a template. We give you all that information so you know how to reach out to them. So combined with this information, you are golden. So I think we're time to introduce our special guest. So can we bring Angie on?
Hello.
There we
go.
Right
cool.
On. So Angie, I'm going to give you just a real quick introduction, then you can add to that. So Angie started selling, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago?
5 years ago?
5 years ago. Through our training, you developed into, I remember at one time you were up to about $500,000 a month.
Yeah.
And then what you did, instead of taking the lifestyle side of this, you decided to create your own huge company and became a manufacturer. So and I just love that story because, again, there's so many avenues you can take with this business. It's not just one-dimensional. You can do so many different things, and here's a perfect example. Is there anything you want to add to that introduction?
Wow. Well, I mean, I definitely started selling on Amazon with no prior experience. So it was one of those, like, is this going to work for me? Shot in the dark. I was a little eager for it to work because I was recently single. I was supporting 3 kids. I was financially pretty strapped. So it was one of those this has to work for me. There's no plan B. So, yeah, it was a good time of really like kind of knuckling down and focusing on the training and really learning and this whole new experience. And it was great. I mean, it worked, and I was able to. I mean, interestingly enough, my first product that I picked actually failed. It actually didn't do well. And after kind of struggling with it for almost a couple months, I actually went back to the training and with someone's advice, like, hey, go back and make sure you pick the right product. And it was really good because I just felt like I knew best. And I did go back and I re-looked at all the training. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe my product for this marketplace wasn't the right thing. And I kind of realized like Amazon's a little different than just selling in a retail store or other marketplaces that you might be selling in. And it's all based on keyword research and is a person looking. And that made a huge impact on me, just really knowing I got to pick the right product. And then I did. I picked 3 more products. And over the next few months, I launched them out, and then I was doing like 60,000 a month within the 6-month period. And that kind of went on to like, I don't know, 200,000 a month within like, I think 2 years, and the 500,000 a month, like 2.5 years later. Anyways, it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was. And I remember the high you had when you were sharing that. It was just how it was exploding. And I love how you said a couple of things. First of all, how you had to go back in the training because you thought you knew best. So often we hear people say that. And the reality is, like, that's probably one of the biggest dangers of trying to do this business alone is there are so many different things with the Amazon business model. And that's why we give you such strict criteria when we tell you to pick products, because there is a difference when you're picking. There is a difference when you're picking your very first product to when now you're established and you're looking to grow your brand. Because your very first product, you really want to be as risk adverse as possible. You don't want to get a lot of inventory. You want to get something that reviews are going to be good because it's simple. It does exactly what it says. So that's a great point.
On that point, Angie, take us through to the story right to the end, and then I want to come back to sort of your beginning and a piece of advice for people listening. But what was that journey from sort of starting that Amazon business, getting to 500,000 a month, and then how did you end up owning a beauty manufacturing factory? That's like.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to answer that. No, it actually started because I was going through the struggles of like the learning curve and launching new products and all the ups and downs that come with that. And then finally, now I'm actually cruising. I got several products and it's going well, and I'm launching new ones. And I was at kind of my peak of, I'm doing awesome. And my supplier couldn't keep up with me. And I was starting to have a lot of problems of like, I would talk to my supplier and they're like, your stuff is coming. And then like a month later, I'm like, where's my stuff? Oh, it's not here yet. We haven't made it. We're out of raw materials. And, things like that, where I actually ran out, like my 5 top sellers ran out for, anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months. And
that's costly, right?
It killed me. Yeah. My sales tanked. And I was like, ooh, there's a liability in this. Like, and I took full responsibility. Like I wasn't on top of it enough. So I'm like, all right. But I had some experience in manufacturing in a, prior life. And I was like, well, I'm just gonna get back into this again. I want to create my own manufacturing. I want to have full control. I want to know that what's getting put in my products is like 100% what's actually in there. I want to be able to be in control of my lead times, my price points, the quality and all that. So
awesome.
I started.
So, Angie, before we jump into the mistakes that we promised everyone, if you were to sort of go back 3 or 4 years to the beginning, if you could tell yourself one thing back then now that you've learned, what would that one piece of advice be for people considering starting a brand on Amazon?
I think everything that I could say kind of just goes into staying focused.
Yeah.
Not getting overly complicated, not going off on shiny new objects, not getting too dispersed or going in too many different directions, and just really like, isolating out, like, I did this and this is working. And so I'm going to keep doing this and this is going to keep working, and add value and strengthen that which has been working. Because I've definitely made the mistake of, okay, I'm all over the place, or I'm going all over, and I've felt the effects of, suffering.
I've seen so many people want to launch their first product with 10 different products. And, like I said earlier, just start with one, learn the process. And then once you've learned it and that's working, then start expanding. So that's great feedback, because we can overcomplicate this so easily. And so by staying focused, that's awesome. All right, so we promised you all that we would have 3 big mistakes. And so who better to ask than a manufacturer themselves? So when you're talking to people, what do you find are the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when contacting you guys?
So, the first mistake is when people are looking for a supplier, they're often not going to pick a supplier that meets all their needs, like in the long term. They're going to maybe be a little rash or a little sudden. They don't really know what they're looking for. They're doing the search, and they're just going to kind of reach out, and a supplier is going to say, oh yeah, hey, this sells well, take this product. Or they might be like a supplier that they're not really familiar with Amazon. Maybe they're not, having an advantage, like myself being an Amazon seller, I kind of know how to walk people through. They're going to run into situations especially in health and beauty, and I'm sure in, nutrition as well, is there's going to be a gating process. Like topicals are gated, so you need to get through that. Well, I've gotten people ungated in 2 hours, or 2 days. It can be a fast process, but I've seen people take months and struggle before they come to me. And I'm like, well, you're just doing something wrong. But I know, because I've done it.
I think the point there, Angie, is sort of point 1 is the due diligence, isn't it? Like, not just going on price as a factor, but actually doing the research into, is this the right supplier? Is this the right factory for me? Can they support me in the long term? And it's such a good question.
Yeah, like, what are my needs? My needs are working with Amazon. How familiar are you with Amazon? That's huge. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. Are they FDA approved? Do they follow good manufacturing processes? Have they been around for a while? Can you come visit them and walk through the facility? There's a lot, and unfortunately there's a lot of shadiness in this industry. And I kind of found out through working with chemists and trying to reformulate products and stuff that it's not all what everybody says it is. And you don't always get an honest person on the other side of that channel. So that's kind of important to just know and have a relationship that's going to take you long term. And they're going to help you develop a brand, because obviously it's not all about, like, hey, I want that product, stick my label on it and stick it out on Amazon, and now I'm going to be rich. It's, you are going to create a brand. You are going to try to, figure out who your customer is and really market to them, and launch a product, then launch another one, and then launch another one.
Is there a type of communication that you get that as soon as you see it, you almost roll your eyes? You're like, oh, I don't even want to deal with this?
Well, it's probably usually along the lines of like, hey, I heard skincare is really good to get into, and what product should I sell? I'm like, well, that's a loaded question.
So I think that really brings up a really good second point, does it? Like know the products that you're looking to get into, do the research before contacting the suppliers. It's coming back to the point that we made earlier, like ensuring that the supplier takes you seriously, because they know that you know what you're talking about. So that's a really good second point there, Angie. Like, do the research, isn't it?
Yeah, I've definitely had people contact me and they're like, okay, I want to do this product because this is what I see. And I personally know Amazon's saturated with that product. And I'll say, look, I don't actually advise you to do that product. As much as I would love to sell it to you, if you're going to do that on Amazon, I don't actually feel you're going to be successful. So I'll definitely check with them. Do you have training on how to actually pick a good product? Do you know what to look for? And I run through that a lot. People contact me and they really don't know how to pick a product. And I've seen people really feel like they're picking the right product. And as much as I can tell them, I'm just not sure that that's the right product. They'll go with it. And, some will succeed and some won't. And it really, hurts when someone picks something and I don't see them grow and I can't help them grow their brand, because that's my purpose.
So if you haven't already watched video 1, Rich went through that in detail in video 1 of the 4-part series. So make sure after this live, you jump into that video and take a look there. What's the third point, Angie?
So I think the third point would be, like, when you're going to come to a supplier, you want to make sure that they can customize things for you or service you and make your product different than everybody else's. So a lot of people will come to me, they want like maybe major customization, which is going to take your product a lot longer to launch, but you can do really simple things to customize your product, like just having a different smell or a scent or a color, or the packaging can be different. You can do a lot with your labeling. And then of course, just really knowing your niche, knowing your customer, and don't just sell, generic face cream. Just be like, good, this is a face cream specifically for athletes, and athletes have these issues. And so these are the certain oils or essential oils or benefits for athletes that this cream is going to target. And that's what your branding and everything's going to be about. So your label will say that, your bullets will say that, your title will say that, everything will be relevant to that.
So with interesting points, so do you find that, because one of the things that I recommend for people, again, is start as simple as possible. Yeah, I mean, ideally you have a slight differentiation right away, but at the end of the day, the goal of initially getting up and running is just to test the market and make sure the product's running. Do you find that a lot of people just want tons and tons of changes that they just think will work, or do they actually give you reasons for why they want it?
I mean, I get a bit of both, I guess, but most people don't do the research. They don't really know.
At the end of the day, yeah.
So step 1, due diligence on the factory. Step 2, know what market you're getting into, understand the products. And step 3, ensure that you understand that the factory can support you in making the customizations to that factory. Angie, as a final question from me, what does the perfect buyer look like to you? The perfect customer for your manufacturing factory? Like, what does ideal look like? If we could paint a picture for our viewers here, what does that look like?
I mean, ideal would be, number one, a customer that's really passionate about building their brand. That's like the first thing, is the purpose has to be there. Having as much knowledge as possible, either if they're going Amazon route, they should know as much as possible on how to launch a successful product on Amazon, how to launch it, how to pick it, how to create the listing, all that.
We've got them covered there.
Yeah, and then maybe there's some background in selling skincare products, or they're just totally motivated. They're all in. They're like, they're going to take this product and maybe they'll start with 500 units, which is great, and then their next order will be 1,000, and then 2,000, and then 50,000 orders, which would be great. And then they'll do their next product and their next product, and they'll work with us, and we'll help custom create and work on their packaging and new product ideas, and they'll just be able to roll out and keep going and build a brand.
Cool. Well, I got 2 final questions for you before we end this call, because I know you're very busy too. Number 1, do you ship internationally? Like for the products do you sell to customers internationally?
Yeah, I deal with international customers all the time.
Nice. What final remark would you like to share with people who are right now, what we're talking about is finding U.S. suppliers, getting going. Are there any final remarks that you'd like to share on that?
Besides really knowing your supplier, knowing that they can work with you long term, knowing that they can help your needs with everything. In order to make sure you're successful, just really understand how to pick a product. Really understand, it's based on, if you're selling on Amazon, it's mostly based on keywords. You're going to sell a product that's amazing and awesome and good quality, of course. You want to make sure people are searching for it. You want to make sure there's a demand for it. And then it's kind of a no-brainer after that. It's a easy ride if you kind of take those steps and move forward. And of course, if anybody needs help with skincare manufacturing, I'm here and happy to help anyone.
Awesome. Well, Angie, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time on here. I'm so happy to see how things are going for you. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And for all the rest of you, if you want to know about future ones of these, we're doing another Facebook Live tomorrow for the rest of this week. Check us out on AmazingLiveNow.com. You're going to see we already have yesterday. We did a great one. Last week, we did a couple of interviews, and there's just some solid training there. And then don't forget to check out our 4-part training series at AmazingLiveNow.com/free. Again, that's AmazingLiveNow.com/free. Any closing remarks?
No, guys, just focus in, take advantage of this free training. Go back and watch. If you haven't been following this series, the $1 Million Brand series, go back, spend the next couple of hours, go back and watch the previous episodes. But Angie, thank you for joining us. Some really stellar advice there. And for everyone else at home, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to the next episode of $1 Million Brands Live. I'm Mike McClary with Amazing.com, along with Matt Clark, also from Amazing.com. Today we have a exciting show for you because we're going to show you 5 different products live. We have them here in the office actually, and the cool thing about these products is that each one of them does over $500,000 a year in sales on Amazon. And another cool thing about them, I'm going to use that word, is that you can actually source these products and get going for $1,000 or less. That means that you come out and buy the first set of inventory, get it off to Amazon, start selling for less than $1,000. And we're going to share with you also the profit margins on these. We're going to show you how we found the actual price on those. The hint how we did that, it's actually taught to you in our free video training series at AmazingSellingMachine.com. But don't worry about that for now. We're going to show you exactly how we do that. So I'm going to turn this over to Matt. We're going to start going through the products themselves.
Yeah, and so if you're watching this today, Wednesday, October 16th, you're in a very special place because we have something super cool for you that's only available today. We're actually, like Mike said, all these products, you can actually start them with $1,000 or less in inventory. And some of them do, $500,000 or more in revenue every single year. So you could literally build a $500,000 business starting with just $1,000. But we're going to go even further because only today, we'll talk about later how you can actually get us to pay for your inventory up to $1,000 of inventory to start your business. So in terms of inventory, you could literally start this business on our own dime, but we'll tell you all about that in just a few minutes. But before we get into that, kind of want to give you some context in terms of why what we're talking about is important. First off, our team has gone through thousands and thousands of Amazon products and picked out a handful that we're going to share with you today. These are products that have good sales potential, meaning that they're actually selling well. Like I said, at least $500,000 a year. They have a reasonable amount of competition because, a lot of products online, they may sell a lot, but they may have so many people competing that they wouldn't be something you'd want to jump in, especially if you're brand new. Now, we are typically helping people build businesses that are starting from ground zero. So if you're working a job, this is the first business you've ever built, first time you've ever sold online, you're in the perfect spot because each one of these products has a very reasonable amount of competition and is actually a product that we would go out there and launch ourselves, but instead we've decided to reserve it and give it to you so you can hopefully go build your own business with one of these exact products. And lastly is you could start each one of these with $1,000 or less in inventory, which is super important because some products out there, they may have great sales potential, they may have a reasonable amount of competition, but it may be hard to find a supplier who's willing to supply it to you at a low minimum order quantity, the first amount of quantity you have to order from them, or the product may just be selling for too expensive, and so starting for $1,000 or less may be out of the question for a lot of products out there. These products, not the case. So each one of these is a good, real opportunity on Amazon today that you could go out there and build a business with. And so to tell you how we found these products, we've got a whole method that we use to research and find products. So we went out there, scoured Amazon, found a bunch of products, used Amazon as a research tool because there's tons of public data available on Amazon to help you find products. We did that. We looked through a lot of these, and then we looked for products, like I said, with high sales volume, a reasonable amount of competition, and products that can be private labeled. And I will explain more about that whenever we start showing you some of the products, because we actually have these products with us here today. But when we start showing them to you, we'll show you what we mean by private labeling. But just so you know, the whole business model that we've been teaching people over the past 8 years and has worked very well for us in our own businesses is creating your own brand of an existing product, not selling somebody else's brand. Very, very important, but we'll talk more about that whenever we get there. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the first product opportunity. So the first one we have here is the Bug Zapper. So maybe you want to explain kind of what this is, show them on Amazon first.
Yeah, so if you want to pull up my screen right here, this is the Living Well Bug Zapper, Mosquito Zapper. This one actually works indoors or outdoors. I was pretty amazed you could buy these because that might seem a little dangerous to keep around the kids, but who knows? Could be for a lot of fun in the weekends too, who knows? But these products you can buy right on Amazon to keep all the insects away. This one sells for $39.99. And the first thing we probably want to do is like, is this a good opportunity? Like, is this a product that we can actually make money off of? So what we do, and we use the Profit Miner tool, which is a completely custom tool that we came up with to check out a few things. You know, how many reviews it has, what's the best sellers rank. And I have the Profit Miner tool already loaded up on the screen. I'm going to click on the little Profit Miner button and kind of pull up some details on this. Here we can see that the price of this course is $39.99. It's ranked 2,367, which is right in the middle of that sweet spot. We like products that are starting off somewhere around 300 at the lower end and then up to 5,000 at the higher end. So this is right in the middle of there. And then the revenue, it says it's $41,000 a month. So if you extrapolate that over a year, this is selling $500,000 a year. And what's kind of amazing is that this product in its category is ranked well over 2,000, not in the top 10, top 100, top 500, top 1,000, above 2,000. And it's still a $500,000 product. And this is just one of tens of thousands of products that you can find this way. As a matter of fact, we have 5 here. We came up with a whole list just within a couple hours of 50 products that met the criteria. We just wanted to order 5 and bring them here to show them to you. There's all kinds of products that meet the criteria. Now, the next thing we want to do, though, you want to make sure that we can get this product for a reasonable price and a low minimum order quantity. Because if we need to go out there and buy 5,000 units of this, we couldn't get going. Most people could not get going with this business. So what we've done is we've actually went to a site called Alibaba, and we actually show you how to do this in the free training as well. And I have found another mosquito zapper. It looks almost exactly like this one here. And on the screen, you'll see the different minimum order quantities. And this makes it real easy. A lot of times you have to negotiate with suppliers to figure out, you know, what's the price going to be for 1,000? What's the price going to be for 500, for 100? Alibaba's gotten really smart. They're letting their suppliers tell you up front. For this one, if you order as little as 30 units, you only have to spend $4.50 for each unit on here, which is pretty crazy. Now, of course, the more you buy, the later on you get into this business, the more you're able to afford. You can pay, I mean, it's kind of crazy, only $1 for this Bug Zapper. That's incredible. You got to buy like 300,000 of them, but imagine what your profits are going to do later on. This product already has crazy, great profit margins, but the way we like to look at these is think about down the road. When you can get lower prices, your profits don't go lower because you're getting bigger. Your profits actually go up because of the economies of scale of you getting better deals from your suppliers. But let's imagine that we have to pay the highest price for this one. We're only ordering maybe 30 or 100, and we have to pay $4.50. Well, we can actually go to a tool that Amazon gives us called the Fulfillment by Amazon Revenue Calculator tool. I've already put in the code for this product. This is their ASIN. It's the Amazon identification number. We're going to pull this product up on here, and you can see the picture pops up. That tells us exactly the same product we have. So the first thing we're going to do is put in the price, what we're going to sell this for. And to start off, I always like to sell our products for what the competition is selling them for. So this one's selling for $39.99. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put in what our shipping cost is going to be for this product. So in general, when you ship these products via ocean, I like to estimate about $1 is all you're gonna pay, and that usually covers any kind of imports, taxes, and fees like that as well. Because as you'll see, even if you're paying, let's say, 15-20% of a import tax, you only pay that off of what you're paying for the product. So we're not paying 20% off a $40 product. We're paying 20% off a $4.50 product. So the taxes are not nearly as high as some people might think. But I'm going to use $1 as an estimate for shipping to get it into the country. And then the cost of the product, like we said, is $4.50. I'm going to type that in, and then I just hit the calculate button. And this product, for every one that we sell, we're going to make $21.68, which is a pretty crazy high 54% profit margin for this product. Now, do we want to advertise? Absolutely. I like to kind of factor in starting off 10 to 20% will be going towards advertising, but even after you take that out, we're still well above a 30-35% profit margin for this product that we can get going with less than 100, 200 units, less than $1,000. It's just a great, great opportunity to get started with. And imagine the other kind of products you could build a brand out of. This is a perfect outdoor product. We could come up with other garden products, maybe some lighting products for your garden, maybe some like lighting globes for your pond or whatever it is. This could be the first part of an entire brand of products that you could build all around this one product. Now, what would be really cool is to physically see this product. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds great.
How is that going to happen?
Oh, look at that.
It
Just appeared.
Magically happens over here.
Here is the product that I believe came directly from Amazon. And so this thing, like we said earlier, you want to create your own brand of the product. And so a lot of times you may think that, oh, that's super complicated. How am I going to basically invent this product from scratch? You don't have to. Mike just showed you a listing on Alibaba, which connects you to a lot of suppliers over in China. So they make generic versions of just about every product you see out there that you can modify a little bit if you want to, but if it's already a good product, you don't have to. You can basically just do something like this and put your brand name right here on the product. So this is just a tiny little thing that says Livin' Well, which I guess is the brand name of this product. And that's really it. There's nothing else on here that brands this to anybody else's product. So there's probably other people out there selling it with their own logo right here. Maybe it's written somewhere else on the product. And that's all that's differentiating this product from another one. Which if you're just getting started, brand new to business, brand new to selling, brand new to building a brand, then doing something simple like this is a great way to get started. Because what you can do is once you learn all the marketing steps of this business, you can go out there with a product that's almost identical to somebody else's out there, a good, nice product, but it's basically the same. And then you can do better marketing than them, and you can rank higher than them for different keywords on Amazon and start producing sales. And that's how you can turn this product that may only cost you $1,000 to get started into something that if you run the numbers based on the profit Mike showed you and how many units this product sells, it does about $19,000 a month in profit. $19,000 a month in profit. So you put $1,000 in inventory. Once you get the thing going, once you get some reviews, once you get some rankings, this simple product that costs you less than $1,000 up front to get started could be making you $19,000 every single month. And the cool thing is that, like Mike said, you can add more products to the brand. You can find out what other kind of home products that the supplier has and start selling them to all the same people who bought this first product, and then watch your brand kind of grow from there. I mean, that's how we have people we've taught that have gone from, a single product, maybe doing 5-10 grand a month, to doing multiple millions per year with the same exact model. They just kind of grew organically like that.
All right.
And so that's it for our first product. So that was the first product. It's basically a bug zapper, outdoor bug zapper. Our second product, which I believe Mike is going to pull up here, but we'll go ahead and pull the actual one on stage here. It is a mattress case or mattress protector. And as you can see right here, you may have seen one of these yourself. So Mike now has it pulled up on Amazon too, which we'll show you in just a second. But yeah, so this one, so you would know how to create your own brand of this. The actual product in here, I haven't opened this up, so I doubt it probably has a logo or anything on there. Even if it did, not a problem. But most of the branding for this product comes from this cardboard insert that's inside of this plastic bag, just a regular sort of plastic bag. This cardboard insert, which is just a design file, any designer that you can find online could go out there and do this for you. You just ask the supplier for, hey, send me the template for this little cardboard design or cardboard package insert. Send me the template for this, and you send it over to the designer. They do all the design work on here. You send it to the supplier, and then you can have your own version of a product just like this that's doing very, very well on Amazon.
Yeah, so I have the product pulled up right now on a page. Let's see. This is the Plush Deluxe mattress encasement. Let's see exactly what it's selling every single month. This is so this product is ranked 1,083. Again, well within our recommended range of 300 to 5,000. And the revenue this is making per month is $211,511. So $211,000 a month, well over 200. This product is doing crazy. That's $2 over $2 million a year, easily, almost $2.5 million a year in revenue. And what kind of profit numbers is this one making?
Yeah, so we've pulled up the profit numbers using exactly what Mike showed you. If you just Google, like he showed you, FBA revenue calculator, you can run all these numbers yourselves. But what we found is that this product, after all of Amazon's fees, because a lot of times people are concerned, oh, how much is Amazon going to take if I sell on Amazon? Are they going to take all of my profit? It's a very reasonable fee. Then people get concerned about using Amazon to do shipping, which is crazy. Trust me, that's how I started my business, was doing all my own shipping. It's a nightmare. Let Amazon take care of all of it. Not only does it remove a lot of hassle, allow you to kind of automate some of your business, but also you get access to all Prime members who now can get free shipping on your products. So you absolutely want to use Amazon to do your shipping. So after all that stuff considered, this product, still makes about $19, almost $20 in profit for every single unit sold, which means that over the course of a month, this product makes about $97,000 or $98,000 in profit from one single product that tons of people buy, a fairly basic product, nothing super special, but $97,000 a month. And remember, this is in this list of products that you can start for $1,000 or less in inventory. Absolutely crazy.
That's $1 million in profit a year just off of one product. And again, imagine how many different home decorating products you can add to a line like that. Pillowcases, mattresses, duvets. I don't know what a duvet is, but it sounds really cool. But all those kinds of things you could add to this product line here. It'd be pretty easy to do.
Yep. And if you're just joining us, by the way, pretty soon here, we're going to be telling you how, we're showing you 5 products that you can start for $1,000 or less. And we're also going to be telling you, because you're joining us today, Wednesday, October 16th, live here, that we're going to show you how we can actually buy $1,000 worth of inventory for you. But we'll talk all about that in just a few minutes.
All right. So the next product we got selling here is going to be a waste paper basket. And it kind of amazes me all the time how you may think of there we go, the magical waste paper basket. So this actually opens up with a little button on the bottom as well. You can do it the hard way or smack it up like that, make it like a puppet. But even everyday products like waste paper baskets sell crazy well on Amazon. This product makes over $800,000 a year just from a simple waste paper basket. It's not very heavy. It still is under 5 pounds. You can still ship this thing pretty easily. It checks all the other boxes as well on Amazon. You can easily find this product sourced on Alibaba, just like we showed you before. There's a really cool thing on Alibaba that if you only can afford such a certain amount of money, you can filter out all the products that are either above a certain price or even those that are above a certain minimum order quantity. When doing this research, I kind of started out like I saw a bunch of products that had to get to buy at least 1,000 units. I just typed in that I wanted something with at least 200 units or less, and it took those out of the equation for me completely, showed all kinds of products that you can easily get going with for a very low quantity, and therefore I knew I could get in for $1,000 or less with this product.
Yeah, and the only thing that makes this somebody's brand versus a generic product, which remember, we're all about creating your own brand, is this little card right here. It's even blank on the other side. So it has one of these little, little attachers, and then it's just a plain little basic card that has some design on there. Not even a particularly well-designed card, in my opinion, but that's it. And then they basically put their brand name and logo on there. Everything else is a generic product, and that's how they're able to take this product and sell it underneath their own brand. And you could do something very similar, and then all of a sudden you have your own brand of this product, which can be very valuable, and later you can actually sell your brand for a good amount of money.
And if you want to pull up my screen right here, I have the product here on Amazon. One thing you'll notice is that it's not like this product has crazy awesome reviews. They're sitting at under a 4-star review. And I know for our products, we like to stick around at least like 4.5 or higher for reviews. So if you could get a good quality product and sell your own, you could easily beat out a company like this. But they have done some other good things. They're offering not only the black color, but they have looked to be over a dozen different colors. And these are very simple to do. All you need to do is tell your supplier you want to start with one color. A lot of times we like starting with black. That just seems to be the most popular color. But then as your business grows, as you start making more profit every month, as you start reinvesting into your business, you could come up with an entire line of trash cans and become like a trash can mogul with all these different kinds of trash cans out there. And they've also been able to do pretty well as far as creating good pictures. They have the basic one right here. Then they have the one next to the toilet to kind of give you the real feel of where this might be. And then they're showing you the dimensions, because one thing you might not realize, and this is a great idea for selling a trash can like this, some people seem to think that everything on Amazon is bigger than it really is. So one great tip is that if you have a product that people want to be a certain size, show a picture with the dimensions like they're doing here, which should take care of that problem. Then this kind of go down and show how you can pop out the inside. They have, all of the kinds. Look at this, how to build an entire brand. You have brushes, you have plungers, you have other size canisters. It's just a great way to market this product. And actually, this company's done a good job of building an entire brand and selling that brand right here on this one page.
Yeah, and I was just checking out some of their reviews because Mike showed that they have like a 3.9 rating. And so you see this product's only selling for about $23, but it still does, based on the calculations we did earlier, it still does about 23 grand a month in profit. Makes about $6 or so per unit in profit. And so with this product, a lot of the people, the negative reviews are commenting that the metal isn't super high quality. Like, they received it and had some dents in there and that kind of thing. You could probably go out there and get a product that's almost identical, but with maybe higher quality metal or some higher quality sort of mechanics in there, probably from the same exact supplier, maybe pay $1 or $2 extra, and you could probably sell it for at least a couple dollars extra. So your profit margin is exactly the same, but then your review rating should be way higher because it's literally the exact same product, not really much more expensive, but you'll avoid a lot of those negative reviews. So that's why when we use the term kind of private labeling, it's a little bit, not exactly just throwing a logo on an existing product, because if you were to look at some reviews, which we highly recommend you do, of existing products that are out there, you want to ideally come up with something that's a little bit better than what's out there, because you can totally make it work. And we've had people that have literally had the exact same product and have done millions and millions of dollars in sales. However, your life is going to be a lot easier and your business is going to be a lot better if you go just one step further. So if you contact a manufacturer and say, hey, I want to sell this product. I see that it's going really well. However, I notice a lot of people are having trouble because the metal is not thick enough. It's getting dents and scratches and that kind of thing. And they're like, okay, no problem. We've got this other option. It's going to cost $1 more. And you're like, okay, totally cool. And then maybe your rating is a 4.5 or even higher. And then all of a sudden you can start outselling one of these products. So a lot of people wonder, how can I beat an existing product out there if I'm starting from scratch? That's exactly how. You create your own brand, ideally of a product that's slightly better than what's out there. And it's very easy to do with this kind of product.
Yeah, sometimes it might just be the packaging too. Maybe you need a little thicker packaging so it doesn't get dented during the process of shipping.
Yep, 100%.
All right, so let's go to the next product on the list here. And this one is, I'm going to make people guess. Let's just kind of magically show up over here. To me, it looks like a toboggan or a sled. I don't think that's what it is. There we go. All right, so it's a laundry basket. I actually have the exact same laundry basket for my son. He's in college right now. I didn't realize that he only is going to use it to bring his laundry home to be done. But it still works one way or the other. Crazy thing about this one, $1.3 million a year in sales for an extremely simple laundry basket. And you might think, I know when I saw it online, it's going to be that the shipping costs are really going to be expensive because it's kind of big and bulky, but they've done a great job of really making it pop up and slide down. So this thing shipped on an ocean liner would not take up much room at all because it's so flat. You can ship, probably 50, 75 or so all in one case because they've done a really good job. You're not shipping space or air like other products are. Like I said, over $1.3 million a year on Amazon.
Yeah, and once again, the entire branding on this, I just want to make sure there wasn't anything else on here, but the entire branding on this is just that little card on the outside of it. That's it. That's all they've done to turn this thing into their own brand. Otherwise, it's a generic product.
And if you look at my screen here, you'll see again, they've almost done the exact same thing that this company M Design has done here. They've went out there, created one product, probably found the most popular color, which is white and gray, and then they have an entire line of just different colors. And talk about a really easy way to expand your brand. Sometimes we talk about creating separate products that complement your existing brand. If you have a product that has, 1, 2, 5, 10, a dozen different colors, that right there allows you to expand your brand and build $1 million product. As far as their pictures go, again, pretty simple over here. There's not a lot you can do with a laundry basket. One thing, yep, there they go. They have some laundry actually in there, talking about how strong it is, reinforced, actually showing a kid doing the laundry, and how you can easily hold it. So nothing fancy on here. These pictures, probably, one of them was maybe made by, a professional. The rest of them were very basic pictures that anyone could create out there.
Yeah, so this product does about $1.3 million a year in revenue, and in monthly profit does about $28,000 a month in profit. And this product, once again, the theme of today's show, is a product that you could get started with for less than $1,000 in inventory, build your brand, get some reviews, start building rankings on Amazon, which is where we recommend you start selling. And then, once you start building that machine up, doing better marketing, beating some of the other products, this product could get up to $28,000 a month for you. And, Amazon sales just keep growing and growing year after year. They're adding tens of billions of dollars every single year in revenue from people just like us that are selling products on their site. So this product, 6 months, a year from now, may be doing $40,000 a month in profit. 5 years from now, could be doing $50,000, $60,000 a month in profit from this one single product, which is a huge advantage about getting on Amazon now with your own brand, establishing a footprint, and then sort of just riding the wave while you keep adding products, building reviews, doing good customer service, expanding your business, while Amazon's doing a lot of the hard work of building its own brand and massive base of customers at the same time.
And it's not like you have to worry about being some kind of marketing genius who could keep coming up with new and exciting products. I mean, 3 of the products I've shown you, a laundry basket, a trash can, and a mattress cover. Products have been selling for 50 plus 100 years, whatever it is. Their products have been around forever, and they're doing crazy well, making tons of revenue. More importantly, making lots of profit for people. So don't worry if you can't find a product or think of a product. All you need to do is look on Amazon and see the products that are already selling, already in high demand, already making profits, already being able to be sourced for low quantity, low price, and you can go out there and do exactly what all these other companies have done as well.
Yep, so now we have our final product, our 5th and final product.
They've already seen it, by the way, 4 times.
And it's this one right here, which I guess is a magnetic tip grabber. I don't know exactly the best keyword for this, or a grabber reacher, or reacher grabber or something. But yeah, it's used to, I guess, grab stuff off hive shells, or maybe if you don't want to bend over to grab stuff off the ground. But this product is also doing extremely well. And as far as branding goes, it's fairly generic. There's a little sticker kind of wrapped around right here, and then there's this little, cardboard piece on the back that just has 2 like zip ties right here, and that's really it. And so this is once again a simple thing to get designed, and this is just literally just a little sticker on there. Other than that, generic product you can create your own brand of, and start building a base of customers, and start going from there with less than $1,000 to get started.
And over $800,000 a year in revenue. If you look at their listing on here, this is a really, really basic listing. I mean, their title is the Unger 960430 Professional Nifty. That's the professional model, by the way. You don't want the recreational Nifty grabber. You want the professional one. And it's also green and blue. Again, decent ratings. Nothing fancy about their listing at all. The pictures aren't incredible. I mean, anyone could go out there and create a listing like this. They do have some nice pictures down there.
Yeah, and when people talk about competition online, or especially on Amazon, this is a perfect example of why we don't worry about that, because there's products like this. I have never looked at this kind of product on Amazon. I've never seen this product. We've been doing this for 8 years. I was doing my own e-commerce thing for years before that, and this is a product I've never seen before. Absolutely crushing it. A great opportunity today. If we dug around Amazon long enough, we could find thousands of these kind of products, stuff you may not have ever heard of, but is serving a need for somebody, some market, somewhere. And because Amazon reaches so many people, these, I guess what you consider kind of a niche product, can make a ton of money for somebody like you who goes and creates your own brand and sells it on Amazon where everyone can find it. And then like Mike showed you, they have kind of an obscure title on Amazon, and it's not really doing a lot of the marketing stuff that we teach. There's no great keyword in their title. Their bullet points aren't particularly good. Their photos are not terrible, but probably could even be a little bit better. And so they're missing out on a lot of opportunities to do marketing a lot better. However, they're still doing over 800 grand a year in revenue, over 34 grand in profit a month. And so this product still is making a ton of money, but would be easy for somebody like you to take this opportunity, create your own brand, come in and build something from scratch that could literally change your life with less than $1,000 in inventory to get started.
All right, so I think that's all the products that we had today. It might be a good time, Matt, to kind of share. We talked a little bit before about how these products can be sourced for $1,000 or less. We have a special opportunity how literally we could cover that entire $1,000 for you when you get ready to start your own business and start launching a product. Doesn't have to be one of these. It can be any product out there. But as far as getting, if you feel like, gosh, I just can't, can't even, maybe not so much afford $1,000, maybe just kind of worried God, I don't know if I want to go out there and invest $1,000. We know what this business does. We know the potential. So we're willing to help out with that $1,000 inventory.
Yeah, so today is a very special day for you and for us because this marks the day when we've just created a brand new version of our program that's created so many success stories. I mean, tons and tons of people that have had their lives completely transformed by taking one of these kind of product opportunities that maybe we showed them on a Facebook Live or on a webinar or in some training videos and have built incredible businesses that have literally transformed their lives forever. And so we have an entire program that teaches you how to turn one of these, how to find them first off, but how to turn one of these into a thriving business of your own. It's called Amazing Selling Machine. And today is a day when we release the 11th version of Amazing Selling Machine. Brand new, includes software, brand new training, everything you could possibly need. What we call mentors or coaches inside the community, people that on average have sold about $2 million each on Amazon, that are there inside the community to help you with anything you need, any questions you have, anything that's specific that pops up with you trying to build this business, especially things like, if you're from another country, we have tons of experience helping people from over 138 countries get set up to sell on Amazon following this exact sort of business, and really any other question that you have in building this business. So today is the day we release the 11th version of this program, and to celebrate this, only today, which today is Wednesday, October 16th, in case you're watching the replay, only on today, Wednesday, October 16th, we're giving everyone who signs up for Amazing Selling Machine before midnight Pacific tonight a $1,000 inventory reimbursement. It means that you order your inventory following our training, let us know, and we'll buy back up to $1,000 of that for you. We'll literally send you a payment for up to $1,000 to essentially help you launch your business with inventory for free. Now, we're just doing this to celebrate the launch of this, and it's only available today. After today, it's not going to be available. Now, I know if you're just joining us for the first time, you may be like, I need a lot more details about this. I'm not even 100% sure what the business is. I don't know about all the details about the program. You probably have a lot of questions. No problem whatsoever, because we have an entire video that explains everything and a page that also explains everything with the video. So to get access to all that, to find out everything in Amazing Selling Machine, and to see a little bit more of the details on this $1,000 inventory reimbursement, the URL, which we'll also post in the comments and should be able to post in the description of this post later too, is AmazingLiveNow.com/bonus. AmazingLiveNow.com/bonus. We'll try to put it in the comments below and also in the description of this post afterwards. So that'll give you all the details on Amazing Selling Machine 11. It'll give you the details on this bonus and everything else. But if you still want more information on this whole business model, because we kind of went through some of this stuff kind of quickly, but if you want details on the entire business model, then go to AmazingLiveNow.com/free. So that's actually 4 videos. The first one is about the opportunity and product selection. The second one's about sourcing. The third one's about marketing. And the fourth one takes you back to the one that I was just talking about that gives you all the details about this full blueprint we've put together to build this business that we call Amazing Selling Machine. So all that's available right now at AmazingLiveNow.com/free, along with a bunch of cool bonuses. Like Mike showed you the software tool we have that helps you find products super easily, gives you estimated revenue data, which is extremely accurate. And Amazon doesn't give you that estimated revenue data. It's from private data that we have. And so that tool is available 100% for free, also at AmazingLiveNow.com/free.
And there's another really incredible bonus we've never offered before. It's the first time we're ever doing this. Even though you saw me go on to Alibaba and find these products, find the pricing, and there's an easy way to contact people out there. Sometimes that process of contacting suppliers overseas, negotiating, it might seem a little intimidating to you. Well, we have completely removed that from the whole process. We actually have an entire team of people that work for what we're calling the Amazing Sourcing Bonus, where they will go out there and do the sourcing for you. So once you find the product that you want, it's as simple as sending us an email, telling us, here's the product, here's my budget. Go find me the best supplier, the best pricing, the best minimum order quantity, and then we will do all that for you. You will never have to speak to a supplier if you don't want to. Eventually, you probably will. You'll want to build a relationship, because I know that's something I like doing with my suppliers after I get going. But to get going in this business, we will do that for you. You just find the product, we will find the supplier, and we will negotiate the best deals for you.
Yeah, and so lastly, if you have any questions or feel like you would want to chat with one of us one-on-one, in the comments below, if you're watching this on Facebook, in the comments below, just put PM as in private message, PM me, and we'll see if either one of us or somebody on our team can reach out to you in case you have any questions about Amazing Selling Machine, about the business model, anything that we could possibly help with. So go ahead and put that below if you're interested. Or you can either go do that now or go ahead and watch the video that we have over at AmazingLiveNow.com/bonus that gives you all the details. And if you're interested, jump in Amazing Selling Machine, get the $1,000 inventory reimbursement. Or if you still have questions, you can come back here, post PM me in the comments below, and we'll reach out. So that's about it for us for today. We're doing these daily live shows every business day for this week and next week at 3 p.m. Central. So you can come back to our Facebook page. Go ahead and like the Amazing.com Facebook page so you get notified when we go live. And that's it for us right now. Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope to see you inside Amazing Selling Machine.
Hey everybody, and welcome to our next episode of our Million Brands Live. This show, we hope you're going to be really excited. It's going to be a really cool show. We've got 2 7-figure sellers on, which they're going to share their #1 secret with you all. And also, we've got the amazing Dan Ashburn with us. He's one of my co-creators with the Amazing Selling Machine. So he actually helps create the content, the training, and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to be talking a lot about brands today and also about building audiences. If you didn't watch, I think it was either the second video or the third video, we talked a little bit about brands and how important they are now. We've changed our focus. In the past, it was always, we would just pick products that were profitable. Now, more than ever, what we're looking to do all the time is you pick a product and then you build a brand around that product. So for instance, you might choose a kitchen implement like a silicone spatula. And then you would move forward with that by choosing other kitchen accessories. So you're building out a brand of related products. The importance of that is it gives you so many different benefits and options. First of all, your customers are all going to be, they love your products. They're in the same niche. If you, for instance, have a silicone spatula, a weightlifting glove or gloves, and some other niche, and then someone comes in and buys a spatula, isn't necessarily going to be interested in, sports gloves or, any other product. They might be, but it's a guess. If you have a silicone spatula and then you launch a French coffee press or something like that, they're related. So the chances of them actually wanting to buy that increase, tenfold, even more. So it benefits you because your next product, your existing customers are going to like it. And then also, for instance, further down the road, if someone comes in and sees your second or third product, then they buy that product. They're also going to be very interested in your first products. And basically it's about cross promotion. So you're looking to be able to, sell your products to basically your customer audience. They want all your products and not just one of them. So you're keeping everything in house. And it's so, so important. Like I say, it's a big change. It gives you so many other benefits too. The odds are you're going to be able to use the same supplier. So you're going to be, ordering more and more inventory from one supplier. The more inventory you order, the lower the prices become. I've suddenly got lost. This does happen a lot. The other thing, you can target lower competition products because you're building a brand of products. You're not relying on just one product. You can build that up. So for instance, instead of having one product that makes you $50,000 a month, you can have 5 products that make you $10,000 a month, or even 10 that make you $5,000 a month. And the advantage of that is obviously that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket with one product. But as I say, the benefits of having a brand are endless, and we do cover it in great detail in video too. But one of the things you really, really need with your brand is actually building an audience. And Dan's actually going to walk you through that. He's going to give you some tips on how to do it, how to do it correctly and quickly. And then we're going to bring on our 2 guests who I think you'll find have similar interest in this topic than we do.
Yeah, cool. So when it comes to building a brand, guys, you build out a range of products to serve that audience. When you focus on a specific audience and sort of focus on their needs and what their desires are, and then serve those needs and desires with a range of products, it allows you to build a brand online that's very focused. It's like when you walk into a shop and you speak to one sales representative and they just give you the standard sales script, and then you walk into another shop and they understand exactly who you are, what you need, why you're buying that product, how you're going to intend to use that product, what impact that product's going to have on your life. You connect with that that brand a lot better than the generic brand that's trying to sell everything to everyone. So when it comes to sort of creating a brand and releasing a range of products, you can then carry that forward online and use social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook groups to attract your ideal customer, your target customer, that you can then use to make your life much easier when it comes to selling your products on Amazon in the future. So I'm going to walk through some very basic steps that you can start thinking about to create a brand, create an audience online, I should say, for your brand. And owning your own audience makes launching products easier, getting product reviews easier. You're wondering what product to release next. You've got a whole list of your ideal customers, your target customers, that you can go out to and say, hey, what product should we develop next? And they'll tell you exactly what products you should be releasing. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. There you go. So I'll give it, yep, cool, we're live. So give it about 3 seconds or so for that to sink in, because I know it can take some time usually. We'll just bring that mouse over. Cool. So as you guys can see on my screen, Anchor actually started out as a brand that leveraged Amazon as a sales channel about, what, 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
5 years.
About 5 years ago. And for those of you aware, Anchor are now everywhere. They're pretty much a household name. They're in loads of major retailers. They don't just sell on Amazon, they're all across social media. They have their own website. But the point here is that they've developed a brand that they started on Amazon and then expanded off. And with that, they then created their social audiences as well. So if we have a look at a basic brand Facebook page, there's multiple elements. You'll have come across these all the time. You'll see them in your news feeds for all the brands that you love. One of my favorite, Lululemon, which is a brand of clothing. I follow these guys on social media. I'm always engaging, taking them up on their flash sale offers, and they're 50% off for a day. I absolutely love the clothing brands. The same with Anchor. They've developed our page here. You can see they've got 370 reviews on the page from their existing customer base. 350,000 or 357,000 likes on the brand page. And as we come down, you can see they're sort of prompting me to have a conversation here. But as we come down here, you can see the type of content they're publishing. Obviously, this is a very commercial page. It's all about Anchor and their products. So this is one way you can take it. But you'll see that throughout their content, it's all very relevant to the target customer they're going after. So they're looking for a tech-savvy, probably millennial, that's probably traveling a lot. They want portable chargers, and you can see all the content's relevant to that. Now let's take that back a step. And maybe you're looking to develop a cycling brand. So let's say it's a very specific subset of cycling. Maybe it's a certain type of road cycling, or you do the Venodrome type stuff. We search for cycling on Facebook. We click on pages, and you'll see tons of topical based pages that have a substantial following. So you've got like I Love Cycling. That's a very generic one. Cycling Tips, which has got 218,000 likes. So if we had a quick look at that and jumped onto there, what we should find is on the page is a constant stream of relevant content that audience is going to resonate with and connect and engage with. And as you develop this engaged audience, you can then direct them and direct that influence as and when you need towards any activity you want. So let's say you've got a product launch coming up. You can use the audience that you own and you've built to say, hey, I'm releasing this cycle pump or this bike pump next week or in next month. Would you like to take part in the launch promotional offer? Everyone that says yes, you make a list of them, and there's a list of people that will go and order your product when you launch that product, which is going to give you velocity on Amazon. It's going to help you get your initial reviews on Amazon, and it's going to move you up the search results, because that's the way that Amazon's algorithm works. So a really good example here is cycling. Away from pages, because pages have got less and less impactful in recent years because of the way that Facebook's algorithm works. When a page posts, it doesn't reach as many people. Another great area to build an audience is Facebook groups. So if again we search cycling and we click groups, you'll see there's groups here that have cycling advice, 31,000 members, and there's over 50 a day in that group. So a really good way, and this is a really good way of sort of researching an audience as well, is to jump into these groups, join these groups and join that conversation. Look at what sort of posts and conversations are being held here, and then maybe consider starting your own group, because again, you sort of cultivate and nurture those relationships with the people in that group, your ideal, your target customers. When it comes to launching products, asking for reviews, getting feedback on what you should release next. You've got your own audience that you can leverage and rely on. Another area would be Instagram, possibly sort of more important nowadays in terms of credibility. You search anything on Instagram and there is an engaged audience there. Cats of Instagram, yeah? Have you ever met someone who thinks cats are okay? I haven't. You either love cats or you don't like cats. And there's a tip from me there in a passionate market. But yeah, an Instagram account here, Rich, with 10 million followers, like absolutely crazy. And obviously this is an extreme case. But imagine you started an Instagram account, started posting relevant content, started using the relevant hashtags, and over time start building that audience up that you can leverage.
And one thing about all this, like Dan's showing you some big brands and stuff, this is really simple to do. You can build a brand, Facebook brand page in 5 to 10 minutes. It's a really simple process. We teach you how to do that in ASM. The same with an Instagram account. You know, it's literally, you just go and sign up for an Instagram account, put your name in there, pick a title, and boom, you're away. And it's just a simple way of reaching out. You know, we do also, obviously we build a website, but again, it's a really simple website. And you actually find that you're doing that more from a point of view of just, you know, making sure you look legitimate. Whereas the actual action where you actually get your customers and your sales outside of Amazon is on places like Instagram and Facebook.
Exactly. And our objective with doing this is so that we can drive that influence towards our brand and our objective of launching products, gaining reviews, and getting more products insight. Because as you build your audience, as it grows in size, the launching products in the future becomes way easier because you have your own influence that you can direct however you want to. So I just did a quick search there. This isn't one I come across before. Type cycling again, cycling babe. So it's obviously targeted at female cyclists, 88,000 followers. Very active here. You can see good engagement. I mean, yeah, a little bit, 20,000 watches on that video alone. So very highly engaged Instagram account. Whoever owns this Instagram account can direct this influence however they want. Let's say they wanted to go and release a female orientated cycling backpack or a bum bag or a fanny pack as they call it in the US. Then they could direct that influence using this page and dominate their competition because they've got the eyeballs. A secret in marketing in 2019 is he who controls the eyeballs ultimately wins, or he or she who controls the eyeballs. And with an Instagram account like this, with that much following, you can try the eyeballs and you can direct them wherever you want. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like a lot of our most recent success stories, that this is literally how they build their brand out and how they got so, you know, incredible amounts of revenue. And it's with Instagram. If Anne Ferris, who was on, I think last week, she's, you know, doing incredible amounts of money, and most of her work is done on Instagram. And it's just posting little pictures and stuff. Like there's no hard work to it whatsoever. Sorry, Anne, I know I'm saying this is really easy for you and everything, but it's just that simple. The big thing here is a lot of these big companies, like Dan showed you them there, although they might have a Facebook presence or something like that, they don't interact with the customers. And it's just such a simple thing to do now. Most of you on here probably have a Facebook account, and you talk to your friends on Facebook, or you look at all this crazy political stuff that's out there and probably just delete it or move on. But you know, you can interact. It's literally I just type a few words, hit a return key, and you're interacting with, you know, like in this case, what is it? 279,000 people. If this company puts an image onto Instagram with a link, it's potentially reaching 279,000 people like that. You know, to do that in the past, you would have had to like build an email list. You know, it would have been so complicated a way to do it. And also open rates with this kind of thing. If you get a message on Instagram or Facebook, you're far more likely to answer it.
It's that notification on the phone. Yeah. You don't want that little red notification showing up.
Exactly.
I mean, great example here. Whoever owns this Instagram account, yoga directed at women. This post here, this video, which might even be the owner of this page, has had 2,900 views. And as it's the most recent post, I guarantee that's in like the last 24 hours or so. You think what you could do with 2,900 people directing those eyeballs towards your brand. And you know what stories are like on Facebook and Instagram. Stories are where it's at. Once you've got this sort of following, you can do all the swipe up actions, and you can, hey, new product launching next week, swipe up to be part of the launch campaign and get 70% off. These are the type of things you can do when you own your own audience instead of relying on someone else's audience that you have no control over. So Instagram's a great place. YouTube's another place. I'm not going to dive in too deep. We cover all of this inside of ASM 11. The proven strategies and tactics and techniques for building these accounts and directing that influence towards launching products and making sales on Amazon. The YouTube, you type any sort of market, tea making. Tea is another great market. Loads of videos here on how to make the perfect tea and strain the different types of tea. And if I went over to channels, I'd most likely find channels with millions of subscribers. So if you're more into video and you're more into visual, then YouTube's a great place to start. But throughout all of this, we found the most effective way of building an audience that take action and that you can direct in any way you want to launch products, get reviews, generate more sales, cross-sell, get feedback on products, like unlimited opportunities, is a combination of Facebook Messenger and a tool called ManyChat. So Facebook Messenger is incredible. Rich touched on this a little bit earlier. Email, about 10 to 20% of the people that you email actually ever open it, if you're any good at what you do. If you're good. And I mean, you know what it's like. You get thousands of emails a week and you click them all and you click delete or archive. Facebook Messenger is a bit different. 90% of the people receiving Facebook messages are opening those messages, and most of them open them within about 3 to 10 seconds. So as a brand owner trying to market your brand, that is absolute gold. So how do we do this? Well, using a Facebook page, we can put posts out for things like special offers, discounts, launch parties, that sort of stuff that directs those people into Facebook Messenger. But then we need a way of managing those subscribers. And that's what ManyChat does. ManyChat's a tool that allows us to manage those subscribers, send them messages inside of their Facebook Messenger inbox, give them maybe promotional offers or let them know about something that's happening, ask them for feedback on a product. So you can see where this is going. So it's about creating and building an audience and then coming up with a very clear, simple strategy to direct the influence of that audience using a platform like Facebook Messenger. And that's what we recommend. Inside of ASM 11, we go through exactly how to set this up with proven templates, campaign, and this becomes part of our launch strategy for launching products on Amazon. And not only part of our launch strategy, but a very effective way of getting and gaining more product reviews on Amazon. So should we talk about our special guests?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can bring them on now. I think we're going to start with ladies first, right?
Yeah. So we have Mrs. Michelle Benton joining us here on the call.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi.
There you go. How you doing, Michelle?
I'm good, thank you.
So I don't want the audience to think we're biased, but obviously you can tell Dan and I are from England. And Michelle, where are you from?
England.
Yes, so cool. So now, obviously, Dan and I know you. We've met numerous times and whatever. But so for the audience, how long ago did you get started with ASM, firstly? And also, what were you doing before that?
Sure. So I was ASM 5. And before that, I worked in commercial marketing and PR for many years in London. And then I had my first experience with owning a business when I I joined a franchise model and I ran that for about 3 years. And then I had my first online experience when we launched our own dress company. So that was my first introduction to online selling. And then I met ASM 5 that really just started me on this incredible journey. And
Michelle, on that point, what was it about selling physical products on Amazon with ASM as opposed to doing your dress company? What was the shift for? Yeah, so when I had the dresses, I realized how hard it was to drive traffic to my website. I mean, it was impossible and it was so expensive. So we started to list the dresses on Amazon, and I pretty soon realized that there was more to this game than met the eye. And why am I on page 1000 when other people are on page 1? How do I learn this stuff? And it was just through a really coincidental conversation that somebody recommended ASM. And I signed up, I joined, I flew to the live conference in Vegas. And then I quickly ditched the clothes and the dresses. I realized there was easier things to sell. And that's where it all started. And I've enjoyed success after that.
So hopefully, back then you bought that person a drink since then, the one who introduced you to ASM?
Yeah, I've bought him a few.
Cool. So, I mean, going back to ASM 5, we certainly didn't have training about Facebook Messenger. It didn't exist then, I don't think either. But we didn't really touch on Facebook or any of the other social platforms. So how did you get in, how did you start learning about that?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, the industry moves so quickly. So whether you're ASM 5, ASM 9, ASM 11, you don't have to worry about coming in too late because it's always something new and the game's changed. So everyone's constantly new and changing with it. When I started with ASM 5, you're absolutely right. You taught much more about finding a product, looking at the keyword, find a product and just get it live on there. And that's what I did for about 18 months. I really learned my craft. I was sourcing really random products, but products that had high demand, that were really competitive. They weren't my forever products, but I learned a lot with them. And it was probably about 18 months after I decided that it wasn't really working for me. I come from a marketing and PR background, and I really didn't enjoy selling stuff from China. I just couldn't get passionate about it. I didn't love it. So I decided to stop, and I decided to go back to what I knew and what I wanted to create. And that was my own brand, which was where I started with the dresses. And that's when I kind of sold out of all of my current listings. I even cut off some profitable ASINs because it just wasn't where I was going. And I quite organically, I came across some products that fitted in nice to a niche. They started to develop their own audience, and the brand really just grew and grew from there. And I defined more who my avatar was, who my customer was, what my color palette was, what my messaging was, what my voice was. And it's just grown, and it's become easier and easier. And you were going back to all of the things that's easier once you have a brand. But for me, the most important part was my clarity in my head. I wasn't thinking of 500 different products and 500 different people and 300 different suppliers. I was just thinking of one brand, one audience, and all of the products fit nicely within that. And it was, for me, it was that the quieting down of my own head that really enabled me to just scale this business to where it is.
So, Michelle, the title of this live and this today's live session with $1 Million Brands is the one thing that 2 multi-7-figure sellers share in common. And we've probably let the cat out of the bag here. That one thing is audience, building and creating and owning your own audience that you can direct the influence of any way you want. So can you just talk to the point of sort of when you realized the importance of building an audience and owning your own sort of subscriber list that you could direct? You came across that. And then I know that you were sort of one of the first sellers in my world, anyway, that I know of, that really mastered this for the Amazon business and the Amazon brands. And just talk to a little bit about that point in the journey and sort of the realization that you had with that.
Yeah. So when we started doing some social media on Facebook, and by no means am I a social media expert, and I'd never heard of ManyChat before, so I'm not techie in that way at all. But we just started getting a lot of engagement on our Facebook, a lot of messaging coming to and fro. People were hungry for our products. They wanted to know what we were doing next. And it just, like you say, it grew organically. And then through that engagement, and I just knew that we were onto something here. We had an audience that was hungry for what we were giving them. And again, it was somebody in the industry that mentioned the word ManyChat to me. Never heard of it. Decided to go back to the office, lock myself away for a couple of weeks, and found out what incredible tool this was. And all the while, we've been manually messaging everybody on our Facebook page, on Messenger. And suddenly it was like, oh, we don't have to do this. ManyChat will do this for us. So that's when, again, it was new to me, but I took the time, I learned it, I mastered it, and it's been an invaluable tool for scaling up the audience.
And what would you say before we get on to sort of maybe sharing a tip or two for the audience watching, what would you say the biggest impact of sort of focusing on creating your own audience has been on your brand and on your business?
Yeah, well, you have the resource at your fingertips. So if Amazon changes the rules, or, if you've, anything, you've got an audience you can reach out to. It could be as simple as, hey guys, what do you call this? What would you type into, Amazon if you were going to buy this? Because sometimes you just don't know what that is. You could ask them, you could put 2 designs in front of them and ask them to choose which color they'd go for. Again, obviously with the promotions, the ranking, you could do, your own promotion codes to launch a product, anything like that. But the real bonus is just that you've got them at your fingertips. So if you need to achieve an objective, your audience can help you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the, we are going to obviously ask you for some tips, but I think that was a key tip there where you're saying, you put something in front of them and ask their opinion. Like just asking your audience's opinion is it makes them feel part of your brand. And once you've got them in that position, they're going to be raving fans forever.
Yeah, they love it. and you engage with them on something like that, and then suddenly you're having a conversation, and before you know it, you've turned them into a product tester for you. They want to test the product for you, you know, and it just leads places. And yeah, it's amazing how natural conversations can go somewhere else with them.
And I think there's a one of the really good point you raised there, Michelle. So I really want to just pull out and highlight is, look, this industry changes quickly, which is why ASM's around. Like, you get the future updates in the training. We're constantly updating the training to make sure we're all ahead of the game. But with that change, those that don't take this seriously and invest in building their own audience, and like I say, in the ASM 11, we go through step-by-step proven strategies for doing that. While they're scrambling, trying to figure out where they're going to launch their next product, how they're going to launch it, where they're going to get the reviews from, you're not stressed. You're sat there quite comfortable, focusing on which product should I release next, because I own that audience. I have that relationship with that audience. And I think that's a good point as well, is having that relationship. So Michelle, just sort of before we move on to the tips piece, where are you at now in the level of business you're at?
Sure. Well, we're comfortably at 7 figures. We're hoping to achieve the 8 figures at the end of Q4.
Wow.
And looking to scale the brand, exit the brand, and yeah, possibly look to do another one.
Amazing.
So hang on. So no, I don't want to miss that right there. So basically you're saying moving forward, like you might hit 8 figures, but you know, you think you might go on and sell the brand and then start another one. So basically what you're saying is you love doing this.
Well, it depends what day you ask me. If I've had 5 hours, then I'm never doing this again. But if you ask me on a good day when I'm sitting back and watching the sales roll in, then yeah, I might do it again.
Awesome. Yes, I mean, like, obviously, like, our audience are with us. There's a couple of things I want to ask you, but first of all, obviously the tip side of thing. I mean, if someone's just getting started with this, let's say they're in ASM, you know, they've found their product, they've launched their product, they've started to build their brand a little bit. Like, what tips would you give them in terms of like building an audience?
Yeah, so really stay true to your brand. You know, what brands do you love? They're not going to sell you, you know, for example, a pair of slippers one day and then sell you an accessory for your car the next day. Stay true to your brand. Think about the SKUs that you can add that service that customer. So it's customer before product. Yes, you have to back up the product with keyword research and make sure that there is a demand on the keyword. But if you know that your customer is going to like that product, then put it in front of them and they will. So stay true to your brand, but back it up with keyword research, because at the end of the day, we are on Amazon and there has to be that demand and you have to be able to rank for a keyword. So yeah, just keep an eye on brands that you love, look around you, how are they talking to you, what colors are they using, what images, what other products are they adding, and you can literally copy that, develop your own style and just bring it onto Amazon.
And in terms of platform, Michelle, if you were to, because most people are starting out on their own, they're trying to build this business around a 9-to-5 job while they start out. If there was one platform you would advise starting on, what would it be?
Socially, you mean?
Yes, a social platform,
Well,
sorry.
if you have a skill in a particular, I mean, I hate social media personally. I really don't go on it, but I'm of the generation where it was Facebook, so I'm comfortable with that. And that's where our audience are. We've tried Instagram. Maybe we could do more with Instagram. I just haven't pushed it as much because I'm not as comfortable with it, but our audience seem to like being on Facebook. So go where your audience are having the most engagement with you, and also where you're comfortable as well.
Yeah, great advice. Cool. Any last questions?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to come back all the way to ASM, first of all, I apologize the training wasn't better for ASM 5.
Well, that's me.
Well, that's true. It certainly is now. I mean, obviously, this whole, it's an explosion, social media. I mean, not just people using it, but obviously how it's being used now, especially for businesses and everything. But to go back to ASM itself, obviously, we've got people on this call. You know, we're in the middle of a launch now. If someone was like on the fence trying to decide should they or shouldn't you, should they? What kind of advice would you give them?
I would say be realistic. This ASM is a really, really solid grounding. Everyone needs that good, solid start. Where you take it is up to you. You know, there are no strings attached. You're not on, you know, you're not tied to it. You can take it where you want, but it's a really solid training ground. But I would be realistic. This isn't, you know, just invest £500 and you're going to be rich overnight. It's hard work. It takes focus. It takes dedication. But you know in your gut, if this is something you want to do and you just need to have the right training to get started, then absolutely, I would say go for it.
Yeah, believe in yourself. Trust in yourself. 100%.
Yeah. Well, Michelle, thank you so much for taking the time out. I know it must be what, 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, something like
So
That's your bedtime, Michelle, yeah?
well, I'm off to China tomorrow, so I'm trying to stay awake like late tonight so I can actually sleep when I get there. So it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll see you in China next week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, I can't go to China, but if I don't see you before that, maybe we can organize a meetup in London or something, because it's always great hanging out with you. Thank you so much, Michelle.
No problem. Bye.
Cool.
Bye.
So our next special guest, Brendan Pettit.
No.
No?
Pettit.
Pettit. There you go. Cool.
Brendan, I tried. I've tried.
I tried, dude.
It was a good try.
It was a good try, wasn't it?
We'll get there. Yeah.
Pettit as a dog.
Pettit. Yeah, cool.
Pettit.
Welcome, Brendan. Thank you for taking the time, buddy, to join us on the show.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
So, should we start with backstory?
Yep.
Brendan, how long have you been selling? When did you join ASM? And where are you at now? Let's start there.
Yeah, so been selling since 2014. Joined ASM 2 actually, so the early days, the Wild West days. And right now we're in the comfortable 7 figures as well.
Nice.
And yeah, trying to scale up.
And what did you do before? I suppose we want to know. Don't we? What did you do before selling? Before joining ASM and starting your brand and selling on Amazon?
Yeah, so I was in corporate America. I worked for a popular toilet paper company, so very glamorous business, right? But hated corporate, and so cashed out the 401k and went out on my own. I have a background in graphic design as well, so I was able to do some freelance as I started my business early on. So that was good.
So you decided you'd had enough of the corporate world and you quit, and then you found ASM, or did ASM inspire you to quit?
Yeah. So I had, similar to Michelle, I had a friend who introduced me to it, and I purchased the course with a business partner of mine, a couple business partners at the time. And we just got excited about a new opportunity. I had dabbled in, similar to Michelle, I had dabbled in doing some e-commerce stuff. I tried selling furniture and other saturated markets, couldn't quite get traction. And this just seemed like a good foundational educational system for me. So we dove in.
I want to touch on that specific point there, because I know there'll be a lot of people watching this call, Brendan, that maybe are going through some emotions, battling back and forth in their head, whether they believe they can do this. It's obviously stepping outside your comfort zone. And I found in my own journey that success lies outside of your comfort zone. But what was going through your head when you sort of made that commitment to being successful, to starting a brand and sort of leaving the corporate world into the unknown world of entrepreneurship?
It was scary. But I think it goes back to where you guys left off with Michelle. I mean, you got to believe in yourself. I really think it comes down to understanding what you were built for, believing in yourself and taking the leap. I mean, obviously it was a little bit calculated in that, I had some money that I could invest, and I made sure that I made smart moves in the process and had some plans to make money outside of it with graphic design. But so you do need to be practical, similar to what Michelle said, but at the same time, at some point, you're going to have to take some risk in starting a business. So
absolutely. Absolutely. So let's bring it back to the point around social media and building an audience. When did you realize the power of sort of developing a brand, building a brand, and then creating an audience that you could leverage for that brand? So when did you have that realization, and how did that show up for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be talking about Instagram, and I was an avid Instagram user, especially in the early days and things like that. I saw brands just blowing up on there, and I also realized how I used it as a consumer. So getting started with ASM, starting a product, wanting to eventually start a brand, not just wanting to start generic products. I sort of had that mindset from the get. So I really was focused on, okay, well, if I'm going to start a brand, I probably should be on something like Instagram or Facebook to get that message out and get my brand presence out there. So that's what really drove me to get on Instagram, start engaging, start sort of getting my brand presence figured out, and hit the road and hit the ground running.
I mean, that's really interesting, because thinking back to when you started and everything, how long ago that was, you must have been, one of the few people at that time on Instagram actually using it to build your brand, to help you make sales and stuff like that. So that's quite impressive that you were ahead of the curve like that. But what is it specifically about it now? Because obviously now
it's a lot more saturated well, not saturated, but there's a lot more people doing this. Like, you know, what is it about it now that actually, you know, appeals to you so much?
I definitely think once you get an audience, similar to what you guys were saying, I think to be able to bounce ideas and new products that you're coming out with, color variations, anything like that off of your audience is crucial. I think it's huge in launching a product because you can really get an assessment of what people are looking for in your niche. And it just allows you to engage with your audience as well. I mean, there's a ton of influencers, you know, not all influencers are created equal, meaning like the influencer game on Instagram has become saturated as well, but there are still really good people that just want to collaborate with brands to get their content out there, to add value, to do things like that. So it's just trying to engage with those people, find those right people that fit with your brand and your message, and trying to add value to them, and then sort of working out a collaboration sort of relationship with them to help, you know, get the message out to everybody.
And on that point, Brendan, sort of, how does that show up tangibly? So let's say I just started a cycling brand. I may be serving female cyclists specifically. What would your advice be on how to sort of get started on Instagram and sort of maybe start posting relevant content, the relevant hashtags? How would you reach out to these influencers, find them in the first place? Where does someone get started with that?
Yeah, I'd say from a macro, I mean, it really comes down to a credibility play. I think a lot of people, especially the way I like to consume things, I like to understand who the brand is. And like, I might go to Instagram first, similar to the way people Google search something or do things like that. You kind of find out what the brand's about before you invest your time and money into them. I think right now, the way I would use it, I mean, I guess you definitely want to be relevant on the hashtags and things like that, but there are so many tactical numbers type things. It's really about the connection points and you getting into the DMs with people, finding people that are posting relevant content. There are a ton of people on Instagram that specifically post tutorials, they post relevant stories, they post a lot of relevant content around the marketplace that you're trying to serve. So you're looking for those people that are posting relevant content, and then you're also collaborating, saying, hey, like I have this product that also fits that need that you're serving with your content. Let's do some work together and go out from there. And I guess going back to your point about how to connect with them is I would use the direct message. You know, you find somebody, you reach out to them and say, hey, I'm a brand. I feel like we'd be a good fit because you serve the market in this way and I serve the market in this way. And then start a conversation, as easy as that.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying, like you're not just going onto Instagram, posting your own stuff and hoping people come and look. You're actually actively looking for influencers. And for those who don't know, influencers, it just means they've got a big following, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, wherever it is. So you're looking for influencers to increase your influence of your brand, basically, right?
And creating a win-win deal, isn't it? It's correct, like you said. It's like they're serving the market one way, you serve it the other way. Together, it'd be a nice collaboration. That's golden advice right there, Brandon. Thank you for sharing it. And what would you say? Sorry, what would you say in terms of having having developed this brand on Instagram and using it to sort of really fuel your brand on Amazon? What's the competitive advantage of doing that? Why does that give you the edge over a competitor that's selling on Amazon?
I think it's a credibility play. I mean, if you want to go to metrics specifically, I can tell you over the years, I can sort of correlate the number of brand searched keywords that are attached to the main keywords versus, it has grown over time. It's grown over the years. So, which means that some sort of external factors going into that, i.e. social, Instagram, things like that. The thing that's scary about Instagram and why most Amazon sellers don't get on Instagram at first is because it's somewhat not measurable. You're sort of out in no man's land, and you don't realize that it's going to be sort of a halo effect credibility that you create. When people are doing maybe an initial search on Amazon, they find your brand, maybe you connect with them in some way, but then they put it in their cart and then they go check your credibility later on.
Yeah.
That happens. I do that as a consumer. So you have to think about it as more of like a macro effect and a halo effect that Instagram creates versus a one-to-one, this equals this sort of relationship.
But when you want to launch a product or get some reviews, I bet it helps having that Instagram account, being able to put a story and saying swipe up to get 50% off, right?
100%. Exactly.
There you go.
100%.
And do you use Facebook? Do you use Pinterest, any of these other social platforms, or do you just focus completely on Instagram?
Yeah, we use some of the tactical things on ManyChat and Facebook. I haven't gotten too much into Pinterest just yet, but yeah, I mean, Facebook's definitely a go-to as far as creating some follow-up sequences and doing some things like that to re-engage and try to keep people engaged that way too. But the Instagram's a very personal platform. It's, if you have a brand, if you understand your audience, I love what you guys talk about, because you talk about understanding who you're trying to serve first and then going deep. And Instagram's a great place for that. If you know your audience, and if you get into a product niche that you can talk about and have a conversation about and add value to, then you can really start telling personal stories. You can give personal credibility and offer sort of a personal effect to your brand presence on Instagram too. So it really kind of creates that more one-to-one connection, versus some other platforms don't allow you to have a great sort of vulnerability or connection like that, right? So
yeah, very cool.
And do you enjoy it? I mean, obviously it's profitable for you, but do you enjoy it?
It's wildly profitable by the sound of it.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think I have some of the tactical stuff outsourced, or not really outsourced, but internal with employees and stuff. They help me research some of the things and collaborate. Obviously, you have to have a person that's good with understanding context and is good with relationship building. You can keep a conversation and understand your product and what you're trying to accomplish. So those are important factors. It's not something that I would ever hire out for a VA or get cheap, labor or anything like that. It's definitely something that I put pride into to make sure that somebody can have a fluid conversation and has my sort of brand essence in mind when they're having conversations with these people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, Brandon, thank you very much for coming on. That was stellar advice.
I do have one more thing. So I want to ask you one question, and it's quite important because I am not familiar with Instagram. I don't use it a lot. I use Facebook and Messenger. So if someone was decided, maybe they watched this interview, maybe you inspired them, and they decided, okay, I'm going to use Instagram. Like, could you give us a couple of tips or give them an idea of the best way that you would approach it?
Yeah, so if you're starting out, especially if you have a product, obviously at a macro, you want to add value. So however you can try to add value to that market, product's probably the easiest way for everybody. If you're not creating a lot of content or not good at blogging, things like that, and getting people to go look at and consume your content, product, trying to create a direct relationship with either influencers or other people posting good content or lifestyle that have a large following. If you can connect with some of those accounts and do a giveaway with them to sort of grow your audience, that's probably the best, the quickest way to start. When you get into the later sort of posts and engagement, you're going to want to start creating some sort of content that people can relate to and consume to keep them glued to the account. Otherwise, you're just going to have an open door sort of following, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, listen, Brandon, thank you for coming on. Great, always great to have you on. Again, we're going to see each other in China next week, so I'm looking forward to that. Thanks for sharing your experience and your advice to everyone viewing at home. So if you are viewing at home, guys, you obviously see there's one thing in common between these two: multi-7, almost 8-figure seller. Did you hear that? Almost 8-figure seller. And that thing is they invested in developing a brand that served an audience. If you have passion for that audience and you understand that audience and you can confidently talk about that audience, there was a piece of advice there from Brandon that was really key. You can have a conversation about that audience. Then it just creates so much more depth in your brand. It gives you such more of a competitive advantage because you're not solely reliant on Amazon as a platform. And if something changes or maybe it gets a bit more competitive, you have your own influence that you can direct. You want to keep it relevant, you want to aim to collaborate, and you're looking to sort of build an engaged audience that you can then direct. And this is all stuff that we cover inside of ASM 11. We break it down into step-by-step strategies, stuff that we're running in our own businesses, we're testing across all the accounts and all the brands I'm involved in, and how we launch products, get reviews, and sort of stay ahead of the competition using audiences within our brands. And that's all covered in ASM 11. But Rich, where should they go if they haven't watched it? So yeah, I mean, we're doing the series. You can watch it. We're doing it every day, every weekday at 3 p.m. Central. Got to keep remembering which much. We're both English. We don't really know much. 3 p.m. Central. Yeah.
And, we've got this series. Dan mentioned ASM 11, but we've got a free series of training. It's 4 videos. It goes into every aspect of, this business, from finding a product to finding a supplier, to launching your product. And you can get all this for free. All you've got to do is go to double check this, is go to amazinglivenow.com/free. And if you go to amazinglivenow.com, you'll also see a list of all the calls we're doing. We've got one tomorrow, which you definitely should watch. We've got an incredible guy coming on. He's an ASM seller who actually, I'm not going to ruin it, but he did something pretty incredible just recently. And then next week, we'll have another 5 every weekday that you can go and watch. So please, whatever you do, try and find the time. Go to amazinglivenow.com/free. And I won't see you tomorrow. Dan will see you tomorrow.
I'll be
Dan
on
will
tomorrow,
be here.
guys.
So we'll see you all then. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
See you guys soon.